So here we are then, back at Teesside Autodrome for round 2 of the British Supermoto Championship, brought to you by Trips.uk, your motorhome hire people. It's a fair set day. I'm Phil G, alongside me Daniel Koenig, and we're going to be bringing you all the action here today for round 2 of our British Supermoto Championship.
Make sure that you're following the British Supermoto Instagram and Facebook page to keep up to date with all the action from previous and current rounds. You can also catch all the racing live and on demand over at TNL Sports, and all the information you need for the British Championship is over there on the website britishsupermoto.com.
So our academy riders will be first out on track, and championship positions for them then it is currently 50 points then for the DCR Husqvarna of Archie Ormrod, second Jackson Bennett, third Archie Reynolds, fourth Liddy Rhodes, fifth Liam Pearson, sixth Bell Wingate, seventh Leon Tall, eighth Ruby Booth, ninth Cole Reynolds and 10th Harris Tall.
Then we've got our novice championship currently being led by the 24 of Paul Baxter, followed by Jake Sayer, Neil Mellon, Simon Burgess, Luke Armitage, Duncan Wright, Luke Hutchison, Simon Wadsworth, May Chalice and Jason Slater.
It's powered by Race IQ. Our Clubman Championship then, Paul Groom then leading a lockout for the Trips.uk KTM team with Paul Groom, Chris Walker and Harley Sharp. Our first three, then it's the 188 of Seth Gibson, the Automotive Solutions KTM of Darryl Pennington, Paul Reynolds, Darren Lee, Chris Lambourne, Craig Forshaw and Luca Jennings.
And then our overall British Supermoto Championship is currently led by the man from the Isle of Man, David Pearce, followed by Jay Smith, Jamie Duncan, Richard Sharp, Richard Blakeman. Then we've got the youngsters of Alex Mullaney and Jack Nation, Peter Bennett, Dean Hillier, and rounding out our top 10 is Lee Williams.
So qualification then already completed, and this is our timetable for the day. We'll start action with the Academy Race 1, then it will be C, B and A Group Race 1, and we'll break for lunch around 13:25, and then we'll come back with our second set of races, which will be at 2:30-ish, with C Group, B Group, A Group and Academy C, B and A again, and then our final group of races around 4 o'clock, 10 past 4, which we will round out with our final A Group race around 5 o'clock. Obviously all of these times are loosely based because we are a live event, and as I'm sure you imagine that if we have any issues then we will have to adjust the timing, but we're expecting some good action here today. We've had some cracking racing yesterday, a test day here on Friday as well, so all of the riders getting plenty of track time to get themselves dialed into this Teesside Autodrome circuit, although we run a different layout both days for racing and a different layout for qualifying, but I think there's enough similarity in the bottom end of the circuit for it to be something where they're happy to chase setup. And we're happy to get some decent racing under our belt yesterday, and hopefully we'll carry over onto today.
Yeah, the racing yesterday was great to watch. Now I know you commentated yesterday, Phil, for the people that are here watching live. Some absolutely great battles throughout all the races, so not just at the front of the A's, although the racing there was great. We can see there it looks like our Academy riders are just starting to get set up in the holding area ready for their first race. We currently have our super lights out on track.
Again, youngsters then, the Academy class, and brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build. That's the company run by Jay Smith, and he's been one of our top performers this weekend so far, and good to see that he's supporting our youth classes. Our Supermoto Academy then, we had a good entry for those guys yesterday, and we can see that they're all getting there, and like I say, lots of guys and girls. Obviously your current ladies champion and leading this year's series, but getting more competitive every year, and we're seeing some of the Academy riders moving up to the full-size classes, so you're going to be one of these have to put up with the pesky kids soon by the looks of it.
Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. So we've had both Bell Wingate and Lily Rhodes. They made the step up at round 1, so we saw them out there on the bigger bikes. I believe they both went out in the Women's Championship yesterday, but on smaller bikes. I think with the off-road, it was potentially they were struggling with bikes and setup, so they decided to go out and race on their 85s with us on our 450s and 350s out there. Lily managing to get third step on the podium in the Women's Championship, so really, really well done to her. She had a great day yesterday, and she'll be out there, I think, today in our academy class. But we can see there the number 40 of Archie Ormrod. He's our current championship leader for this class.
There he is on the Dave Clark Racing. It's a Gas MC85. They changed. They're all the same. I always call them Husqvarnas. It's the easy ground. But then Ormrod, then he's definitely shot up. He looks bigger on the bike this week than he did at Three Sisters. And obviously all these guys and girls are at the age where they will suddenly grow out of the 85s and need to be on a 125 or a 250. And Ormrod then. He is our championship leader and reigning champion, so he's got a lot to defend. And what we saw from him yesterday and in qualifying today, he is going to be the class of the field. Although I will say that I was very impressed with young Liam Pearson yesterday. He rode well, and we'll see there's some of the racing and cruising guys there as well. The number 77, I believe that's Leon Tall. 976 in the background. That's somebody I don't recognise.
So that's Berry Almond. She's making the step up from our Bambinos class this weekend. So she was out yesterday getting a little bit of extra track time in the Bambinos practice session. But good to see her making that step up. There's our two women's championship riders. So we got Belle Wingate and Lily Rhodes.
So they are both really, really getting to grips with this now. The lap times that they're doing and on those small bikes, they're absolutely murdered for top speed down the back straight. But Lily Rhodes yesterday, she finished. I think she finished third in the women's race yesterday behind yourself and Jess Mitchell. And in that last race, she was, you were sharing a straight. You were tipping into the court, turn down the bottom as they were coming off the off road. There's Ruby Booth. She was out yesterday on the mini bikes as well.
I think Ruby's also been trying to make that switch over to a big bike as well. She's actually on that KTM 300 that we've seen knocking about the paddock that was my old KTM 350.
That seems to have done
the one we know.
Yeah, the one we know, built by I think it ended up being built by my mate Chris Cooper, and we see the number 5 of Archie Reynolds on the TM UK TM85. He's switched over to that from the Husky, and he was going quite well at round 1 as well.
Yeah, TM Leeds able to supply those ready to go 85cc Supermoto bikes. So almost all of the other, so KTM 85s, Husqvarna 85s are all sort of motocross conversions, but TM actually having a ready to go Supermoto bike on their roster, which
is always good. We ran the TM 300s for quite a few seasons, and just buying an off the shelf Supermoto bike and not having to convert to one as the 79 of Jackson Bennett then just scurries away. It's his local track. He's from up this neck of the woods. We can see Chris Walker there with Walker Jr. in the background. I'll say his name's Jake, I forgot. As with the paddock, there's so many kids flying around everywhere, and it's not till you see them with the race leathers on, and it's just they just turn into little racers, and it is it's great to see.
That's Josh Walker there, so he's out there on 455 on that KTM 85,
cracking
I believe.
Little kid. And like I say, Chris was saying that he's enjoying watching Josh race as much as he's racing himself. And again, a lot of second generation riders in this one. Max and Lily Rhodes, obviously Dad Paul, he's a veteran of this championship, been around a long time. Also Cole and Archie Reynolds, Dad Paul races, and then obviously Dean Wingate, Wingate's dad, he's a racer, and I'm sure that all of there's quite a lot of the rest of this paddock all come from a racing background, even if they've not done Supermoto.
Great to see such a full holding area as well. So it looks like we've got around 20 riders out in this class. Nice. So a nice full grid, full of a mixture of 85s, I believe.
So a little bit of a smattering of different bikes. There's 85cc 2-strokes, 150 and 144 strokes. And they won't run the full circuit. They have an abridged version of the off-road section, and then they will go through that short loop really of the off-road. They don't do the big uphill and the downhill drop. They'll just cut through the centre. Pretty much what we ran yesterday, but in reverse. which they handled quite well. Yeah, not the brightest and sunniest of days, but with the weather that we've had lately, we will take this all day long. We were set fair yesterday, and it stayed dry all day. Just a few spots of rain, but we had almost what you would call biblical rain on Friday evening, which started to flood some of the paddock out. But Saturday morning came, and it was clear and dry. The track was well prepped by the people here at Seaside Autodrome and the British Supermoto crew to get the racing on and underway. And we're just waiting for the all clear then for the number 08 there of Blake Wilson. He was very good yesterday. I think he dipped out on the overall win yesterday because he DNF'd the last race because he had a rear wheel puncture on the line. So shame for him. 150 of the gas of Liam Pearson. He was good yesterday as well, and I think he probably nabbed second overall at a guess. Whistle's blown, so the riders then going out onto circuit for their side lap.
So we can see some smaller bikes at the back. So we've got some 65s out as well. Those riders that have made that step up from our Bambinos class. See there, it looks quite bumpy on these small wheels as they head into our off-road for the first time.
So there's our grid then. Blake Wilson on pole position from Archie Ormrod, Archie Reynolds and Leon Tall, row 2.
Row 2, we've got Max Rhodes, Jackson Bennett, Isabel Wingate and Liam Pearson. Row 3, we have Lily Rhodes, Billy Carter, Ruby Booth and Tom Nutter. Row 3, we've got Harris Tall, Cole Reynolds, Ollie Gorman, Tyler Clark, and then rounding up the rear we have Josh Walker, Oliver Mullaney, Garrison Metcalf, Edward Darnton, and I believe we've got Berry Almond out there as well.
Oliver Mullaney, so is that younger brother of?
Younger brother of Alex, I believe, so
okay.
He's out there again, making that step up from that little practice group we have of our Bambinos class that go out at lunchtimes just to get that on-track experience, so it's great to see that that's working and these riders are gaining that on-track experience to be able to go out and ride with, say, older brothers and sisters. So we've got a few in this class.
And it's not that long since Alex Mullaney was in this class. So the ability to get you away from these smaller bikes into the top echelons of the sport is there. So we will rack them up. Pole is on the inside of the circuit as we look at it, the inside of turn 1, that left-hander, and they will go round the left-hander and down the hill for the first lap, so they will not do the off-road section on the first lap.
Yep, it does get quite bunched up there, yep. So this is them heading out on their proper sighting lap.
Yeah, so they've had a quick run through the off-road on the way to the grid and they shortcut the circuit to get back, and now they're going to do a full tarmac warm-up lap just so saves a little bit of time, and it also means that they will get back to the grid. This is where they join up with the circuit. Now this is where you've got to be really careful because this is very, very slippy up here. We've got a super light abandoned by the side of the circuit there. Now I seem to remember that when we were here at the tail end of last year, there was one of these riders, and I don't think it was Ormond, I think it may have been Pearson, that was really, really good around this end of the circuit and made some excellent passes down here. So one of our mini motos is obviously the off-road then not too severe for them. Yellow flags then being waved by our marshals, and again they did an excellent job. We had a big track clean up this morning due to oil being dropped on the circuit, and they've done a sterling job of clearing all that up. And so we see the 125 of Bell Wingate, the 85, that's Billy Carter. It's nice to have a full screen. We've got a nice big monitor with all the timing on, which you can follow on speedhivemylaps.com. We also have our Bambino class, which runs the real youngsters. It's basically just a little bit of a wobble round the track, for want of a better word, but just gives them a little bit of track time to get used to being in the paddock with the other riders. And as we've seen then, Berry Almond, she's moved up from the academy. Is that sister of Dax, is that? Or yeah.
Yep,
So
sister of Dax Almond, so he's currently racing a 250 at the moment.
Oh, he's on a 250, right, okay. I did not know he was on a 250.
I think it might be Alex Mullaney's old Automotive Solutions 250, I believe.
Right, okay, cool. So always nice to get the low down. So track conditions then, dry, a little bit dusty and dirty. There's a lot of speedy dry put down this morning, but I think that will be no problem at all for these youngsters. And Josh Walker then just takes his position on the back row of the grid. Again, he's moved up. He did the Bambinos, I think, last year, and this is only his second ever race. So he's just waiting for the green flag at the back of the grid. If we can just get everybody off there, and we are. And Kirk with the green flag will pull up the green flag, and Andy at the front row of the grid will wave the flag, point at the lights, and we will be underway with our first race action here at Teesside Autodrome. The lights go out, and he's going to get the drop as they come past our commentary position, as it's going to be Ormrod into turn one. They go down the hill, so it is Ormrod that leads from turn one. Looks like everybody's safely through. Is that Tall in second? It is. Wilson in third. Wilson tries to ride around the outside. I believe that's a 65 that Wilson is on, so he's got quite a power deficit. But it didn't seem like he gave up too much down the back straight as Ormrod takes a look over his shoulder as they come down the back straight for the first time.
Yep, into this pretty much flat out and straight through chicane as they head into our infield section. So it looks like it's Archie Ormrod followed by Leon Tall. Leon there trying to go wide, but it looks like he's left the door open a bit there for Blake Wilson as they head now into South Bank and head, keeping a tight line. A little bit further back we've got Liam Pearson followed by Jackson Bennett, and then as these riders take a little bit of a wider line, it looks like that oil spill maybe a little bit more of a mental game than anything at the moment.
If I was out there, I'm pretty sure it would be playing with my brain a little bit as well. There's the 19 of Tom Nutter there, but here's our race leader then as they come across the line and into the off-road.
So it looks like Blake Wilson has made that pass on Leon Tall.
Archie Reynolds in there on the TM Moto leads 85. He's managed to find his way right onto the back of Leon Tall. Split lane here. Little bit of a kicker on the inside. Liam Pearson, he crashed there trying to take the lead. And the last time we were here, and here we go. Wilson then trying the run round the outside of Ormrod. Obviously with the off-road being a little bit, or with it being off-road today, Ormrod is has a little bit more of an advantage. I think it was tarmac only yesterday, and Wilson riding with that knee-out style, obviously from a road race mini bike background, played into his hands, but Ormrod got the speed in the off-road. So this is the battle for the lead then in our first Supermoto Academy race. Ormrod then just covering that inside line. He'll run round the outside of the oil, but there goes Wilson round the outside, knee down.
Great pass there from Blake Wilson to take the lead. You can see he's pulling a little bit of a gap here on that infield section, trying to pull away.
Oh, a bit of knee wagging there to try and get that at 65 up through the gears. But Wilson has been incredibly fast. It is all quarter speed on that bike without a shadow of a doubt. He's got it well set up. It absolutely sings on its on full throttle. So he's into the off-road section then for the second time. Even got a bit of a knee out job there in the off-road. But all he's got to do is try not to fall off.
So again, he took that inside line this time. So he tried mixing it up on the last lap, taking the outside, but he's pulling a bit of a gap there on Archie Ormrod through the off-road.
And he is starting to check out. But obviously, when you get a bit of a slide on, it's this is where you get the front wheel tucking with the knee down, and you're on the floor before you know it.
Further down the pack there, we can see that Metro kit of, I believe it's Ollie Gorman, They're heading through the off-road, not something you see every day. Looks like we've got one of the Automotive Solutions riders there. I think it was Oliver Mullaney heading through the off-road, but back with our race leader, Blake Wilson. He's definitely pulling a gap on Archie Ormrod, so we'll see what their gap is across the line.
Yeah, it's incredibly quick through the corner. It says 0.6 on the legend there at the bottom, but he's already started to check out to the tune of probably a second and a half now on the first of our races. 5 laps to go then, down to 4 as they come across the line this time.
You can see him take just a cheeky glance over just to sort of see where Archie was. But I feel like he's got a nice comfortable gap now. So across the line, we'll just have a look. It's now up to 3.2 seconds, that gap. So we've got a nice little buffer as he heads into the off-road.
Like I say, just a little bit of a modification. Oh, he loses the rear end there as he gassed it up. This not quite the same as it is for our big riders. They approach this at a slightly different angle, so the track then lends them to all down the inside. Looks like Archie Reynolds on the TM Moto Leeds bike has taken 3rd position from Leon Tall on that lap. So Wilson currently the fastest rider on track, but Reynolds second fastest, 1:30.6 last time by, so he was half a second faster than Ormrod in second, and he is only just over a second behind him.
Looks like we've got a retirement there at the back. I believe that might be the 86 of Ruby Booths. I saw she had bike issues yesterday, unfortunately.
She was going well when she was going, but they did have a few gremlins, I believe. So it was just over a second across the line last time between Ormrod and Reynolds.
Looking a little bit further down our times, it looks like there's a battle going on between the 85 of Billy Carter and the number 125 of Belle Wingate, so there's not much of a gap there as they've crossed the line. But we've got, that's the 100 of Oliver Mullaney going up the inside there, so that nice little pass from him on the off-road.
And those guys are on autos, they're not even 65, so they're kind of like almost a 3rd string class in this one with the very youngest. That is Ruby Booth at the side of the circuit. So our race leader then, Wilson, into the off-road. And the Bathmate drop. They just have supreme confidence in these mini bike tyres. I do know that they are very grippy. Wilson has a look over his shoulder.
So it's looking like Blake Wilson's checked out at the front of this first Academy race. I believe it's now going to be a battle for second between the two Archies, Archie Reynolds and Archie Ormrod.
Yeah, follow the battle for second, guys. They're right on each other.
Looking at that off-road, you can see those smaller bikes. We've got some pit bikes heading there through the off-road. All of them taking the inside line there.
So that's the lead then, and there's Reynolds and Ormrod. So the battle then for second position. Our championship leader Ormrod still holding on to second, but he's been closed down at rate now by the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. Blake Wilson disappeared at the front. And Leon Tall still in there as well on the 77. So as I look over the shoulder then from Ormrod, it doesn't seem as racy as he did at the beginning of the race. Whether he's got a problem or not, they're going to have to deal with the traffic. Let's see at the 15 of Garrison Metcalf there.
Oh, so they're just coming up on lapped riders. So we've got the number 100 of Oliver Mullaney, but they're all trying to get round him. Oh, Oliver's just losing the rear there and going down.
It does show you he did nothing wrong there, and it just came round on him. Just those loose stones.
I think we heard his dad.
So Ormrod has got a bit more of a gap now, and we've got our rider assistants out there. These are usually parents of riders. They're all signed on as officials. And, the younger riders in there, we spread our helpers out across the track as we do with motocross, and you pick up whoever happens to end up on the floor in front of you. But for whatever reason, Reynolds lost a bunch of time there, whether he was put off by that tumble in front of him, but Ollie didn't do anything wrong there at all, and the rear just came round.
So it looks like Archie Reynolds has struggled trying to get through these slightly slower riders. So Archie Ormrod picking his way through. Someone put a hand up there. I wasn't sure if that was a thank you, because I wouldn't say the slower rider did anything wrong. Stuck to his line, but Archie making his way past absolutely fine. But it does look like this is the last lap.
It
so
is,
you can see the last lap flag out there.
So as our race leader, the 08, as makes his way past Cole Reynolds. He was going well yesterday, young Cole. He's again another rider up from the Bambinos. Did some races last year, but he's a lot faster this year than he was. And the Bathmate drop off. And he's actually riding foot down, coming out now. Look, you see he's changed his style there, Wilson, because it's really, really slick round there. The knee out slide style not suiting the grip level there. As he's going to come past the 85 of Billy Carter on the back straight. And obviously Carter on an 85, so he does have a straight line speed advantage, but this is where the mini bike background of Wilson and his late braking, as we see Ormrod in the background. 3 seconds now the advantage that he has over Archie Reynolds.
12. We've got a 12-second gap now for our race leader.
Ormrod's got 3 seconds over Reynolds, so the battle for second has gone.
Yeah, no,
Reynolds
they've split up.
Not able to get back on the back of the number 40. But Wilson then, he's making his way towards the checkered flag in this FF Solutions Limited Design and Build first Academy race, and he will take the checkered flag and victory in race 1. Little celebratory wheelie, and it should be Ormrod across the line in second position. Like I say, 12 seconds down at the end of that one as they come across the line, and Reynolds did get right on the back of him at the end, just 0.4 of a second. So Ormrod from Reynolds, from Leon Tall, then it's going to be quite a little bit more of a gap back to the 150 of Liam Pearson, with Jackson Bennett having a better run on the number 79, and then it will be Max Rhodes, Bell Wingate and Lily Rhodes in 7th, 8th and 9th.
Looking at our lap time, so Blake Wilson doing a 129.8 out there on his 65. Absolutely great time. So Archie Ormrod there doing a 131, with Archie Reynolds doing a 130 as their best lap time. So Archie Reynolds definitely had the pace there to be fighting for that second place, and quicker than Archie Ormrod. Just couldn't make a pass, unfortunately. So we'll have to keep an eye on them in race 2.
So I'm sure that Paul Reynolds, Archie's dad, will be telling him, look, you're faster than he is. Expect to be there. And that TM Leeds 85cc bike has definitely got the legs down the back straight. So Ormrod, Reynolds, Wilson, Ormrod, Reynolds, Leon Tall, Liam Pearson, Jackson Bennett. As we now come on to our Supermoto Group C race. Is the number 51 Trips.uk KTM of Jason Slater.
So he'll be starting this race from second on the grid. So the Supermoto Group C race, sponsored by Contract Solutions, the engineering company up in Scotland.
The 99 there of Andy Hayes, who threw me a crippler yesterday by changing graphics, not at the start of the meeting, but halfway through the day. So I saw him out there in the morning, didn't see him at all in the afternoon, and then it turns out that he's got new graphics on that bike. So the man from Oliver's Mount, and we'll be up there at August Bank Holiday. We'll be enjoying that. The RWJ Husqvarna of Andy Hayes. And he can still pedal a bit, can't he? He's a decent rider. But this C Group race then, so sitting on pole should be the 111 of Duncan Rye, but we'll get the rundown of that. This one brought to you by Contract Solutions Precision Engineering. That's the company run by Jamie Duncan and his dad Rab up there in Scotland. And they are one of the top lots of aerospace and automotive stuff up there. Very, very good engineering. I've seen some of their YouTube videos, and I am an engineering nerd, and their stuff is as good as anything I've ever seen. So they're the boys up there for all of that kind of stuff, and we thank them for supporting this British Supermoto C. As Dave Dearden, our race director, then just giving the guys on the in the holding area a brief as to what the warm-up lap is going to be. I would imagine that they're going to do the same as we did with our junior class, which is to run through the off-road first. There is Simon Wadsworth on the Trips.uk KTM, part of our Tech Native TNL Sports crew, looking very... yes, it's his birthday today. We didn't ask him how old he was, but I'm sure that somebody will whisper in my ear, and then it's just a case of how much money that we won't be extracting from him to let that information out over the course of the day. But he's moved up from mini bikes last year. Obviously, he's still committing the fashion sin of keeping his goggles on his helmet, which is just wrong. But
it's uncomfortable. Never mind wrong. It's just uncomfortable to put your helmet back on. I don't get it.
But anyway, he's been riding well. We're giving him a bit of stick, but he's been doing okay.
There's the 691 of Carl Geary. Went
another one of the
really well yesterday.
He rode well yesterday. So,
few more of our veteran riders there. We've got Dan Spencer, good day from him yesterday, and then some sort of newer faces in the sport as well. Can see there Sean Jones on that newer KTM. I think it was his first run out at round 1, so he's having a good weekend so far. I think he was on pole for one of the first races yesterday.
There's the 28 of Peter Wadsworth, and that's the brother of Simon, who we've just been talked to. So Simon's other half, Elspeth, she's the lady on the camera at this very moment in time. Our camera crew dotted around the track, and Elspeth there up on the top of the bank. I would say that the word would be like, should be comfortably not hot, because it's bleak on the top of that bank. They're on a little pedestal up there, and then we've got our other camera down the side here, and we've got 3 or 4 cameras. So there's the grid then. Duncan Wright on pole from Jason Slater, Simon Wadsworth and Andy Hayes on row 1.
Row 2, we've got Gavin Skaith, Noah Guillory, Carl Geary and Dax Almond.
Row 3, Blake Wilson, Kev Crowthers, Dan Spencer and Dave Spafford.
Then we've got Rick Owen, Michael Whittam, Sean Jones and Oliver Granger.
And then on row 9 we've got Pete Wadsworth, Steve Smith,
Lily
Rhodes and Luke Hutchinson. So Lily's doing okay. So she's out there. I believe that talking to Dad Paul last night over a very, very cold beer, that they were going to look at putting her out on the big bike again today, because he felt that she needed to get used to that. But we'll wait and see as she comes round. So they're just going to do this tarmac only. So they've done the dirt section through on the their out lap, and now they will do their side lap from the front row of the grid, and they will run round down through the first turn.
Just trying to be eagle-eyed and spot Lily, see what bike she's on.
So there is number 51 of Slater on the front row of the grid, with teammate Wadsworth there, and Andy Hayes. So just waiting for the 111, the Scotsman of Duncan Wright, our pole sitter. We had a good chat with Slate on Friday night, I think it was, and he's been about a bit, done a lot of racing, a lot of motocross stuff, been involved in motorsports and that, and we got into quite a lot of interesting stuff, and he's enjoying his Supermoto.
There's Lily Rhodes on that KTM 250, so great to see her out on the big bike. Definitely be keeping an eye on her.
So we talked to Paul last night. They were just struggling with the seat height on that bike, just to get it where they wanted it without upsetting the handling too much. I know that she'd had a 125 that they'd managed to get down quite successfully with the seat height. But they are at the age now where they're pretty much growing week on week almost. So it won't be long. There she is. Look in the knee out style. So back-to-back races for her, because was she out in the academy as well? I think she was, wasn't she?
She was out in the academy,
yes.
yeah. Yeah, so let's have a look at our academy results. Yep, so Lily Rhodes finished 9th in our academy on the 85, just behind teammate Isabel Wingate and then brother Max Rhodes. So, quite a busy day for her today.
So 351 there, Rick Owen. He's a decent performer as well. As I said yesterday on the circuit comms, the owner of the best beard in the Supermoto paddock, but I will add the caveat that obviously that's only since Dan Spencer had a shave. But yeah, Rick is a good rider, nice guy, and well turned out bike and rider, and he had a reasonable day yesterday, but he's buried a little bit on the grid in this one. Just trying to see where he ended up. He's there in 13th, so guys on the front row then looking back, trying to keep the bikes cool, not seeing the front end clamp down on that one. We had some issues yesterday where riders putting on the start devices as Wadsworth clicks on his GoPro. There's Andy Hayes, Gascaife on the front row. Front is row 2. There's Dax Ullman, so his sister was out in the academy race as we get the green flag and we wait for the lights to change. Here we go then, green flag from Kirk, and Andy will point at the lights and revs will start to rise. Away they go.
Like
Unfortunately, one of Guillory didn't get away. Oh, we've got a rider down at the back.
Not quite sure who that was, but hopefully they get up.
So it's Duncan Wright then that's got away. Oh, somebody railing round the outside there. Was that Scaife or was that Hutchinson? I'm not quite sure. Rider in the background, but it is Duncan Wright then that leads on the 111 from the 51 of Slater. Then it's Wadsworth. Looks like Andy Hayes there in 4th.
Followed by Carl Geary and then Dax Almond.
The 63 of Kev Crowther's in there as well. There's the 619 of Brett Barlow, another one of the Bathmate team. Team boss John Oakes not with us this weekend. He's away sunning himself somewhere on a track day. So change for second place then. Slater already been overhauled by Wadsworth. And the knee down mini bike style of Simon Wadsworth.
He's really pushing the 111 of Duncan Wright through this infield section as well, so you can see him all over the back of him as they cross the line for the first time.
Whoever that was that went down at the back of the pack is okay. Here they come into the off-road for the first time, right from Wadsworth. This is where Wadsworth does struggle, and I expect Slater to blast past him because Slater has the off-road. In fact, there we go, Wadsworth struggles exactly as I said he would. Commentator's curse alive and well.
Little wobble there from him, and he just lost his footing and went down.
Took the front, so Slater back up to second. Slater should sky over that tabletop, and we'll expect to see him closing down Duncan Wright. Most of these guys taking the outside run. Andy Hayes now up to 3rd. Then it's Geary. They come down the Bathmate drop.
See how close Jason Slater is now to Duncan Wright as they come off that off-road.
So Slater was dead and buried half a lap ago, and here he is now right on the back of the number 111. He'd given up the place then to his teammate, and I'm sure he didn't do it willingly, but he had a couple of little issues yesterday, and he had a big crash here last year actually, and he's been trying to ride himself back into fitness ever since. So Slater then putting Duncan Wright under pressure as it stands at the moment. Then these two will go up into our B group. Gappy's point, it says 0.3 to Wadsworth, but he's already bowed out on the floor. We'll see where he comes round at the end of the next lap. But yeah, so Slater then all he will need to do is just to keep a look over his shoulder and literally follow Duncan Wright round to get up into the back of the B group for race 2 later on this afternoon.
Looking slightly further down the pack, we've also got what looks to be a battle from 11th between Dan Spencer, Luke Hutchison and Peter Wadsworth.
Slater sticks the shoulder in on Duncan Wright. I just think he ran in there a bit quick. I don't think he was deliberately trying to make the pass. He never turned down a win, but having said that, Andy Hayes is already starting to close in. Surprised Slater didn't go to the outside there. Not a lot of point in following, and Slater makes a bit of a mess of the bottom bend, as does Andy Hayes, but you see Slater much better in the off-road. I would have expected Slater to try and rail around the outside there. There's no point following. Slater jumps down, the Bathmate drop off. And the Bathmate replay here. And you see in the bottom, took the front. They were lucky, not both for both of them not to go down, Danielle.
Yeah, Jason coming in there a little bit hot and not managing to get it stopped, but Duncan Wright did leave the door open, so I think it'll all be fair between them.
He did. That's where he went down last year as well for the second time, I believe. So Slater will be well versed with the tarmac in that area of the track, but I just think he just got in there a little bit hot, and as Duncan Wright started to close the door, it's one of those deals where you just have to let the brake off and give the guy a nudge out of the way, rather than trying to stop an eyesight over the back and taking both of you down. So don't think it was no harm, no foul there, just a racing incident. Andy Hayes still not out of it. And then we've got Dax Almond 4th, Noah Guillory in 5th, Geary 6th, Crowther 7th, Scaife 8th, Owen 9th, and Dan Spencer in 10th. But Slater then on the Trips.uk KTM, not close enough this time, and nowhere near as much room given by the 111 of Duncan Wright that time by.
Looks like we've got a rider trying to push. I think that's Tommy Sayer and Oliver Granger there on that infield section. So it's Oliver Granger there trying to get a move on the 16 of Tommy Sayer, who went down quite hard in race 2 yesterday. We saw that.
So we can see Slater making a much better fist of it down the hill. Here he comes up the inside, moves Duncan Wright out of the way. That was a motocrosser's pass. Sent it down the Bathmate drop off and moved right out of the way. Just carried much more speed down there, so he already back on the ground and on the gas as Wright was in the air off that second jump. And then into the lead then, the 51 of Jason Slater. The big screen there in the trip awning. They'll all be round that cheering him on.
On our split screen we can see there that battle between Tommy Sayer and Oliver Granger, getting really close through the off-road, but Granger not able to make a pass.
So Slater struggles with arm pump quite badly, so he's fought his way to the front. All he's got to do now is hold it on. Obviously both of these guys are going to go through to our B final should they stay where they are. Looks like Andy Hayes still holding a watching brief there, but he's about 2.5 seconds adrift of these two guys. So let's see what Slater did a 140.6 last time by. He was the fastest rider on track. 41.3 this time, so a little bit slower, but that includes the pass. So he lights the back end up on that Trips.uk KTM.
Looks like we've got a battle there between Michael Whittam and Sean Jones, so that will be the battle for 14th. Whittam there trying to get around the outside of Jones on his KTM, not able to find a way through.
I can only assume that outside line, the upside to that tabletop on the exit of the corner, has either a rut in it or there's a puddle or something there, because everybody is avoiding that like the plague. And in the situation that these guys are in, I would expect that you wouldn't follow. Slater comes up right up the left-hand side of the circuit there. You can see how polished that is.
Just starting to come up on back markers, so that's the 841 of Maid Chalice on that KTM 450. Quite a tricky place to come up on a back marker because there's not really anywhere she can go. She's holding her line, but that does mean the 111 of Duncan Wright has closed right back up on the 51 of Jason Slater. So
Slater goes around the outside, up the inside. Wright goes around the outside, and as Slater takes a look, Wright was on the other side of him, so we'll assume that he can hear him. Duncan Wright has not given up on this one, and I've raced against Duncan Wright here last year, and he knows his way round. Not afraid to get his elbows out, and not that he's a dirty rider, far from it, but he's prepared to make a pass if there's one in the offing, and obviously he's already had a little bit of contact with the 51 of Slater. He's not close enough to do anything at this moment in time. It is still the 51 Trips.uk KTM that leads them up that hill. It's a lot steeper than it looks. dropped down the hill. The last time I raced here, and this was run on the Saturday last year, and everybody favoured the outside, and I made so many passes up that hill by going to the inside line. But this year it seems that is the favoured line. And again, this is where down the he makes it, just lands and got a little bit of whiskey throttle there. Means that he just gave himself a little bit more than he needed, and almost ran wide. But the gap is starting to go out, and Wright, who was pretty much on the back door of Slater a few corners ago, has dropped off. Slater's speed through the off-road, and that speed down over that drop-off.
So we've got there, I think that's Steve Smith and Lily Rhodes heading into our off-road. So Lily, they're doing a great job on that KTM 250, making her way around this off-road. So Lily currently sat in 20th, chasing down the 671 of Steve Smith. So she then took the inside. Steve, the first one we've seen to take the outside line.
It looks fine to me. I can't see. I mean, I think we'll see as the racing gets we get towards the sharper end with the B's and the C and the A group riders. We will see. I would expect to see. I mean, for me, all day long on the first lap, it's rail round the outside. You're not going to pass anybody while you're sat in the queue. You've got to do something a little bit different. But Slater competes another lap, 2 to go, according to our graphic. And Andy Hayes still there in a watching brief in third, but not really playing any part in the battle.
So it doesn't look like Michael Whittam's found a way past Sean Jones yet. But we can see they've now both come up on Simon Wadsworth. So looking at our timing screen, it looks like we're now missing Dan Spencer. But Whittam going for the inside, but Sean Jones shutting the door on him there. Taking him the long way round. He just can't find a way past.
It is a difficult track to pass on. You've got to commit. And as we saw yesterday, that level of commitment needed. A lovely line from Slater up there, getting the bike right onto the left-hand side of the track, where the karts tend not to spend much time, and there's so much more grip there. That's where the art of making a lap time here at Teesside, wet or dry, is knowing where the track has got something for you. And Slater then has gapped out Duncan Wright.
See there the 117 of David Spafford on that Honda there. Around the outside of that off-road, you can see Dan Spencer there, not far in front, so it looks like he's made a bit of a mistake, dropping back.
Slater cutting right around the inside of the South Bank turn, then inside the line of that speedy dry. Dave Spafford then, that Honda, it's ancient. And chatting to him in the paddock yesterday, he had quite a big spill here last year and is on his way back from injury. Last lap flag then readied, and
so
Spaff was on about pulling the pin on a new bike at some point, so we might not see that Honda for too much longer.
Whittam's made his way past Sean Jones there. We saw that on the split screen, so he's now hunting down the 26 of Peter Wadsworth in these closing laps of this race one. Well, it is our leader, Jason Slater, who's now currently got a gap of about 2.8 seconds over the 111 of Duncan Wright.
He follows the 52 of Richard Sheen.
There goes Whittam up the inside of Peter Wadsworth as they head round South Bank. So he's had a good race, making up a few places in these final laps. So he'll now be hoping to keep it all together, and he'll be riding as defensively as possible, I'm sure, now, as he can see that last lap being held out there by Kirk.
Bit of a slide there for Slater as he makes his way down the back straight for the final time. Almost 3 seconds the advantage now to Duncan Wright. Andy Hayes a further 8 seconds back, so blown itself out a little bit in the front, this one, after some close racing in the first few laps between Jason Slater on the Trips.uk KTM and Duncan Wright, the man from north of the border. Slater has a good look over his shoulder, and he will ride this one in, and we will see him in our B Group Race 2 later on this afternoon, where he will start from the back of the grid, as is traditional when he gets to move up the top two. Gone from the old days of guys winning the race from the back of the grid. And Slater will take victory, and he's happy with that, as he should be.
It looks like we also had a change of position for 5th on that last lap, with Kevin Crowthers making his way past the 41 of Noah Guillory. So we'll keep an eye out to see where they cross the lines. We can see there Andy Hayes and Dax Almond. They're taking 4th. And there is the 63 of Kevin Crowthers. It looks like we may have lost Guillory because that was Carl Geary there taking the checkered flag.
Yeah, Guillory's gone because he's the line in 8th, also loses a place to Gavin Scaife on that final lap. Wadsworth then 9th, and Rick Owen currently showing in 10th as we watch the Peter Wadsworth and Sean Jones battle come to the line. It looks like Wadsworth is just going to hang on at the end of that one. Jones not able to make the pass, so it was Owen that came across the line in 10th, Spencer 11th, Spafford 12th, Michael Whittam 13th, 14th Peter Wadsworth, and 15th Sean Jones. So that's our first C Group race in the books, brought to you by Contract Solutions Precision Engineering. And the track running itself in nicely, and as we say, Slater and Wright will move up. Andy Hayes, Dax Almond, Kev Crowthers and Carl Geary will be your front row for race 2 a little later on this afternoon. And see lap times then. Slater then fastest lap was a 1:40.6, but a 1:44 at the end of that race, more than good enough to take a victory by almost 4 seconds from Duncan Wright. And our first big race of the day is in the books, and race control down there on start finish line as we look then now to our B Group riders. Is the 138 of Paul Groom's Supermoto B, then brought to you by Race IQ, your full race timing system, allow you to download all your race times. Paul Groom, Trips.uk KTM from Worksop in Nottinghamshire. The 311 Jake Sayer 24. Now he's a new guy to me, and I'm waiting for him to click up on our screen. You'll tell me who the 24 is straight at the top of your head, won't you, Danielle?
Oh, so 24 is Paul Baxter.
So Paul Baxter, mini bike guy, who was really good value for money at Three Sisters.
Another one of our mini bike riders there is the 122 of Keir Armstrong, who had a great day yesterday.
He had a good day yesterday, didn't he? He rode double duty. So we'll look then. So the 24 of Baxter then, he's going to start on the 3rd row. And there's always new bikes and new colour schemes to catch you out. Know most of these people off by heart now, but they make their way through the off-road section in the centre. That's the 311 of Jake Sayer. Paul Reynolds, the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. That's the championship winning bike from Chris Hodgson last year. Obviously Hodgie moving to the TM, but Reynolds' son also been part of that, so they're still kind of although they're not quite part, they're not parked under the same awning, they're still very much all friends and everything. Archie Reynolds riding for the team with Hodgson and Mulaney on that TM85. So as they make their way back then,
few riders in this group that you wouldn't normally expect to see in the A's, so I'd say probably the top 4 or 5 there you'd expect to see in the A's usually. So Kyle Eccleston, Chris Eastwood, Ian Bremner, Dorrell Pennington, even Paul Groom, all riders that we have seen in the A's previously.
Yeah, it's tough at the top. These guys wait then for them to go on. They will now do their full circuit warm up for the start. A wheelie from Bremner. He had a bit of a struggle yesterday, and will make their way down the hill. And obviously they only use this bit of the circuit once, so it's nice for them just to get a bit of a handle on where they're going to be braking. As Eccleston leads them round then from Pennington. There's the 110 of Chris Eastwood. Then that bike came out the back of a van last night, and the first time he sat on that was practice this morning. I don't know, they worked on that till quite late into the night to get it up to speed. The Honda of Automotive Solutions, number 58, Craig Forshaw there. He was there in 6th or 7th. And the view from the South Bank. Pole then will be the Bathmate KTM of Kyle Eccleston from the 110 of Chris Eastwood. Then it's the number 34 of Ian Bremner and the 4 of Darryl Pennington.
Row 2, we've got the Trips UK rider of Paul Groom, followed by Craig Forshaw, Jake Sayer and James Wood.
Row 3 will be Paul Baxter, Paul Smith, Darren Lee and Blaine Pearson.
Then on row 4 we've got Neil Meelan. He had a great ride yesterday, actually one of our novice riders I believe. Mark Stevens, Paul Reynolds and Chris Lambourne.
Row 5, our pole sitter from one of the races yesterday, Jamie Wrigglesworth, Oliver Ross, another man from north of the border, and Michael Craig, with Keir Armstrong rounding out row 5.
And then I believe we've got our super vet rider of the 154 of Brett Haley rounding out the grid.
So Haley had a big off this morning through the final chicane. I don't know whether you saw that, but he took the front, I think, on the way out and ended up on the grass.
You can see him there. He did take to the grid, so I did see him pull up right at the back just there. So
Ian Bremner on the racing and cruising, Husqvarna. Darryl Pennington on the Automotive Solutions. It says Husqvarna there, but I'm sure he told me it was a KTM.
Nope, that's a Husky from what I can see here.
Yeah. So here we go then. Green flag is up. Andy walks off the grid. The lights will change and away they go. B Group race 1. They come down into the first turn, and who's it going to be?
It's the 110 of Chris Eastwood.
Has he got front and rear start devices on that Honda? Because that was really, really low. He got a proper good jump as they all make their way around turn 2. And it is Eccleston that leads from the 110 of Chris Eastwood. And again, another man. We've got a good Scottish contingent in this. They've got a great track up there at Crail, which we will visit later on this year. Looking forward to that. But it's Eccleston that leads. They come through this flick flack in the middle of the circuit. And he's run wide. Eastwood's got his nose up the inside, but Eccleston manages to close the door. It looks like Bremner trying to ride around the outside of him. Groom has got himself up into 4th. 5th place then is the 24 of Paul Baxter by the looks of it. As the rest of the field stream through, this is always one of the tightest races, this B Group.
So all these riders trying to fight for them top 2 positions to be able to make their way up to A's for the rest of the day.
Bremner will fancy himself a little bit of this. They've been chasing set up on that Husky. Been on that bike for just a year now. He goes really wide. Oh yes. I want to say he'll be lucky to hang on to that. Took the front. Eastwood has to go the long way round and goes up the bank. Bremner hangs on. So let's see if anybody goes right. So I'd expect Groomy to go to the outside, but Eastwood's gone wide, so Groom's cut to the inside. And all of a sudden, the 255 of Eccleston has a little bit of daylight at the top.
Doesn't look like Eastwood managed to get past Bremner, taking that outside line as they ran round that berm. So it is still Bremner followed by Eastwood and then Groom.
There's that Pennington in there in about 5th or 6th as well. The rest of the field stream through. Neil Meelan there on the back of the number 10 of the Automotive Solutions Husky of Paul Reynolds. Bremner then just managing to hold on to 2nd, but he tried to ride around the outside of Eccleston, and he'll know that he can't hang about because there's a massive group behind him, so he will want to try and break out. He's starting to pull away from Chris Eastwood. I say that Honda all out the back of a van last night, and they worked late into the night to get it all set up. There was a 1/4 of a second across the line last time. Probably going to be about the same this time as well. Baxter's past Pennington, and we'll see who is going to be the man to go up with Kyle Eccleston. Eccleston fastest then 134.8.
So Brett Haley got a good start, so he's already up to 16 on these opening laps. The 110 of Chris Eastwood there, taking that outside line again, but he seems to lose a bit of time. So now he's got the 138 of Groom all over the back of him. So
Groom, he'll nail it round. He's a good motocross for his Paul Groom. See him get the front wheel up over that wave. So will he try and go to the inside here? It doesn't look like any of our riders in this race are using that inside line. It's just too difficult to get onto. Bremner closing down Kyle Eccleston. It was a second over the line last time. Oh, Eastwood getting a little bit wayward. Paul Groom still in there with a shout as well. And it's Baxter. But he's off the back of this group.
Looks like Baxter's going to be facing a little bit of pressure from the 666 of Darrell Pennington. Looking at our lap times, see there in the background of this leading group.
So Paul Groom's been riding really well this year, the man from North Nottinghamshire. Again, a lot of experience. He's on a decent bike. And he's forced his way into the A group more than one occasion. Oh, Bremner then just backing it in. He backs it in, but he backs it in sitting a long way back on the bike, which is, I think, one of the things that maybe causes him a few issues. When the thing does get away from him, he's got a lot of weight on the rear, and when it lets go, with interest.
Looks like we've got a little battle going on for ninth between the two Bathmate riders of James Wood and Jamie Wrigglesworth, a little bit further back in the pack as well. Looking around ninth. Again at the front, Eastwood taking that outside line, giving Green the opportunity to try and get a little bit closer on the inside.
Oh, different camera angle this time as Eastwood fires to the outside. And Eastwood looks like he's got the pass made. Has he managed to get up the inside? Not quite, but he levelled Bremner as they came up the hill. So that just to show that it is doable, as Paul Groom all over the back of him. If this gets into fisticuffs, we will see the 138 of Paul Groom pick up the pieces.
So it looks like the battle there for 12th on our split screen between the number 10 Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds and the 101 of Neil Mealy. Through
the centre, and it's still Eccleston. I do rate this guy as a rider. He always seems to have the speed but never quite the look. We did see him spin out of I think second position at Three Sisters last time, but he's under pressure from Bremner, and he'll know, he may not know it's Bremner, but he'll know who's out there on track. He'll have an idea of who's breathing down his neck, and he has got a little bit of a gap behind Bremner, and of course you can afford to let Bremner by and still make it into the A group, but if he does that, he'll soon fall back into the clutches of Eastwood and Groom.
So currently the fastest rider out on track is the 110 of Chris Eastwood, doing a 134.4, but Bremner only a tenth slower, with Eastwood about 2/10 slower than that.
Bremner goes up outside and takes the outside dirt line. You can see that it's a lot more severe than it looks. Groom's going to come to the inside. Is he going to be able to do anything up the hill? So Bremner covered off the Eastwood move that time by going to the outside in the hairpin at the bottom. Again, you can see he's got the rear end of that Husky all lit up as our race leader again has just suddenly got enough breathing room. Bremner does hold it. Oh, he's gone down. Bremner's lost it.
Nearly taking Eastwood with him, so he just lost the rear there. Heading up that steep incline towards that turn, towards the final long straight. But that's given Groom the opportunity to get past the 110 of Eastwood.
Yeah, so Paul Groom, I said he was there, and he is indeed. So I'm expecting that Groom will pull some time out of Chris Eastwood in the off-road, because he is a really good off-road rider. No disrespect to Eastwood, because he's usually a top performer in the A group as well, but he's out there on a bike that is not known to him. But Bremner then, he just cut through. He took what you would consider to be the racing line if grip wasn't a problem, and he got himself onto the shiny bit of the circuit and just tipped in a little bit too eagerly, and you can just see he just washed out from underneath him a real low speed low side. But that is how bad the grip is in that area of the circuit, Danielle. And like I say, you rode it yesterday. Oh, Eastwood fires it up the inside of Groomy. That was a great pass. Is Groomy going to be able to come back? Eastwood's been going to the outside up here. Groom will go to the inside. Chops back. Oh, great bit of back and forth racing here. Groom will go to the inside down this hairpin. Eastwood goes wide, carries the speed up the hill, but Paul Groom will carry the speed over the top.
Yeah, Paul Groom, another one of these riders that has great motocross experience. I believe he goes riding with Richard Sharp quite often. So definitely not shy on the off-road.
So Eastwood's going to try and have a run up the inside, but he just ran out of grip as they came out of that left-hander at the bottom of the hill. So Eccleston now has checked out to the tune of nearly 3 seconds at the front of this one. With 4 laps to go, 3 to go next time by. So Groom then in second. Like I say, Eastwood didn't ride yesterday, and might just take him a little bit of time to find his mojo. He's another rider coming back after a few injuries last season.
Looks like we got a little battle there with, I think that was Brett Haley and Mark Stevens there as they head on off the off-road. So 2 of our veteran riders there, both, I believe, in our Super Vets class on a Saturday.
So Eccleston across the line then, 135 this time, best lap of 134.8. Fastest rider on track has been Chris Eastwood, but he's done a 35.6 this time. Lost a little bit of time to Paul Groom. This is where Groom is making much better time. That is a big send there. It's so much easier to see the distance. So Groomy will just try and lift the wheel over that wave. Doesn't quite go over the tabletop. The grip does go away a little bit there, but he will stand up, bounce his way down the step, down the Bathmate drop off.
That split screen is just showing the gap between Brett Haley and Mark Stevens down to 0.4 across the line on that lap.
And they are starting to close Eccleston down a little bit, because it wasn't as close as that this time. Is Eccleston getting tired, or is Groom getting the hurry up, trying to stay in front of Chris Eastwood? That gap is definitely coming down at the front. It was 2.6 across the line last time. They make their way down to the South Bank turn. Eccleston then, the Bathmate KTM.
There's the 167 of Michael Craig making his way off the off-road. He's currently sitting in 18th position, so he's just behind that battle between the 154 of Brett Haley and the 944 of Mark Stevens.
So it is getting a little bit closer. 2 to go then. We're going to get a pass down the inside from Eastwood again. No, this time Groom just has a little bit more of an advantage, and they are closing in on the 255 of Kyle Eccleston. So it was 1.4 over the line, but it's not going to be that now. I would say it's going to be under a second. And now all of a sudden Groom is going to find himself in a situation. If he wants to make a pass on Eccleston, he's going to leave the door wide open for Chris Eastwood. And Eastwood is on the outside looking in here. He's got to do something. If he wants to find his way into the A group, he's going to have to make this pass. He can't sit there in third.
So Eccleston will now be able to hear the bike of 138 Paul Groom as they head round that slower corner. You can hear other riders. So he'll now be trying to play a game of chicken with himself on late braking into this flip-flop chicane as they try and straight line it to carry as much speed as possible, but that gap has closed up considerably.
So Groom was a second faster on that last lap than our race leader Kyle Eccleston. It's just going to be a case now of where can he force a pass, because I think that Eastwood will try and make a pass on Groom as they go into the off-road, and whether he's going to end up clearing everybody out, I don't know. But Eastwood is running out of time. It should be last lap this time by. We'll wait for our Kirk, our finisher, to see. Yeah, last lap flag is there. So Eccleston, he was almost away at the front of this one, and he's now finding himself under pressure. Here comes Eastwood around the outside. So Eastwood, is he going to manage to get it stopped? He does. So is he going to go wide at the top of the hill again and give it back to Groom, or does he stay tight? He stays tight. So now it's all on this last lap. Eastwood goes to the outside. Is he going to rail round? Oh, he goes really high, almost over the top. That was a great move from Eastwood. He made that happen. He closed down the line at the top of the hill where he'd given the pass back to Paul Groom. And this is going to be a fantastic last lap. Oh, not riding on ice around this bit of the circuit.
We've got another little battle further down in the pack, so it looks like the battle for 13th between Jake Sayer and Paul Reynolds now as they head through the off-road. So Jake's managed to make his way past the 211 of Chris Lambourne, but he takes the outside line and looks like he's getting the run on the number 10 of Paul Reynolds. to take 13th away from him.
But the battle at the front then as they come down to the last few corners, it is Eccleston from Eastwood, from Groom.
It looked like the 311 of Jake Sayer went down just as they headed to that step down, so it looks like he's lost the place. We saw that yellow flag, so yeah, he's now missing from that group, so it's still the number 10 of Paul Reynolds holding that 12th position.
So Eccleston then, he's got a pole, put it through here. It doesn't look like Groom, he lights the rear up. It is going to be a win for Kyle Eccleston. Eastwood second, Paul Groom third, and he's on the outside looking in, so he's not going to make it up to the A group. That was a cracking race. Baxter then comes across the line in fourth, didn't get much chance to mention him.
We've got there the 151 of Blaine Pearson and the 68 of Jamie Wrigglesworth heading round South Bank. So it's looking like Blaine's made the pass on Jamie on that final lap. So Blaine there crosses the line in 10th place, with Jamie Wrigglesworth finishing in 11th. Then it is Paul Reynolds and Chris Lambourne. So we'll have to have a look to see where the 311 of Jake Sayer managed to remount. So we saw him, just the tail end of him heading off. So there he is, just crossing the line. So it looks like he's finished in 14th.
Well, that was a cracking race then. Kyle Eccleston, he took the whole shot and fended off all comers in that one. I thought he was going to let that one slip away at the end, and Paul Groom got mugged by Eastwood. That was a great pass by Eastwood, and he made the pass where you can on that clean bit of the track on the outside, just getting yourself level and giving the guy nowhere to turn in. We saw Ian Bremner almost go down there early on in the race as well, and that race brought to you by Race IQ. Next race then, British Supermoto A, brought to you by Sheen's Projects and Doors Limited. Jay Smith then, the Trips.UK MTR KTM rider. A man on form this season. He's very much in, I think, in a different mindset this year. As I said earlier on, I think that he's prepared to let the races come to him. And that MTR KTM, they had Franco Mollo here from Italy with the Trips KTM team. Those are ex-World Championship spec bikes, and getting them set up at the first round. And hopefully all they're going to have to do is just put fuel in them and just do a few little bits of setup. They're not going to be chasing the setup. So we see the 155 of Chris Walker come through. So some news from the paddock. We went out and obviously as we get to try and get our news sorted out as to what's going on. So Richard Sharp was out in Superpole on the bike of his son Harley, and the reason for that was that during free practice this morning, or free practice and qualifying this morning, Richard Sharp didn't feel that the motor in his bike was running quite as it should, and rather than risk causing more damage, they parked that for the day, and as a result he went out on Harley's bike in certainly in Superpole. I think Harley went out in the B group qualifying, I think so, but he will be riding the spare bike of Chris Walker, so he will hopefully have the 217 Husqvarna front number plate on that bike. But they were doing suspension changes and all sorts of bits and bobs on that bike to get that one ready. There is the number one of Chris Hodgson on the TM Moto Leeds UK TM 450. And again, back from injury, broken collarbone, pinned and plated. And sort of know they breed him tough up north. Also, the number 4, the Maxman of David Pearce, who had a massive off yesterday through the centre section of the course.
So our front row of the grid, our Super Pole, the news from that was on pole will be 33 of Jay Smith. However, number 7 and number 1 of Jamie and Chris both actually managed to do the exact same qualifying time for their Super Pole. So
that totally passed me by, and we just came up and saw what the lead, saw what it was on the screen, and gave it to I think to Hodgie, but it was JD that did it because he gets it because he was faster in the earlier session.
Yes, so
brilliant.
With Jamie being faster in the final A race qualifying, he takes the second position on the grid. So you can see their teammate, the 54 of Richard Blakeman. So he's starting this race down in 7th behind the number 100 of Alex Mullaney and alongside Trips UK boss Chris Walker.
So Blakeman then currently nursing an illness, was very, very under the weather yesterday and managed to row through the pain barrier, but it's not nice when you're not feeling great. And so Smith, Duncan, Hodgson lead them out then for the official warm-up lap of this first of our British Championship A races. There is the 79 of Peter Bennett. Now he's a rider that has been he's had some flashes of brilliance. He was our rider of the season last year, and local track to him. So front row then, pole position for Jay Smith, second place Jamie Duncan, third number 1 Chris Hodgson, and fourth marksman David Pearce.
Row 2 we've got Richard Sharp, Alex Mullaney, Richard Blakeman, and then Chris Walker.
And row 3, Peter Bennett, Dean Hillier, he had a good day yesterday, Lee Williams and Harley Sharp.
And then we've got row 4 with Andy Mitchell, Jack Nation, Seth Gibson, and rounding out our A race, Oliver Holmes.
So Holmes and Gibson making the cut by right this today. He dipped out yesterday, and interesting to see as Hodgson pulls up on that TM Moto Leeds bike, just leaning the bike over to get the oil round the clutch. Both him and Mullaney have got some really nice bits on that those bikes. They've got the remote start device, so they just have to pull a little bit of a lever. They've got the Cobra, I believe they're Cobra twin discs, although they're definitely twin discs. All of that stuff available from Davide Mastro as our cameraman gets escorted off the grid. There's Harley Sharp.
So Harley looking like he's back on his own bike.
So green flag, red flag, they will look at the lights, and our first of our A group races will get underway. Away they go. Let's see who's going to get the whole shot. That was a great start from row 2, I believe. Yeah. From Richard Sharp. So Sharp has come through into third, and Hodgie then down the inside of Jay Smith into turn 2. So Hodgson will lead them away. Smith second. Then it's going to be the 217 of Sharp. The rest of the field stream through Andy Mitchell then, and Harley Sharp out there in 10th through 11. Green flag then, and here they've gone for the first time. Alex Mullaney on the 100. TMR under 21 champion, the 17-year-old. He was outstanding yesterday. So
it's Hodgson from Smith, followed by Sharp, and then the 4 of David Pearce, with Alex Mullaney there looking to try and get up the inside. But it looks like all our riders safely around lap 1. Is that Jack Nation there going around the outside of Harley Sharp there as they enter this infield section a little bit further down in the pack?
So our front 2 then already starting just to make a little bit of a break. But Richard Sharp there in third has not sat on this bike. And Smith then all over the back. And whilst both of these guys are not what you would call inexperienced in the off-road, but Richard Sharp, massive leap down the hill from Jamie Duncan.
Yeah, it looks like Jamie's railed it round the outside to try and get the legs on Alex Mullaney.
Is anybody going to go
round
this inside run? No, they're not. I know you can jump the step from the inside because I've done it, but it's not easy. Track's starting to get a bit bumpy, so Hodgie then at the front through this really slick. You can see that they're just scrabbling for grip. Sharpie hanging on. He always does this. He said he has a look over his shoulder. He goes as hard as he can to stay with the front guys for as long as he can.
So the 7 of Jamie Duncan did make his way past the 100 TM Leeds UK rider of Alex Mullaney through that off-road section. Mullaney not able to make a pass back as they head down that straight, but he's still all over the back of the Scotsman. So Mullaney going to the outside.
Oh, he's on the grass and he's down. Oh, Mulaney just got the rear wheel on the grass as he tipped in. Fairness to Duncan, he did not know he was there. And Mulaney then fires it back up, gets it into gear, but the rear end came out. Luckily it didn't eyesight in that at all, or that could have been a far worse outcome than it was.
So it looks like Alex has managed to rejoin behind the 108 of Dean Hillier down there. So good to see him back up.
So it's all closing up at the front then.
So watching, we've got the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, closely followed by the 33 of Jay Smith, but fastest man on track at the moment is the 217 of Richard Sharp on that borrowed bike, doing a 129.8 as they head down the fast back straight. So Jamie Duncan now at the back of that fast pack, looking to chase the number 4 of David Pearce, but here is that replay. See there, Alex there, taking a tumble, but straight back up, not wasting any time, so glad he's okay.
So the battle then at the front, Richard Sharp is not letting these guys get away. And Hodgson still not able to break the number 33 of Jay Smith. Sharpie's still there in the background. He's got a bit of a mistake there from Smith. David Pearce then, he took a proper beating yesterday. Wasn't even sure whether he was going to ride. Sharpie around the outside of Jay Smith. Is he going to get the run up the hill? I don't think he is. We did see Sharpie make some passes down here in the race last year. Down the Bathmate drop off. The bumps helping just to slow these guys. So Duncan then on the back of this 5-man freight train at the front of our first A group race today. Oh, Hodgson from Smith, from Sharp, from David Pearce and Jamie Duncan. And then now 7 seconds down the road from our 6th place man, the man off his sick bed, Richard Blakeman.
So it looks like we've got a bit of a battle going on for 7th between Chris Walker, Lee Williams and Peter Bennett. So their time's looking really close back there.
So Jay will know that he's got Hodgson right under his nose. If there's any mistake then from the man from the northwest,
you can see there on
Maryport, he will be all over him.
On that wide shot there, you could just see the tail end of Lee Williams trying to find a way past Chris Walker and Richard Blakeman as they headed round South Bank. But back at the front, our leaders head into the off-road.
Not really a lot they can do up here. So that jump down there is a little bit. There's definitely 2 lines, but there's nothing that they can do. Duncan looking like he's having a run round the outside of David Pearce. And if there's anybody can find a way through there, it will be the Scotsman Jamie Duncan on the Contract Solutions Fat and Fast KTM, and indeed he has. So Pearce has gone down. No, he's not. Sorry, I missed it. Just as it looked like I missed Pearce there.
So Duncan there spinning up the rear, but is currently our fastest man on track, doing a 129.3. So he's really pushing to chase the man from the Isle of Man. Our split screen there showing the 817 of Harley Sharp, who's currently sat in 12th, followed by the 188 of Seth Gibson.
Gibson having a decent run, qualifying for the A group. Straight out of qualifying for, I think possibly might be the first time. But, so Hodgson leads round South Bank turn then. Smith still there, 6 to go. So a little bit of a moment for Jay there. Impressed with Richard Sharp. This is Chris Walker's wet bike, and he's just jumped on it and nailed it, not let him go. He's under pressure from Pearce. who's closed up these guys again on the tarmac. His road race background then and his knee down style. Duncan just starting to lose a little bit of time maybe on these four at the front. And they come down the Bathmate drop, and it is a real tight battle.
So we can see there the 817 of Harley Sharp. That gap between him and Seth Gibson's really closed up now as they head into the off-road. Followed closely by the 108 of Dean Hillier and Oliver Holmes. Hillier there taking that outside line. Holmes there just clipping the back wheel as they headed over the tabletop.
So has Hodgson just done enough to control this race out the front? Smith still all over the back of him at the moment, but and Richard Sharp hanging in there.
Yeah, we know that Chris Hodgson's still coming back from injury, but he hasn't been able to break away from this pack with clear track. The gap back to Richard Sharp opening up ever so slightly now from the 33 of Jay Smith.
So is Jay going to try and force the issue, or is he just going to wait for a mistake from the number one Supermoto UK TM of our 18-time champion? We did see it yesterday. Hodgie clipped a tyre and bent the brake lever around on that number one bike. Well, they are all full power down there. It's starting to hog out. When you think of how much rain we had over Friday night, Danielle, the track is
battle
dry.
Here. Sorry to interrupt, Phil, but that was Lee Williams going up the inside of the 61 of Andy Mitchell as they head into the off-road, I believe. So great pass from him there, sending the Bathmate rider a bit wide there. Looks like the 94 of Lee Williams had gone down on that previous lap, so he's now trying to chase back some of those places because he was battling with the 155 of Chris Walker and the 54 of Richard Blakeman. So have we got a change at the front? Because all of a sudden we look like we might have been missing a couple of riders there. So Hodgie loses the rear. Is Smith going to have a punt at him? Richard Sharp's there, and again the rear of that TM starts to step out. They come across the line. Have we lost Pearce and Duncan? Because they're not right in the background as they were. So it looks like they have dropped off slightly. We can see there Richard Sharp. They're both gone. They're not there. So whatever happened, we'll catch that on the Bathmate replay. But I certainly didn't see anything on screen. Our split screen showing there the 79 of Peter Bennett trying to get around the 155 of Chris Walker. It looks like it's still Richard Blakeman in front. So Jamie Duncan looks to have made the pass on David Pearce from our timing screen. But we can't quite see them on track just yet. They're a long way back, Danielle. They're 12 and 19 seconds, so some contact or not, as the case may be, but definitely an incident. So it is now a three-man battle at the front, and Hodgson comes through as Jay Smith then rattles through there just on the rev limiter. Sharp there in third. He will not probably not be aware that he's now got a country mile behind him, but he picked up a victory yesterday by hanging into it just at this point in the race. So we look then at the back of the number one of Chris Hodgson, who has started to just eke out a little bit of an advantage at the front. So it looks like we've got another battle there on our split screen between the 61 of Andy Mitchell and the 817 of Harley Sharp there, taking a slightly wider line to try and get the run as they head down that straight. So 2 to go then. If Jay's going to do anything, it needs to be now. But Chris looking absolutely on rails into that off-road section, getting to grips with that new bike for this season. Just not giving Jay Smith even a crumb of a chance. Richard Sharp still in there on the back of Smith. And we'll try and find out what happened with Jamie Duncan and David Pearce. There is absolutely nothing between these two riders at the front, with Chris doing a 128.854 and Jay fastest with a 128.853. So absolutely nothing in it.
And Richard Sharp now all over the back of Jay Smith. So we saw yesterday that they may be teammates, but Sharpie will push his way through. If there's a pass to be had, he will make the pass. There's no team orders. And he will do everything that he can to try and get himself up to second position. He's chasing the championship himself. It does look like Jay has gone away from chasing Chris Hodgson to now having to defend the 217 of Richard Sharp.
So it should be now the last lap flag being held out there by Kirk. So I'm assuming all these riders will now be either on a last lap dash or trying to cover the inside to try and prevent a last minute pass to be made.
So Hodgson then off-road for the final time. Well, this will be the first time that he's seen taking the checkered flag on this this bike in a race situation, because like I say, he went out earlier in round one.
The gap back to the 7 of Jamie Duncan now opened up to 16.3 seconds. So he's now sort of sat in that fourth position. He's not got much opportunity to be able to try and gain on that.
So Sharp then all over the back of teammate Jay Smith as they come down the back straight for the final time. You can see that patchy tarmac there that you spoke about earlier, Danielle, especially on the braking, going in the opposite direction. But Sharp then still putting the pressure on. And I think it's Jace to lose at this point. Hodgson then already tipping into Southbank for the final time with a comfortable gap now to over the number 33 of Jay Smith.
So on our split screen there, you could see the 108 of Dean Hillier trying to take the outside, with Harley Sharp almost losing the rear as they headed into that berm down the step up, managing to keep it together.
But here then, Chris Hodgson, you can see the victory in a punch in the air there. That'll be a relief for him. Quarter of a second between Smith and Harley, Smith and Richard Sharp as they came across the line, and then it's going to be a long way back to our next rider across the line, who should be the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Well, that was a cracking race.
We've got the 79 there of Peter Bennett trying to make his way around the outside of Chris Walker. Chris there blocking the inside so he can't have it on the cutback. As they now head towards the checkered flag, it looks like it's going to be Chris Walker coming home in 7th, followed by the 79 of Peter Bennett. So an
excellent race then, our first championship race in the books. A brilliant win then for Chris Hodgson, coming back from injury and surgery. Jay Smith then fastest lap of the race, 128.8, but not enough to take victory. So we said before, Hodgson has got to win all of these races. He has had a no score in round one, and he needs to be make sure that he's winning these races all the way to the end of the season to try and keep himself in the hunt for at least a podium position. There's our race winner then, number 1, Chris Hodgson. Jay Smith then, number 33. Lift the bike onto the stand, and we will see hopefully the number 217 of Richard Sharp in there as well. Danielle making her way down there to talk to these guys. A handshake from Odgie and Jay Smith. And there's a lot of stuff goes on in this paddock. All of these guys have the utmost respect for each other, and Chris and Jay are both top line performers. We wait then for the 217 to join them, and then we'll hopefully get a quick word with our victor, Chris Hodgson. And Danielle down there then in pit lane, ready to go, hopefully. Oh, Odgie wouldn't say barely broke a sweat, but he looks like he's definitely earned his money this afternoon. Right, so Danielle then down there with Richard Sharp.
So, Richard, great race. You're pushing at the front for the entirety of it. Not even on your own bike, so great ride there.
Yeah, happy with that. Obviously, I've got a few bike issues with my bike, so Chris has lent me his spare bike. So I was pleased to keep it with them boys. More than I expected. So yeah, just need a little bit more, but yeah, I'm happy.
Any changes you're going to be making for race 2?
Not really. I might stiffen it up a little bit, that's all, but yeah, we're good. Enjoyed it.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll head over to Jay. So Jay did have the fastest lap by, I think it was 1,000th of a second over Chris, but couldn't quite find a way past.
Well, yeah, we're all so close out there. There is a few little places where I can see the door open, but it's just whether I want to hit that in the first race. So I might save that one to the next one. But the most important thing was the start. You know, Chris managed to get good drive and down into that second corner first, and that's important. If you can get down around that first right-hander, then as long as I keep my pace up, I should be able to hold everyone off.
Yeah, pace was definitely there, just couldn't find a way through. Also, got to ask about the Legends over in Spain. You've got a podium over there at the S1 in their Legends class. How was that?
It was a fantastic sort of experience, really. You know, I had some real good old fast names there. It's all well serious. Managed to get on the podium, so that was like my first European/World Championship podium. So it was a nice one to knock off the bucket list. It was pretty cool.
Definitely cool.
Thank you.
So we'll now grab a quick chat with our race 1 winner, Chris Hodgson. We know you're coming back for injury. How's the collarbone holding up?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm lucky just to be riding, and did not expect to be up front with these guys and running the pace that we're running. So, no, I can't really thank the team behind us enough for, sorting the bike, sorting my operation out. So there was no pressure to come this weekend. David at TM Leeds, he just said, "Listen, mate, if it's not right, don't ride." But I feel like I owe it to the team, to TM and Dave at TKB and Ian Hutchinson to get out there. So this race win will do.
Well, we haven't had a chance to actually ask you about your new bike, obviously because you weren't able to race at round 1. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, love the bike. Round by round, we're going to get quicker and quicker, I think. So, yeah, we've got it set up on the Michelin tyres, and yeah, absolute dream come true that first race. So, happy with it.
I think that's quite worrying for everyone else to hear, that you're thinking you're going to get quicker and quicker. So we'll see how everything goes in race 2, but you'll be starting on pole, which is exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a good jump off the start then, so with a couple of yards advantage, hopefully we'll be even better in race 2.
Yep. So I'll hand it back to Phil as we get ready for a little bit of a break and to then head into our second block of races.
Okay, cheers, Danielle. And so, as you said, we're going to have a lunch break now, and we will be back a little bit later on this afternoon with our second group of races. Here's our timetable then for the rest of the day. So we're going to take a break now, and we should be back on track around 2:30 with Supermoto Academy Race 2, followed by C, B and A. And then again back on track at 16:10 for Supermoto Academy Race 3. And our final group of races here at the British Supermoto Championship, brought to you by Trips.uk here at Teesside Autodrome. We hope that you can join us a little bit later on for the rest of our action.
Knee down for me is then normally followed by arse and head. That's the problem.
Incredible. It's a bit bleak, I'm not gonna lie, but I thought I'd start early, irritating everybody with the camera. Check out the guys setting up in the awning. Franco's here, Mr. MTR himself. Jay's here, Groom's here. The bikes look fantastic. So yeah, we're going to go start irritating them straight away. I need my jacket.
Have you got it? That's a camper.
Is it in there?
Birch.
I can't get my jacket. I just dumped my bike there, but I can put it wherever you want.
He's cleaning next time.
You know?
Yeah, he's cleaning next time. So bulkier than Josh's.
Yeah, it's not going well. I'll clean it right now. look at all the shiny
Carbon.
Did it make it faster?
No, definitely not. It's not looking bad for weekend.
No, I think it'll be alright.
You said it was sunny, so.
That's what it says. Chapter 33. Knowledge bike. What's happening?
Chief, where's the merch?
Yeah, I want my merch. We're going for merch. Morning all. Seemed like an appropriate time to do a bit of an intro. It's 20 to 8 on Friday morning. Test day today. Paddock is now not brimful, but it will be by the end of today. Yeah, we've got a day of testing today, tarmac only, no dirt. Chris and the guys put a load of extra effort into the dirt again for this round, so the dirt looks awesome and ultimately terrifying because I don't do dirt, hence the knee sliders. Big thanks to Tina for making the kit absolutely awesome. I realised in episode 1, never introduced myself, didn't get a graphic. Everybody else got a fancy little graphic with their name and number. Could be here, could be here. Fancy little graphic. Now you know who I am and what my race number is. Psyched for it. Should be really good.
It just felt absolutely brilliant.
That's a happy Chris, that is.
Yeah. Just need to learn how to change gear.
Better than the other one.
Yeah, 100% man. Yeah, it's just so planted, and I've just got problems changing gear, so it's just going to.
She's got the height of the lever. I'm the same.
So we've tried lifting hill one, and I'm missing gears now, but the bike is.
Don't want to change anything?
No. Good.
Happy?
Fantastic. Brilliant. Really pleased. Bike felt lovely. Happy with that.
That's a happy grooming.
It's happy
16-inch front.
16-inch from wet, but it's slick now. Definitely slick in it.
Yeah.
Front slick.
There's a lot of positivity here.
Feeling it.
To bring us down a peg or two, I'll speak to Harley. Look. You happy, Harley?
Yeah, feel quite good actually. It's alright, yeah. I'm pumped apart from that because I feel comfortable. Yeah, you sit now, we'll rock out when I first got on bike, but now it's obviously when it's hard like that, you need to move fast for it to work. Going slow, it's just rock hard and no movement, but now it's good. I'm enjoying it.
Well, good. It's flowing lot.
Well, coming up to that tabletop.
I've got sweat on.
How was it? It's warm, isn't it? It's warm in here.
Then next, I'm about to go for a slick. You've got slick.
I'm going slick.
JD, you went full slick.
No, I wet on the front. Yeah, just pushing it too much. Look at Ian over there, quality, flat out. Bike feels awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think last time when we rode it, very cold.
Yeah.
And I had all the dry settings on it, and I think it was a little bit too harsh. But today, in them greasy, wet conditions, special fuel cheap.
Special
Fuel, thanks to Evan.
What number is he?
Oh, it's gonna kill me.
Come on.
It's 3 digits.
You got a bit of a day on today.
Yeah.
It's only a practice session though, so all's going well.
Even Harley's happy. That's good talk.
In them conditions.
Yeah, no, it's a grumpy bastard. My chain adjusters are like maxed out, so the wheelbase is super long. So yeah, then theoretically,
Short wheelbase.
short wheelbase, exactly, without buying an MTR swing arm. Although you should of course buy an MTR swing arm because Franco's in the tent and I wouldn't want to take away any swing arm. So
Oh yeah. Feels nice. It's that swinging arm. You need one of them swinging arms, guys. While Franco's here. Franco, sell you some swinging arms here.
get your swinging arm. Send me.
Yeah, good that. Positive. Won't change a thing.
You are too fast. Maybe it's better if you go back with the original ringer.
Hey, looks great.
Feels
I'm psyched for you.
Feels planted.
So, what we get?
Yeah. Just I've not had that feeling at the bike since the road change thing. You're just so settled, yeah, just lovely.
Great.
I didn't know you were there. Then I eased up. I sort of like had a bit. I think you had a bit of pomp, didn't you? Because I had a bit of one of them to ease, and then I realised we were together then.
Yeah.
And I thought I've got to try and stay.
Yeah.
So then you gapped me there, but then there I can
Just
get you there. Then he takes you that to get me again.
100%.
It's not a lot.
When the dirt is in, I'm screwed.
People that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot of sounds, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot of sounds, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot of sounds, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
Right, okay, we've got a moment of peace. Quick update. The dirt looks terrifying. Feel very rushed off my feet today because we've been setting up for the broadcast tomorrow. Transponder wasn't fully charged. Faff. But it's all good. The Race IQ app looks like it's going to be final beta testing today. So hoping that by the end of today we'll have a fully functioning Race IQ app. So yeah, I think we should be good. And I am going to basically just follow Slater, Team Novice.
Just checking tyre pressure. Oh, you've been checking yours?
Yeah, I've done it. That's what Jay's running. I'm going to bleep that out so no one knows what pressures we're running. They'll lip read you. I'll censor your mouth. They look beautiful.
Yeah,
so it
but-
just makes you look buff.
Yeah, but look at Derby sticking out.
Don't think about that. It's the camel toe you got to worry about.
Oh dear.
Fingers crossed. I'll give you an update when I'm covered in fucking mud. And I managed to not swear then. I'm growing as a person.
What I need to do.
No, that's me. I'm no good to ask.
I can stop on.
I can't stop up.
It's them other 3 seconds a lap I can't find.
I've got to find another 10.
That off-road's 2 seconds. Just getting it right and wrong, innit?
Chief, you got enough for pre-workout. You were too aggressive first corner.
I thought you were going to crash and take Duncan with you, and I would like picking my line, then Blake and somebody else came inside of me.
Relief that's a good result on race one. We'll take that. We can do that all year. We'll have that.
Hey, yes, mate. Yeah. So I was a bit doom and gloom when I came in. Shouldn't have been. Should have won it. Missed it by a second, but I'm well psyched. And Chris's help in the dirt was invaluable. So yeah, really pleased.
Successful first day.
Yeah.
Days took a win. I took a win. You didn't take a win.
By a quarter of a second. What a knob. No one's going to know that secretly... Look at her, secretly, she's just tidying up for a collection. Look at that chicken technique. Excitement! It's exciting for everybody. We've got to have attractive women in the blog at some point. Oh, bugger off.
No, they'll be all bleeped out.
Okay, so welcome back everybody to our second block of races here at Teesside Autodrome for round 2 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. Supermoto Academy brought to you by FF Solutions Limited Design and Build. There is the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, but it was Blake Wilson that was our winner in the opening race, and he will be favourite to repeat that based on the form that we've seen so far this weekend, Danielle.
Yep, so we had Archie Ormrod came home in second, closely followed by Archie Reynolds, so I feel like that'll be a race to watch in this one. He definitely was quicker than Archie Ormrod, but he just couldn't find a way past, and I feel like he got scuppered a little bit with a few back markers. The 77 there of Leon Tull finished 4th, so he'll be the last rider on the front row of our grid. Again, he kept pace the entirety of the way through. Good ride from him.
So this academy class then, where all of our stars of the future start to cut their teeth, and as we can see, it's a pretty stacked grid. There's the 79 of young Bennett, Jackson Bennett there on the BBR KTM.
Yep, getting himself all excited and raring to go for race 2 of this Academy Championship. So we're just having a nosy through. So we've got there Belle Wingate. Had a quick chat with her during the break. She wasn't happy with her riding. Speaking to her, she kind of wished there was a little bit more off-road. She was hoping to be going up and down the hill like the big bikes are doing, but she's not doing bad. She's there in 9th on that last one, 8th, sorry, followed by teammate Lily Rhodes in 9th. So again, some good consistent results there. Lap time wise, could just do with like taking a little bit off, be pushing up there for them podium positions, but some good riding from them.
Josh Walker there on screen on the 455, his first season racing there with Dad Chris, who's the sponsor of this series. Josh out there having fun for the first time. Lily Rhodes there at number 56, and again she's been good value for money, doing 2 classes today. We can see lots of people in there, and Lane Pearson, last time I saw him through the paddock he was running through with an exhaust pipe of Alex Mullaney's to go and get that welded as a result of that off in the first A group race. That's Mullaney uninjured, and they're feverishly rebuilding that 450 TM there in the TM Moto Leeds tent. Billy Carter there, 101. In Clarkey. So right, so this is
Tyler Clark.
Tyler Clark, right. So that's his dad Dean there, who's also racing. I believe they're both from the motocross background, and that is one of the that's Ollie O'Gorman. So
would that be a relation of British?
I was just about to say, is that one of Casey O'Gorman's little brother? And I think it is. A good mate of mine, John Settle, has he's been involved on and off for over a few years since these kids were back in mini bikes, and helped him out along the way. And Casey O'Gorman then is trying to find his way into Moto 3 as we speak, and I'm pretty sure that might be obviously looking at the bike, it is a road racer style bike. We'll try and find out that one and see what's going on. But I know that he did have a younger brother who was also very, very talented, and he was making his way through the ranks as well. So that's the Automotive Solutions 150 of Liam Pearson. He was good yesterday, and he dropped off the pace a little bit in one race, and then all of a sudden kind of found his rhythm again a little bit, which we sometimes see with these riders. It's really, really easy to just kind of have a few bad laps or a few bad corners and just lose the plot a little bit, and it took him a couple of laps to get back into it. But that last race that we saw yesterday was pretty close at the end. There's Cole Reynolds. So again, he's another rider that came up from our Bambino class and rode a few races last year, and Still there on a 65, and they're nicely resplendent in the colours of the Automotive Solutions team.
That's Berry Almond there, another one of our Bambino transition riders. So a little bit of a nat to her. She had a puncture, so they were just getting that sorted for her while they were waiting to fill the holding area.
Well, they're all raring to go. We're just waiting for the all clear from our circuit staff so we can get these guys and girls out on their warm-up lap. And you can see all on full slicks, even though we do have a dirt off-road section, no tyre cutting deemed necessary. It is one of those things that lots of people lose sleep over. Do I cut or don't I cut? But for these tyres, they get so warm, and the track circuit surface itself on the off-road section is fairly dry. Although we've got loose stones, but the stones don't really make a lot of difference with regards to whether the tyres have got cuts in or not. If you get it wrong, you're going down. Cuts are very, very unlikely to save you. But there is our, our front row of qualifiers. It's the TM Leeds Team UK 85 of Archie Reynolds. As you say, you can literally buy this bike out of the shop. Most of the others are all converted motocross bikes, but TM offer a range of small bore Supermoto bikes that you can buy over the counter. Just turn up, put numbers on a race, which is pretty much what I think Reynolds has done. And there is the number 40 DCI Gas of Archie Ormrod. Steely-eyed there, waiting then to go out on track. But he's had some stiff competition this weekend, which he's I'll say he's not normally used to. But he's never been a rider that's ran away at the front and hid. He's always had to battle for his wins, but it does look like Wilson has had the measure of him.
Thinking back to last season, he was very dominant here through the off-road. But again, so was Blake Wilson. We remember rightly, he was on a Kawasaki last season.
Yeah, I can't recall. I don't. There was somebody that was on a Kawasaki last year. I think has moved up to our adult classes. But anyway, it's Ormrod's chance to get a bit of redemption in this second race. Imagine we're just trying to recover a super light as Ormrod gets the nod to put on those tinted lenses into his goggles, and they will be kickstart the bike into action. Yeah, indeed, we've just got a couple of super lights that have been recovered, so we'll send them out on the warm-up lap, and then the buggies will be recovered back into the pits. We will see them do what they did last time, which is where they do an off-road out lap, and then they will do a sight lap from the grid. I would assume they would do a sight lap from the grid again. David did and will have given their instructions in the holding area, and so this was the bit where obviously the stones have dragged across from the main bit of the track, and that outside line, although it does look a little bit inviting, you've got to turn really sharply on the stones to get on that, and I don't think that that's something that these guys and girls will benefit from doing. That is the 100 there of Oliver Mullaney. He actually went down in the off-road section in the first race without actually doing anything wrong, just got very, very slightly off vertical, and before he knew where he were, the rear end had slid out on that. That is an auto, I believe, that KTM that he's on, not a 65. I think it's an auto. There's the 455 of Josh Walker. And like I say, it's amazing to see how these youngsters progress one week to the next. Every week they get a little bit quicker, move themselves up to the front, and all of a sudden it matters a little bit more. They're all friends in the paddock. And then obviously they have to start battling out on track, and it's good to see that so many of them have come from, let's say, our Bambino group to ride in this academy class. And as we've seen with Lily Rhodes, she's now riding. They're sending them straight round, not racking them up on the grid, so that will just save us a little bit of time. Good that these guys and girls get sight of the circuit, because it does change from lap to lap. Not so much on the tarmac, but obviously as the track dries out, if it's been wet or obviously the dirt gets carried around, it does make a difference. But there's our grid then. Pole then will be the number 8 of Blake Wilson from Archie Ormrod, Archie Reynolds and Leon Tall.
Row 2, we've got Liam Pearson, Jackson Bennett, Max Rhodes and Isabel Wingate.
Row 3, Lily Rhodes, Tom Nutter, Harris Tall and Ollie O'Gorman.
Then we've got Billy Carter, Cole Reynolds, Tyler Clark and Josh Walker.
And row 5, Garrison Metcalf, Oliver Mullaney, Barry Almond and Ruby Booth. Ruby starting from last because obviously she had a machine problem. Didn't see her in the holding area, but that doesn't say she's not there, but we will keep an ID out for her as they come round to complete this final sight lap. We'll just see if we can see Ruby on the back of the grid. I would expect her to make progress if she does start from that number 20 position. So we saw in the first one, Ormrod got the start and Wilson had to work quite hard for the battle, but it's I think a 65cc on pole, 85c second. Leon Tall then, the youngster from Scotland on the racing and cruising. I think that's a Husqvarna, but again it'll probably be a KTM or a Gas because they all look the same. So a little bit of stagger, about a bike length advantage each. So the qualification does matter, and it is fine margins that separate these guys and girls at the end of races. And qualification very, very important. There is Pearson then on the front of row 2 on the gas. And then Bennett. So Bennett's having a bit of a better day. And then the 58 of Max Rose and the 125 of Belle Wingate.
I can see there Ruby Booth is taking up a place at the back of the grid.
So whether she swapped machines or they've managed to fix the problem that they got in the opening race. There's one rider then just having a little bit of an issue getting his bike started. That was the number 85 of Billy Carter. So we'll wait for them to come under starters orders then for the second of our academy races. Red flag at the front. Andy will point at the lights and we will be underway. There they go. Let's see. Oh, a great start from Pearson. Pearson got a great jump. He will fire down the inside into turn 1, or not quite. So it is Ormrod again that takes the whole shot, as he did in race 1 from Wilson. I did think then that Pearson was going to get the run down the inside, but it wasn't quite the case.
I think Blake Wilson there shut the door as they headed into turn 1.
They fire then into this. They're coming into this one a lot quicker than they do normally because they're coming from the tarmac part of the circuit rather than the dirt part, as we wait for them to appear down the back straight. And here we go. Oh, and it looks like Leon Tall is also in there battling for the lead as they come by for the first time. Ollie O'Gorman in there battling away as well. Go through the infield for the first time, and it looks like Ormrod has already slipped to second, so that can only mean that our race leader then is the number 8 of Wilson. So we watch Belle Wingate come into South Bend for the first time, fully on where that oil was earlier on, so that's obviously not an issue now, or certainly not an issue for these riders. But it is Wilson that leads from Ormrod, from Tall, and then it's Reynolds in 4th.
He's then followed by Pearson, Bennett, Rhodes and Wingate.
You can see the twists and turns from this long angle camera as our race leader Wilson then into the off-road for the first time. We saw him switch from the knee down style to the foot out style a little bit, and again there he goes, just a little bit of a dab. Ormrod all over the back of him. They're not really squaring that off and able to jump down that may drop off. They just haven't got the speed to be able to clear that as the bigger bikes have. But this was where we saw Wilson then in the first one start to go a little bit foot out. He had a few moments and then started to maybe think that the foot out style might save him. So Tall has been relegated to 4th position, so it looks like we've got Archie Reynolds then on the Supermoto leads TM up to 3rd.
The 150 there of Liam Pearson fully tucked in down on that MC85 gas machine.
What we did see in that last one though was that Archie Reynolds, currently in 4th, did put in the fastest lap of the race, so he will know that he has the speed. That TM is a very, very quick bike out of the box, and he will know from, if he studied the lap times of course, he will know that he was the fastest man on track in that last race, so he should expect to catch Archie Ormrod, unless Ormrod gets a bit more of a wriggle on in this one. We did see him close right down to within a couple of seconds. Oh, in fact, under a second on Ormrod in the first one before slower traffic kind of halted his charge. But I think it was only half a second at the end. So Wilson then into the off-road, and that stone section there on the way into that little bump makes it very, very tricky. Oh, Wilson going the long way round. So
yeah,
Wilson making the turn.
outside line. I suppose that's the benefit of being at the front. He can try different things. So another rider there. So that looked like Leon Tall also taking that outside line, trying something a little bit different.
Yeah, as I said in the other races on the full circuit, it's always good to not follow, but the risk for me of having to make that turn on the stones, there's not enough advantage to be had. If it gave you the ability to send it down the Bathmate drop-off, then I would suggest that might be worthwhile, but I'm not expecting any of these guys to get anywhere near that. Jackson Bennett having a good run in sixth on this one. Then it's Beau Wingate, and then a battle then between Billy Carter and Lily Rhodes as they come through the centre, and her brother Max then. So he's another rider recovering from injury. He broke a collarbone at Three Sisters, I believe, or cracked a collarbone, so he's been off the bike for 4 weeks, back on it this weekend. And he's making a decent fist of it. Our race leader then already making his way back towards the start-finish. But the 8th, 9th and 10th place battle then, brother and sister. We'll see whether Max has got anything for Lily on this lap. You can see that Lily more of a road racer, hang-off style, whereas Max tends to be a little bit more traditional supermoto, although he does keep his feet on the footrest.
Oh, he's trying to go for around the outside as they head towards the flag.
Had Paul then a very decent performer in his own right, and he will be able to give these kids all the pointers they need. Lily then just trying to have a bit of a look up the inside of Billy Carter on that what looks like a Husqvarna. Oh, we've got a rider stuck in the middle of the circuit. We've got a bit of a traffic jam.
So that looks like our back marker of Berry Almond there, just struggling, getting a toe down. So it looked like it's Lily Rhodes there that's come off worse. She can't quite get up that steep incline. But that's meant that Ollie O'Gorman and Ruby Booth have snuck through on the inside. So Lily's now got all the work to do to try gain back those places.
I did walk the track this morning and looked at that, and it's just a little bit awkward. You can't carry too much speed into it, otherwise you kind of jump past the turn, and then by the same token it's more uphill than it looks, and as soon as the bike stops you're instantly off balance. So she was just doing well to not end up in a big heap on the floor there.
Ruby Booth making a good comeback ride following her DNF in race 1. Looks like she's currently up to around 9th place from starting at the back of the grid.
And Ollie O'Gorman then cuts through. He's there in 11th, chasing down the 56. The race leader then, Blake Wilson, away at the front. O'Gorman then on that mini moto. I would imagine that would be a 50 or a 65 motor in that. And yeah, these little kids and these miniature road racers certainly know how to corner. But Wilson then away at the front to the tune of 10 seconds. But we have got a good battle then in second between Ormrod and Reynolds. That is starting to hot up. Leon Tor in there as well.
So from that little wobble in the off-road, it looks like Lily Rhodes has slotted back in around 14th position. We can see here, there's our leaders. We've currently got Archie Ormrod still in second, followed by Archie Reynolds.
So Wilson has checked out, fastest lap 1:28, 3 seconds a lap faster than anybody else in this one. But Reynolds now all over the back of Archie Ormrod. He has a little look over his shoulder to see where the 77 of Leon Tor is, and he's far enough back to not be a problem. So Reynolds then, all he needs to do now, easy to say all, but he's just got to concentrate on trying to find a way past the number 40 of Archie Ormrod. He's got no pressure from behind. He can ride the lines that he wants to. Can he try and use the straight line speed of that TM85 to find a way past? We did see that Ormrod went slightly different line in the off-road last time by, and whether that will open the door for the number 5 as he closes on the brakes. They come into the off-road, that's all clear now. Like I say, this little pop bump there, just easy, and Ormrod makes it really cleanly through there, but the number 5 of Archie Reynolds just got hung up a little bit, and it doesn't look like he has got the speed in the off-road. Reynolds much faster, and all of a sudden he's got 6 or 7 bike lengths, so the pressure for the moment now has gone away. And it just slid past Josh Walker. Like I say, he's out there enjoying himself, and every time he gets on the bike just getting a little bit better.
So that is the 58 of Max Rhodes. Looks like he's gotten by the 85 of Billy Carter, but then has managed to stuff it in the dirt.
And he spilt it big time there, and again, that's what the risk of making that turn in the off-road. So Max Rhodes goes down. He's back up and okay, kicks the bike back into life.
And that's Ruby Booth making her way past, so she's now up to, I believe, 8th.
Must have gone bad from the back of the grid. So Max Rhodes then made a pass on Billy Carter and then threw it down the track, but again he was very, very slightly off vertical, and like I say, these loose stones, there's absolutely nothing for the bike to grip. But here's the battle then for second, and it's all closed up again. So Reynolds, after having lost the toe to our race, or second place man Archie Ormrod, is now right on the back of him as they make their way into the off-road for the final time. There is our race leader, Blake Wilson. He's already down the Bathmate drop and onto the tarmac on the far side of the circuit, but it is the battle for second place that is where the interest is.
Yep, great ride again from Blake Wilson in this one. Controlled it from start to finish. Just didn't quite get the whole shot from Archie Ormrod, but it didn't take him long to get to the front. And he's now checked out to a gap of 14.5 seconds. See Blake Wilson there, just coming up on another back marker. We watch him now heading to South Bank for the final time on this race.
So Wilson is away at the front, but let's catch this battle for second place. And here it is, just coming down into South Bank for the final time. Oh, there's a back marker there splitting. Now is Reynolds going to get up the inside? No, he's not. His teammate in the big race had a massive off there. But the battle, Reynolds is going to try and make a pass up the inside. Here we go. Oh, not quite enough. Our leader takes the checkered flag then in our split screen. A win for Wilson, but this is the battle for second, third and fourth. And Ormrod just has a quick look over his shoulder. Reynolds is not close enough. Leon Tall will come home in fourth position. So that was a decent race then. Battle for second, third and fourth. But Blake Wilson checked out 17 seconds the gap at the front. So we wait for the rest of the field to come through. Still waiting for Leon Pearson.
That looks like Bell Wingate there heading round South Bank with that knee down style. It's a pretty consistent race, so she's currently in a pretty lonely 7th behind Jackson Bennett.
I will take a lonely 7th over a stressed 12th any day of the week. But that was a decent ride from Bell Wingate. So Billy Carter then was in the battle with Ruby Booth, and they were reasonably close over the line last time. We'll see who comes over the line next. So Ruby Booth in fate comes across the line in 9th in front of Lily. Obviously she got hung up on that corner on the off-road, and that cost her quite a bit of time. So both of the Rhodes kids having issues in that one. And Max then across the line, he's in 13th. Here is our C group then, now in the holding area. The 691 of Calgary. Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions Precision Engineering. Jamie Duncan's company up there in Scotland. Some of the finest engineering stuff that I've seen in a long time. I said earlier on, I'm a bit of an engineering nerd, so the automation stuff that they've got up there for a company of their size is very, very impressive. The 41 then of Noah Guillory. Did he have a bit of an off in that last one? He was there until he wasn't, I think.
Yeah.
A new rider to me, not seen him, road race helmet, so...
I believe they've actually come from France. Speaking to them a little bit at Three Sisters, they were just getting used to riding. I think it was a 250, doing a bit of setup. They were part near us. But yeah, Dad and Lad race outfit, coming and having a bit of fun.
Oh, okay, cool. And there is Pete Wadsworth as the riders make their way out onto the track. The 6-1 on a Brett Barlow nearly having his teammate off on the exit of pit road. So there we see Simon Wadsworth then, one of the men behind our live stream coverage here this weekend.
A little bit of a bobble there at the top of the off-road. So it looks like he's got one of our onboard cameras on.
And like I say, where the earth there is clean, there's an amazing amount of grip to be had with these slick tyres. But where you go to no clean line and you're on the stones, it is riding on marble. So it's a very, very fine line between being in perfect control with lots of grip and being on your ear. In fact, we saw Simon Wadsworth go down on that very corner in the first one of these. So he'll be fancying himself to maybe pull himself through. He is going to start. I'm not quite sure where he is on the grid in this one. We'll have to see when we get. We will find out when we get our grid as they come back to the line. And
good to see
236 of Dan Spencer coming through.
Good to see Lily Rhodes. So she's jumped straight off that 85 that she had a little bit of a bobble onto her 250 to now make it out for our adult C race. So she'll be starting from 18th on the grid.
Brett Barlow then making the way, so you can see the track down there, the way that the concrete is. They do run drifting and stuff here, I think, and it just put a lot of wear on the tarmac, and they do
you can see
a lot of go-kart racing as we watch the number 5 of Wadsworth. So we'll have the onboard camera, so he's going to come down.
See just how bumpy it is through that infield section. I know a few of us were caught out with it yesterday.
Yeah, I've been down there more than once. I'm not a prolific crasher, but the uneven tarmac there always difficult to judge. Just at the point where you're trying to tip into the corner. So 351, Rick Owen on the cranked up racing. I think that's a Husqvarna. Is it a Husqvarna or KTM that
Husqvarna,
Owen is on? And he will. Hoping for a good run this one. So here is our grid then. The pole position for Andy Hayes from Dax Almond, Kev Crowthers and Carl Geary.
Row 2, we've got Gavin Skaith, Noah Guillory, Simon Wadsworth and Rick Owen.
Row 3, Dan Spencer, Dave Spafford, Michael Whittam and Peter Wadsworth.
Row 4, Sean Jones, Oliver Granger, Luke Hutchison and Tommy Sayer.
And row 5, Steve Smith, Lily Rhodes, Dean Clark and Brett Barlow.
Also out there we've got Philip Rigg, James Crombie, Richard Sheen, May Chalice, Selby Trotter, Jamie Dalton, and I believe that rounds out our grid.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Selby's going to be out there because I walked past the Bathmate team on the way to lunch and saw that he looked like he'd had an off and guard was hanging off that 252. So whether we see Selby out there or not, but here we are then on board with Simon Wadsworth on the number 5 Trips.uk KTM. He looks like he is starting from row 2. Just moves forward then next to Noah Guillory. There he is, 450 KTM SMR. Beautifully turned out bikes. It's really nice to all the Trips team, the Bathmate team, the Fat and Fast guys, Automotive Solutions, all the bikes looking as identical as they can be. And obviously these are all privateer guys, a lot of them supplying their own equipment, but they're pulling all of their resources and making the most of having a good team appearance, helps them attract sponsors and stuff like that. So Simon Wadsworth then part of the Trips thing, giving us a quick wave. We should stop and sing happy birthday to him. If he doesn't go through to the B group in this one, we will reveal how old he is. So as we wait for your dad on the front row of the grid there.
Yeah, wait for him to get them under starters orders.
And wait for the green flag from Kirk. There goes the red. Andy will wave the red flag. He will point away at the lights and we will be underway with race 2. Little bit of creeping but nothing too bad. Shocking start then for Kev Crowthers from the front row of the grid. Wadsworth then tries to find his way around the outside of Carl Geary as they go down into turn 2. Shame we lost the camera there, that would have been good to follow that through, but it is the 99 of Andy Hayes from pole that leads. Man who runs the track up there at Oliver's Mount, which we will be racing at over the August bank holiday weekend.
We've got the 8 of Blake Wilson,
yeah,
mixing it up mid-pack.
So Wilson then doing double duty on the same bike as our pack scream down the back straight then, like I say, flat out on a 450, probably 95 miles an hour or so on these big bikes, obviously not that fast on the smaller ones. And then this little bit of track, I don't know what they were thinking, because it's just literally one bike wide and really, really, really easy to get wrong. As we look at Rick Owen said he's having handling problems with that bike, and you can see as he's hard on acceleration, the front end and the bar's wagging. He spent a lot of money on suspension, but he's not managed to solve the problem. As we look at Hutchinson trying to go around the outside.
Yeah, 3 abreast there into that infield section. It looked like Hutchinson made the way around the outside, taking the 2 of them, getting a 2 for 1.
So Andy Hayes already away at the front. The man who changed his graphics in the middle of proceedings yesterday, basically hid himself from my gaze for pretty much most of the day. But he's already not away at the front, but he's got a 1.5 second advantage. As we have Dax Ullman there in second, Geary in third, and then fourth place will be the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth. Interesting to see more people taking the outside line this time by. So obviously you can see in the background there the tarmac piece of the track. Just trying to give you a bit of an idea of how this all runs round here, but this is like a bit of a waste ground in the centre of the circuit. I can remember coming here years ago when this was just pit spoil, and all part of the steelworks and ironworks that up here at in Teesside, but they've worked on it over the years, and it's now a really, really nice motorsport facility for club bike racing and kart racing and drifting, and obviously one of the tracks we use twice a year for our British Supermoto Championship. So down this back straight now.
So there's the 41 of Noah Guillory there heading into that chicane, trying to chase down the 63 of Kevin Crowthers. But it's number 5 of Simon Wadsworth now. We're trying to go up the inside of Geary, and he makes the pass as they head into South Bank.
So Wadsworth then, ex-mini bike racer, and obviously riding mini bike knee down style. As he leans it into that right hand hairpin, he now needs to get onto the back of the 97 of Dax Almond, and to ensure that he will start the final race of his race weekend on the back row of the Bs rather than having to go in the Cs. Andy Hayes then still our race leader. Fastest lap from Dax Almond, 1:42.2 last time by, so he's starting to close the gap out the front. And you said Dax on a 250?
I believe so. Yeah, I do believe Dax was on a 250 at least last year, and I haven't heard of anything changing. Got that on-board camera there of Simon. I think just with how far it is on the track there, it's struggling a little bit. Geary again trying to go around the outside, but I don't think he's able to close the gap up to Wadsworth as they head through this off-road section.
Like I say, the lack of grip, you've just really got to keep the bike as upright as you can in that centre flat section, and then throw it at the berm on the outside there. I've not seen anybody go to the inside. That turn off the dirt does not look, in fact it looks like they've moved that across a little bit. So the turn off the off-road does not look as sharp as it used to back in the day. So Orman then starting to close down on our race leader Andy Hayes on the 99 Husky, and as a result of that it's dragged him away from Simon Wadsworth by about a second. Wadsworth is trying to bridge the gap, much like Geary and Guillory, 4th and 5th, and it's Hutchinson. It's off to go road racing, not been able to get his head around the off-road was his comment to me yesterday. There's the 164 ranked up racing of Sean Jones. The rest of the field comes through. There's number 8 of Wilson.
Looks like Michael Whittam's had a bit of a poor opening couple of laps. I know he got past Sean Jones in race 1, but he's now currently sat down in 16th.
Yeah, you'd expect him to be further up than that, but Andy Hayes getting closed down. A road racer of some repute, and there's a lot A lot of TT stuff, I believe, and all sorts of other road racing.
Also does a fair bit off-road as well.
Yeah.
So
we've got to change the lead. Ullman then trying to find a way round, but hasn't quite made it stick. Oh, Andy properly got out of shape there. But yeah, as you said, Andy does all sorts of stuff, and obviously Supermoto added to that list. But all of a sudden, the lead that he was enjoying is evaporated, and Dax Almond under pressure from behind from the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth, who put in the fastest lap that time, 1:42.19.
Looks like we've got that's Dave Spafford going around the outside of, I think that was Peter Wadsworth.
It is Pete Wadsworth, yes, on the 26. This is the battle for the lead in the centre of the circuit. Ullman then right now on the back of Andy Hayes. Hayes just takes a tighter line out onto the circuit, gets the bike up onto the fatter part of the tyre. Oh, brilliant pass up the inside there by our race by Wadsworth to take second. So that was a brilliant move. There's Michael Witter. He's been overtaken, but he's the race lead then, and it is Wadsworth now up to second.
Wadsworth looking really fast with that Needhouse style through that infield section of the circuit.
It is amazing how just in the half a lap Wadsworth was, I won't say dead and buried, but he didn't look like he was going to challenge at all, and then just had a good run through the off-road, maybe a little bit better than normal, and then the time that he gains on the tarmac with that knee-down style enabled him to get the run on Dax Almond and put in a really, really nice pass up the inside into South Bank. Almond goes the long way round, and he'll take that position back.
Yep.
And this is the beauty of Supermoto. The guys that have got the off-road smarts can make them pay. So it don't matter how fast Wadsworth goes in the tarmac. Almond has got him covered in the dirt.
Yeah, but you can see just how much time Wadsworth loses through the off-road to both of these guys. So he's going to have to put in a double shift on the tarmac if he wants to try and make that ground back up.
So here they come onto the back straight then. Bit of a wobble there from Andy Hayes, who we need to make sure that he's not had the brake pads bounce off the disc. He's alright, gets the rear wheel, still sliding a little bit on the way in. It is a massive deceleration through those like 3 almost non-corners as we go on board with Wadsworth. He's going to try and ride around the outside this time. Oh, we've got that on board as well on the
yeah, great move.
Is he going to make a rule at the inside? No, not quite, not close enough. Almond will know he's got it covered in the dirt, so he'll be like, well, this is it. Wadsworth round the outside of Andy Hayes. Is it enough? I think Hayes will shut the door on him this time. Has Wadsworth done enough? No. Hayes chops across the nose of the number 5 Trips.uk KTM as they start another lap. 3 to go then.
So can Wadsworth defend from Almond as they head into the off-road section? So Wadsworth making his way up, following Andy Hayes. Dax all over the back of him as they head down this jump section into the berm. It looks like, yeah, Dax again taking that outside line and just carrying so much more speed compared to the number 5.
Stands up all the way around, almost clears the tabletop. He's going to run a bit wide. Is Wadsworth going to try and come back up the inside? No, he's not. Oh, they've got May Chalice there, just catching her just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Is that going to that might do for Wadsworth?
Yeah.
Nothing that May could do there. That track is split into 2 lanes, and as she was already committed to the outside, so nothing else that she could do. So with 3 laps to go, all of a sudden this looks like a 2-rider battle at the front. Wadsworth will properly need to get a move on to get back on the back end of the number 97 of Dax Almond then on that 250 Husky. He's already back on the back of Andy Hayes. We'll see who does the fastest lap. It was a 1:41.8 from Wadsworth.
Wadsworth not close enough now as they head into South Bank to be able to put a pass on the 97 of Dax Almond. Looking a little bit further down the pack, potentially got some action going on between the 77 of Michael Whittam and Peter Wadsworth. Just looking there through the off-road section, I think that was one of our riders a little bit further back, so I think that was Richard Sheen.
Yeah, still no last lap flag, so it'll be 2 to go. Last lap flag will be next time by as Andy Hayes then. He's handled this pressure quite well, and you do know when there's people close. You can sense the rider right in your ear. As you can see, he makes a nice fist of it down here now. Is Almond going to be able to do anything to ride round the outside of Andy Hayes? Here he goes round the outside, and Almond does. Almond makes the pass up the hill. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. Oh, he gets a big bounce, nearly took the front.
Yeah.
Oh, Hayes goes to the inside. He's the first guy I've seen do this. Is this going to cost him? Is Wadsworth suddenly going to mug him on the final circuit? So Almond then suddenly leads, and Andy Hayes under all sorts of pressure now from Wadsworth. So if Wadsworth can do something going into South Bank, all of a sudden Andy Hayes is going to find himself mugged off, and a potential victory will turn into a third place. And here comes Wadsworth down the back straight. An easy pass, as it turns out then, on Andy Hayes. Doesn't even have to wait till they get to South Bank. But a great pass from Dax Almond. As I said before, following through that off-road, you're doing nothing. You've got to do something different. And it is the 97 Automotive Solutions Husky of Dax Almond then that leads on this penultimate lap. Is Wadsworth going to get to him? Did he hear me say that I was going to reveal his age if he didn't win?
I do feel for Andy Hayes on this one. He's gone from first down to third in a lap. So it's looking like he'll be our pole man for race 3 if he can't find the speed, because that gap's open right up now.
So 0.2, the gap across the line. Zolman then into the off-road. He really needs to make this count. He's got to fly through here. He's got to try and pull at least a second and a half. He makes a little bit of a bobble there. Jumps down the hill. You can see the gap opening up to Wadsworth. That's a horrible downhill jump. I never felt like I got that right at all. Orman then doubles almost over the tabletop. He just not quite there, and that is so much further than it looks on the TV screen. It's a proper send to get over that cleanly. He comes down the off-road again, and Wadsworth is close-ish. Is he going to be close enough to get to have a look at the inside of Dax Ullman? Now let's not forget that Ullman's only got a 250, we believe. As Ullman has a look over the thing, looks down at the bike. Don't fail me now. So the Automotive Solutions rider then, as Wadsworth closes up, we've got a gaggle of back markers about 30-40 metres up the track. So this is going to be Wadsworth. It's going to be his chance to have a go. He already did Ullman down here once already, I think, and he's going to throw it up the inside again. And there it is, that's for the lead, with literally a quarter of a lap to go.
Yep, great pass there from Wadsworth.
Ullman's going to come back, but he's not got the room. So it's just a case of they've got these couple of back markers to deal with as they come out onto the start-finish straight. But I think Wadsworth is just going to be able just to sit up a little bit, and he's going to take victory. He goes across the line. So Simon Wadsworth wins then from Dax Ullman. That was a cracking race. Andy Hayes then obviously gave it his all there at the front for pretty much 3/4 of that race before running out of steam a little bit at the end. So he will start on pole for our final C-final group race of the day, and Wadsworth and Ullman will move up to Group B.
Looking a little bit further back, that split screen there showing the battle for 7th between Rick Owen and Gavin Scaife. Gavin not able to find a way past the Husqvarna of Rick Owen.
Yeah, that's a decent ride for Rick into 7th. And then it should be Dan Spencer, Sean Jones and Dave Spafford.
There's the 16 of Tommy Sayer, I believe. Heading around South Bank, followed by Kevin Crowthers, trying to make a move up the inside, but Sayer closes the door.
It's a much tougher field on a Sunday. The full British Championship event brings out a stronger field. These guys were battling at the front of this race yesterday.
They've even got the 56 of Lily Rhodes there, pushing up the inside as well.
Now, where did Lily? Lily only got 18th. It'll be interesting to see what lap time she did on the big bike as opposed to the small one.
It looks like they both pipped Tommy Sayer to the line there. So
yeah, Sayer ran wide as they came out of the final turn and almost ended on the grass. I don't quite know whether he just had a moment again, just got a little bit skitterish on the bumps, but as he came out the corner, or maybe he tried to put a move on Crowthers and Crowthers moved him over. But yeah, Lily managed to nab that one. So a good win then for Simon Wadsworth. Best lap of 1:39.9 on the last lap. So fastest lap on the last lap. And that garnered him the win on the Trips.uk KTM, so we will go back to that awning. They've had a few race wins today. They've done okay.
Yeah, great day for the Trips camp. So there's another one of our Trips UK riders, Paul Groom.
Yep.
So he will be sitting on pole for this British Supermoto Race B, sponsored by Race IQ.
So Groomy then, he got the wrong end of the stick. He was there in a qualifying position in that last one, and ended up getting pipped by Chris Eastwood on the final lap and a half. So he will start from pole. There is Ian Bremner. We lost him. He slid off in the off-road section about 4 laps in on the raced and cruising Husqvarna FS450, the man from Glasgow. The 59, another new rider to meet, Paul Smith.
So Paul Smith used to race a fair few years ago, making a little bit of a comeback. Managed to get it into the A's yesterday, so great ride from him.
I did see that. Jason Slater and Duncan Wright, then the last 2 riders out of the holding area into the back row of this B Group race as they finish first and second in the C Group race earlier on today, as we look at the Super Vet rider of Brett Haley on the 154.
And also the Super Vet rider of 944 Mark Stevens, both of them two having a good battle in race 1.
So Mark Stevens been around a long time, good motocrosser as well. There is our race winner, who do I spill how old he is? I really think we ought to, but yeah, good race victory on his birthday. And there is second place Dax Almond. I think he looks a little bit disappointed, because a race win is a race win, and you never like to get away from that. And there's the onboard camera that we use. And Andy Hayes then, he'll have another chance at a race win there, but he gave that everything until he just ran out of steam a little bit at the end, I think, and just got mugged off at the end to end up third place. But he'll go from pole position for our final race of the day on that Husqvarna, the RWJ Husqvarna.
So we'll watch here. That's the Trips UK rider of Jason Slater making his way around South Bank. He's one of the riders that moved up from our C Race 1. So he'll be starting from near the back of the grid alongside the 111 of Duncan Wright. So you can see now they're making their way around to do the first lap of the tarmac only circuit that they use for the first lap of the race.
So it will be a bit desperation measures if you're not finished in the top 2 in this one. Your weekend is done as far as getting in the A group's concerned, and it will be Paul Groom on pole from Paul Baxter, with Ian Bremner in 3rd and the 58 of Craig Forshaw in 4th.
Row 2, we've got Darryl Pennington, Paul Smith, James Wood and Blaine Pearson.
Row 3, Jamie Wrigglesworth, Paul Reynolds, Chris Lambourne and Jake Sayer.
Row 4, we've got Mark Stevens, Brett Haley, Michael Craig and Neil Meelan.
Row 5, Keir Armstrong, Oliver Ross, Darren Lee and Jason Slater. So Trips won both C Group races so far. Slater won the first one, and Michael Wadsworth just won the second one.
Yeah, so far it's a good run for Trips. We just need to see if we can get an A Group race from Jay.
Well, Richard Sharpie was very, very impressed, as he said in the interview with you, and I spoke to him briefly during the lunch break, and he just said, no, the bike's really nice, it's settled. He is a rider that I do not know anybody that gets more out of a standard package than Richard Sharp. And that bike then, the wet weather spare bike, obviously it was Chris Walker's #1 bike before he went down the MTR route. As Jamie Wrigglesworth then just comes through. He's obviously had an issue in the off-road, or was a little bit late arriving on the grid. So Paul Groom then, he was unlucky not to go through, and I think Ian Bremner is going to be his strongest challenge. Forshaw's been riding decent as well on that Automotive Solutions Honda, so whether he's got anything lap time wise, but Groom has had some good A group finishes.
Yeah, Bremner looks like he's going to have the fastest lap going into this race too. He did a 134.5 in the last race. But obviously that little tumble scuppered his chances of moving up to the A's.
So green flag then from Kirk, and Andy waves the red flag and points to the lights, and we get ready for this B group race. Away they go. Groom, he got a flyer there. So it's Paul Groom into turn 1.
Looks like Paul Baxter's trying to see if there's a move up the inside.
Oh, Baxter throws it down the inside. Is he going to run past the corner? It looks like he might. It's really rough down there. Groomy's start device looks still up front of that bike, looks really low as they all fire their way through. You always fear that we're going to pan round to the left here and there's going to be people all over the track with how slippy it is on the first lap. Or Jamie Wrigglesworth, so it is still the lead then for the number 24. I think it does look like the front end of that KTM with Paul Grooms is really low. It'd be interesting to find out as the 167 of Michael Craig comes through. But then knee down style then off number 24, Paul Baxter. As the rest of the pack stream through, there's the number 10 of Paul Reynolds with a 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth in there behind him. Front 4 already started to break away, Danielle.
Yep, it looks like we've all made it safely through the first lap of this race too. But it's Paul Baxter from Groom, from Bremner, and then it looks like that is one of our Bathmate riders there.
I think that's Forshaw there in 4th on the number 58 Automotive Solutions Honda. So Woody with Darryl Pennington in there for company as well, and then James Wood in 6th. But this is our battle for the lead. I'd say Paul Groom. Oh, massive leap down there by Bremner. And again, everybody taking that inside line. Groomy getting over that tabletop a lot nicer. Really want to see him take that outside line in the off-road. Oh, here we go. Groomy sends it down and takes the lead. Just moves the number 24 over, jumps down the Bathmate step.
Yep, Bremner.
And here's Bremner again, around the outside. There's no grip there to make that happen, but he'll force it up the inside. No, he won't. Oh, it's just tight racing. So Groom then leads from the number 24 of Baxter. Then it's Bremner as they come down the back straight through the flip-flops, and Bremner looking like he wants to make a move. Forshaw's there with his teammate Pennington breathing down his neck. Then it's James Wood on the 82 Bathmate Husky. But Groom on the Trips.uk KTM, not particularly fast into South Bank. And the rest of the riders starting to come a bit. Oh, we got an on board with Groomy. So well, this is what he looks like to lead a lap. The 138 Paul Groom from Workshop in Nottinghamshire comes across the line to start another lap. Oh, Baxter right on him. So we expect Bremner to try and do a bit of a Hail Mary down here. Baxter runs wide. So will Bremner try and run around the outside? Yes, he does. He tried this in race 1 and nearly went down. And they're all stacking up now. It's a 5 or 6 rider freight train as they jump down the hill. Forshaw's in there. Pennington goes the long way around. He's doing the smart thing for me. He's doing something different. But Groomy gets over that tabletop absolutely millimetre perfect, and he will start to open out. He'll jump down the step. Baxter's not jumping that. So Bremner might appear second if he's sending it down the hill. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, Groomy just opening up a little bit of breathing room as they head out now towards the straight. But it is still Baxter followed by Bremner as he tries to find a way up the inside. You can see there the front wheel lifting on the Husqvarna racing cruising machine. Oh, it looks like Michael Craig's managed to find the only puddle on the track.
Raced many times with Michael Craig. He just rides around. He sits like he's sitting in a dining room chair on that bike. But he don't have to carry some corner speed, but he's just had a bit of a moment in the off-road there. So Bremner trying to force his way up the inside of Baxter. But impressed with Baxter. He's been decent. Like I say, he's not a rider that I'm that familiar with. He's got a nice setup, nice bike. And he is certainly doing a job of keeping Ian Bremner at bay. And that is allowing our number 138 race leader Paul Groom on the Trips.uk KTM to extend his lead to 1.3 seconds. And it almost feels like a lap ago it was a 5-rider freight train through here, and now it's a 1, a 2 and a 2. Although Forshaw has now got himself into the action. Have we lost somebody out of that battle somewhere? Or am I just...
No, I think...
No, you're right, yeah, it's because Groom's moved forward.
Yeah, Bremner getting all sorts of sideways as he headed into that berm there, trying to get it stopped. Pennington again trying that outside line to see if he can make a pass.
And still no jumpers. Groom, he has another look over his shoulder. Again, he looks almost pedestrian around that bit of the circuit, but it's so easy to go down, and that is an excellent piece of riding then from Groom. He's finding where all the grip is. But this battle then still for second place with the 24 of Baxter holding off the number 34 of Bremner on the racing and cruising Husqvarna.
Yep, he's really pushing the issue through this infield section as they head now down towards South Bank, but not quite enough to get alongside as they make their way in.
Oh, a little bit of a moment there for Bremner. That bike just got a little bit of a patter on. You could see that he just had to get out of the throttle. Craig Forshaw on the 58 Automotive Solutions Honda. He's not out of this one either. He only needs a little bit of a mistake, as you can see as they make their way through. You can see how fast and twisty this section of the circuit is. It's really, really nice to ride when you get it right, and when you get it wrong, it is awful. But as they make their way down to the off-road.
Got there a 3-rider battle with Jamie Wrigglesworth and Chris Lambourne now as they head towards the start-finish. Looks like that's Neil Meelan in front of them there, the 101. He had a great ride yesterday.
So Green then still out in the lead. Battle across the line then between Bremner and Forshaw. 0.2 of a second as we look at Keir Armstrong. There's Slater having a battle with the 154, Brett Haley.
Yep, Slater there shaking his head, knew he made a mistake heading on into the off-road section. But he's made some good passes to come from the back of the grid up to 16th. It looks like he's stalling.
Slater stalls.
Yeah, he can't get that Trips UK KTM going. It's not having any of it, unfortunately.
Race leaders then down the far end of the circuit. Here we are back with them, and it is still Groom from the 24. Oh, it is. Forshaw was fastest rider on track, 134.9 that time by, so he is the fastest man. Bremner gets the rear of that Husky sliding. So he's going to try and go around the outside of Baxter, and that'll give Forshaw the chance to squeeze up the inside maybe. Here goes Bremner around the outside up to second. He's making that pass stick. Baxter's going to try and come back at him. He does. That was a brilliant bit of riding from Baxter. Closed him off. He's going to let is Bremner going to get a little bit antsy? He just closes down again.
Yeah, great
Baxter
riding
rode
from
a good
the pair
line
of
into there.
Great riding from the pair of them. Gave each other just enough space that there was no contact, but great defensive riding from Baxter. He's now all over the back of Groom, so I'm wondering if he's dropped off maybe a little bit.
Pennington then coming in there. Oh, and a big moment there. Bremner does the big send, almost takes down Baxter, and then obviously he sends it down into second. Groom has a look over his shoulder. Pennington there now, he's managed to put the pass on Forshaw. He did what I've been saying, get around and get on a different line. He managed to scoot round the outside of his teammate, so even though Forshaw, the fastest man on the circuit, he gave up track position then for not I mean, he did want to give up the inside line to somebody else, because obviously if he'd have gone wide there, Pennington would have snuck up the inside, but the fact that Pennington took the outside line, made the pass, made it stick. Groom and Bremner now away at the front. Baxter's going to be hanging on for third, and I think this is going to be all she wrote. Those two at the front are going to be gone, and Groomy will either make the decision that the best place for to be is away at the front, and if you can't make that happen, he'll sit in behind Ian Bremner if Bremner makes a move.
Forshaw trying to go around the outside of his teammate Darrell Pennington, but not quite enough room to be able to get alongside as they head now towards start-finish. Baxter looking like he's pulling a slight gap now over the 66 of Darrell Pennington as they head towards our off-road, but it is the 138 under pressure from Bremner.
Groomy then up onto the top of the hill. So will Bremner do what he did on the last one? I don't think he's going to do that to Groomy, because Groomy's too good in the off-road. It was Baxter's, I won't say lack of speed, but he just got a run on Baxter up the hill, and he did what you've got to do. You either have to back off and follow, or you gas it and jump past the side of him, and I think it was a lot closer than maybe it looked. But Bremner then up to second. He'll want to start from the back row of the grid in the A final. He's used to being an A final rider now, and being down stuck in the Bs will not have given him the greatest of afternoons. But the fact that he'll make the A final, make the fastest 20, as Forshaw then dropped off the back a little bit. His teammate Pennington has managed to pull a few bike lengths as Bremner trying to get past Groom. Is he going to try and make a pass? Bremner does sit a long way back on that bike compared to it does appear to, innit? Oh, he's going to get up the inside. Groomy's given him a little bit of room there, and Bremner didn't need a second invitation, and he's bounced his way through into the lead with just a couple of laps to go. Be 2 to go this time by. Has a look over his shoulder to see who else is coming. Groomy will want to try and hang on to the back of him. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to give Trips their third race win of the weekend, but he'll be happy to go up to the A's. Baxter closing in, but a bit of a wheelie there from Bremner, but we've seen before a bit of a mistake there from Bremner. So is Groomy going to have a run down here? Is he going to follow him through the off-road, or is he going to do the outside? No, he follows. Oh, is Pennington going to do a run around the outside? Yes, he does. Is he going to get Baxter up the hill? I don't think he will.
Groomy there, trying to see if he can sneak up the inside on the run towards that berm before the Bathmate drop-off, but not quite enough room.
So it is between these two now for the race victory. And again, how hard do you fight? It's not... it's all points, but you still want to be in a position where you don't want to risk that much that you're going to go down and not take the transfer spot.
That split screen there showing the 311 of Jake Sayer there, trying to rail around that outside berm to try and make a pass on the number 10 rider of Paul Reynolds. Not quite able to make it stick.
Another look over the shoulder from Bremner, and he will see that he's just got a comfortable gap now on the 138 of Paul Groom. Baxter then sat there comfy in third as Forshaw tries to ride around the outside of his teammate Darryl Pennington on the versus KTM.
Yeah, Pennington then covering that inside for the switchback on that infield section. So Forshaw not able to make a pass, but now that last lap flag is out. So if Groomy's going to make a move, I believe it'd be on the off-road, but he's now come back into the clutches of the 24 of Paul Baxter. It looks like he's losing touch slightly with
misses a gear.
Our leader.
So I don't think there's anything left then for Groomy now. He's going to have to go on defence mode. Is he going to get mugged again? And the man from Nottinghamshire, he makes a lovely job of that tabletop. This is where he makes his time here. If you watch now, he's really fast. He's faster than Bremner around there. And all of a sudden, the gap that was down to nothing back to third, he's now right on the back of Bremner. He's pulled 10 bike lengths in that off-road section. Again, down the gearbox. I can't see that Baxter is going to be able to do anything at all. He was literally 2 bike lengths off him as they came into the off-road, and Groom has just absolutely ridden away from him. But Bremner then picked his feet up down the back straight for the final time, with Paul Groom then just taking the pressure off for this last couple of corners. And neither of them now just wanted to make a mistake. Baxter's been good, because Pennington and Forshaw are decent performers, and he's held them off. I think the fact that Bremner's wheeling out the corners shows you just how far back he carries his weight on that bike. Got one of those really trick milled out swing arms on that Husky, which he says he likes. So Groomy will get the honour of at least going up to the 8 group, even if he doesn't get the win, and he will be happy enough with that. So he will take second place, but it is a win then for the number 34 of Ian Bremner on the Racing and Cruising Husqvarna. The rest of the field come through: Baxter, Pennington and Forshaw, and another big group with Paul Smith, James Wood and Blaine Pearson. That's your top 8.
Looks like we're missing Jake Sayer from that little mid-pack battle that we had going on there. It looks like he's made his way past the 10 of Paul Reynolds on that final lap. So it will be Sayer, taking 10th, followed by Reynolds in 11th, Meelan in... Sayer taking 9th, Reynolds in 10th, and Meelan in 11th.
So another decent race then, and Ian Bremner will take his place on the grid in our final race of the day. But coming up next, it's race 2 for our A-class riders, the Elite British Championship. Race 2. And we'll be looking to see if anybody can challenge Chris Hodgson on his return from injury. It was a decent race. Lots and lots of action, so just catching up on a few things that we did notice, that David Pearce and Jamie Duncan went missing kind of 3/4 of the way through that race. And talking to David Pearce in the paddock, obviously he's suffering from the injuries that he sustained in that big off he had yesterday, and he ended up just losing control in the off-road, not managing to grab the clutch and tipping off and taking Jamie Duncan with him. So British Supermoto A brought to you by Sheen's Projects and Doors Limited. If you're in need of industrial and domestic doors, and he is your man. His company serves all over the UK. The number 100 of Alex Mullaney then, he had a massive off into the South Bank turn, got himself onto the grass, just tipped in around the outside of Jamie Duncan, and ran out of room, got the rear end on the grass as he tipped in, hit a hole. He's seen the obviously the replay footage. He's got that on his phone, and we had a bit of a chat about that. And he's none the worse for the wear. But that TM Moto Leeds UK team worked feverishly between races. I've had the exhaust off that, and had to have that repaired, had it welded. Lots and lots of other bits and spare parts have gone onto that bike to get that ready for this next race. Obviously, he will be starting from a little bit further down the grid than normal. There is the 155 of Chris Walker, the 55 of Jack Nation, alongside former Norton Factory road race rider dad Trevor, Jamie Duncan, and the rest of the riders then all stream out fat and fast. Richard Blakeman, Kyle Eccleston then goes out onto the grid. He came up from the B group. An inside line there that a few people are looking at. That's interesting. I did see that on the track walk and thought that it was maybe not quite usable because it was a little bit wet. Dean Hillier there on the 108. He had a good day yesterday and he's ridden pretty well all season. Struggling with niggling injuries. Had a few crashes. Most of them not down to him. As we look at our podium then from the second B group race, it is a win there for Ian Bremner on the 34 Racing and Cruising Husqvarna. The man from north of the border taking a victory. Second then for the 138 of Paul Groom on the Trips.uk KTM. And Paul Baxter then in third. So he will start from pole in the final race of the day.
Nice wheelie there from Seth Gibson as they head down this back straight.
He's been impressive, Gibson, on that ex-J Smith Honda, the ex-Mark Ronnie Schmidt bike from 2022, I believe.
Yep, good understated ride from him in race 1, finishing 12th, so good ride from him.
I've noticed that since he switched from Husqvarna, he looks a much tidier rider than he did. That bike giving him the ability just to do pretty much what he wants, and as a result he's smoothed out, not having to override the bike, which I think he did on the other one, and as a result his level of performance has gone up a lot. But there's our grid then. Our 18-time British champion Chris Hodgson then returning from injury on pole from Jake Smith. Richard Sharp then on a borrowed bike third, and Jamie Duncan fourth.
Row 2 we have David Pearce, who went down in race 1, Richard Blakeman, Chris Walker and Peter Bennett.
Row 3 Lee Williams, Jack Nation, Dean Hillier and Seth Gibson.
Row 4 we have Harley Sharp, Andy Mitchell, Oliver Holmes and Alex Mullaney.
And row 5 then will be Carl Eccleston and Chris Eastwood, who both came up from our B final at the first time of asking. I'll be interested to see what Alex Mullaney can do from the back of the grid, because he's been riding really, really well all year. you say you make your own luck in this game a little bit, but I think it would be fair to say that I've never seen anybody do what he managed to do in that last one. He just got I wouldn't say he got moved over, but he just ran out of room. He tried to make that pass, and I think he'd almost got it made, but as he tipped in, I think there's a hole there on the outside, and he just tipped over it, a bit of moisture, and the back corner squirreled out onto the grass and put him down. And he was very, very lucky to be able to walk away from that. And as I said, the Phil Deggle, one of the mechanics down there, doing an absolute stand-up job. I know they'd got somebody running around with a welder and all sorts as they were trying to get that bike fixed, get it back out on the road, back on the track for race 2. So Mulaney then will start from 16th.
So we'll wait for everyone to take their positions on the grid.
Like I say, the number 4 of David Pearce having a bit of a mare of a weekend there is Richard Sharp on the 207, that borrowed bike. So here we go. So away they go then. Let's going to see who's going to take the whole shot. Oh, it's Sharpie. Richard Sharp's got the drop as they go down into turn 1. He sticks it down the inside of Jay Smith. Oh, he lifts him up, and Hodgins come through to take the lead. So the teammates then get in all sorts of in shapes and sizes, and Smith getting run out by Richard Sharp, and Hodgie then cutting back up the inside.
Yeah, Hodgson making the most of the teammates battling it out there into the first turn. But then it's followed by the 7 of Jamie Duncan, and then the Trips UK team boss Chris Walker there in 5th.
Walker's been fantastic all weekend. His performance on that new MTR KTM has been brilliant. So it will. Let's see what Richard Sharp can do without having to worry about teammate Jay Smith in front of him. He's just got to worry about the 18-time British champion Chris Hodgson in front of him. Oh, a few changes at the back there. Walker gone a bit wide. Looks like Pearce might have found a way through, but they come across the line for the first time, and it is again Chris Hodgson who leads from Richard Sharp. And it's the 33 Trips.UK KTM of Jay Smith in 3rd, Duncan 4th, Pearce 5th. And Walker 5th, Pearce 6th. Bennett up there in 7th. A great ride from Bennett. Oh, big send down the hill. They're all going to the inside. So if anybody makes a mistake there, everybody's going to get hung up. But the front 4 already starting to make a bit of a break. Richard Sharp really fast through that off-road. Down the Bathmate drop. He's already putting Hodgson under a little bit of pressure. They start to stretch out at the front. They both make a little mistake.
Yeah, both of them spinning up on that really slick tarmac there, as they've still got dirt on their tyres before they make their way down this fast straight. So watching Sharp managing to stay on the back of the number 1 of Chris Hodgson.
So Peter Bennett putting pressure on Chris Walker as the rest of the field stream through there.
Alex Mulaney looks like he's made his way up to 12th on the opening lap.
So Mulaney then made up 4 positions. So Hodgie knows how to lead a race. Oh, Richard Sharp lights the rear end up. He was really pleased with how that bike handled. He had a really nice ride on it in the first one. As he said to Danielle in the post-race interviews, just stiffen the suspension a little bit maybe, because it is predominantly a wet setup bike now for Chris Walker, and he thought they would be good to go. And here he is giving Chris Hodgson all he can handle. Jay Smith then not out of this one either. He's just sat there. Oh, and Sharpie went for the inside line there. Looks like that's opened up, and he's gone around the outside. Here we go. Is he going to do it? Is he going to come up the hill and have a go? Not quite, but he knows he can do that. Is he going to commit to that a bit more next time and properly rail the outside? So Sharpie then, he'll know that as long as he doesn't make a mistake, Jay Smith is not going to come back up the inside of him. He made a decision there to give Smith the inside. He knows he hasn't got to follow Hodgson, and if Hodgson makes a mistake in that tight corner, All he needs, he can have a nip round the outside. So brilliant riding then from the number 217 of Richard Sharp. These three now starting to check out from the number 7 Fat and Fast KTM of Jamie Duncan in 4th. Walker still 5th, Pearce 6th, Hillier now up to 7th in front of the ill number 54 Fat and Fast KTM of Richard Blakeman. But this is battle at the front that we're not going to take our eyes off. These are the top guys in the country, and they are giving us a absolute stormer of a race. Now this is the point where in the past Richard Sharp has always gone, I'm just hanging, I'm not going to manage to stay with these guys. But he's got himself in between his teammate and Chris Walker. So up there, this is what they're doing. They're going up the grass, he's cutting tighter. Oh, he's made a bit of a mistake. So he's not going to get that. I'm thinking that he's going to give that up next time. Yeah. He's going to follow Hodgson up the bank, but then he's going to go to the outside.
Yeah,
but he's doing everything he can.
That inside line just looked too unsettling. He couldn't get the power on as he wanted to, doing that step down towards that berm. Noticed it the first time that he couldn't quite sort of get the power on as he wanted to, but good to see Richard Sharp trying different lines. Definitely not following the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, trying to make a move as he keeps an eye out there for his teammate Jay Smith as they head down that back straight. Looks like the number 7 of Jamie Duncan tailing off slightly there from this front pack.
As Duncan goes through the chicane in the middle, and then it's a long way back then to the number 4 of David Pearce. But Pearce then very, very much a wounded soldier this weekend after a big off yesterday, and he's doing well to even hold on to the bars on that one. Dean Hillier up to 7th then. But here is the battle at the front. The number 1 Supermoto leads UK 450 TM of Chris Hodgson. Sharp is there close, so he's going to see what he's going to do up the hill. So as they're going up the hill, they're going up really off to the right to get on the grass to try and make the turn at the top a little bit less. So this time, another mistake from Richard Sharp, just spun the rear up. So is he going to go? No, he's not. He doesn't think he's close enough. He knows he needs to get level. This really is a game of chess, and you can see that both of them just pull a little bit out on Jay Smith, but there's no chance of a pass down here. Sharpie all over the back of Hodgson with 6 to go. A massive battle there in the split screen then, Danielle.
Yeah, so we've got Alex Mullaney right in the middle of that pack, so it looks like he's made his way past 54 of Richard Blakeman, taking himself up to 8th. So it's now the 108 of Dean Hillier he's chasing down. So great ride from Alex Mullaney so far. So you can see there it's Walker followed by Hillier, Mullaney, Blakeman and then Williams as they head down that back straight.
Our leader then into South Bank. Richard Sharp then all over the back of the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. And Jay Smith then just holding a watching brief at that KTM of Richard Sharp, been having every last little bit rung out. Oh, he almost looked like he almost run into the back of Hodgson there on that camera angle. Probably not as bad as it looked. He's quick through here, so let's see if he can get up here properly clean. He's gone to the inside. Did he go down there? That suddenly looked like we were a bike light. No, we've lost him. Something's gone there, unless he's in the outside berm.
No, it looks like we've lost the 217 of Richard Sharp as they've headed up that off-road.
Oh, we were just zoomed in a bit there and we missed that, so it looks like Sharpie did go, he took the front going up the hill.
Which has given the number 1 of Chris Hodgson now some breathing room.
Is he there just in the background? Did he just run wide into the hedge? Let's have a look. There's Smith. And there's Sharpie, so he's still there.
Oh, we've got a bit of a tangle there in that berm between the 100 of Alex Mullaney and the 108 of Dean Hillier. So them two coming together. So that means they've both lost a bit of track position there. So it looks like Mullaney now chasing the 55 of Jack Nation.
So Sharpie then has a look over his shoulder. So he's given up a shot at the win there with that. Whatever happened at the top of that bank, he was trying to make something happen and no mistake. He knew that he'd got No chance of overtaking Odgie in the tarmac, so he's got to make those moves in the dirt. And he's now got to do it all over again, try and close down his teammate on the number 33. Drift.UK KTM of Jay Smith. And Odgie will be getting signals just to say, you've got a little bit of a gap. It's the biggest gap we've seen at the front, almost 2 seconds. Duncan then starting to close in. So I'm not quite sure what went on up here, but whether Sharpie ended up in the trees. So let's see if he goes. This has got a big send down the outside. He goes to the outside, feet up, rattles round the berm. He's not got enough to get by Jay Smith, but if you get a little bit closer next time by, the Londoner will know that he's still there. And Duncan closing back in.
Yep, this has given the number 7 of Jamie Duncan the opportunity to try and now tag on to this front group. But it is also giving the number 1 of Chris Hodgson the opportunity to pull away now with a bit of free track and no pressure. So it now looks like it's going to be a battle for second with 4 laps to go as they head back into our infield section.
So here we go, just a little bit of a note here. Alex Mullaney currently sitting in 8th. If he doesn't make any more places, he will start on pole for our reverse skid final. So Mullaney, as it stands at the moment, whilst he wants to try and make headway in this one, he needs to get up to 5th, and that will guarantee him a front row start for the final. So whilst I'm sure he's not going to hold back, I'm expecting that he will make short work of Jack Nation and Chris Walker, but I don't think that he's going to make any more room than that. But that will put him on the front row for the final race of the day, so we may yet get to see the number 100 at the sharp end. But he's made a great fight through as we watch Hodgson. Hodgson now 2.5 seconds to the good over the number 33 of Jay Smith. Sharpie there in second, Duncan there in third, and we look back down the track. A long way then for David Pearson. Here goes Duncan round the outside. Oh, a mistake then from Richard Sharp, and Duncan makes the pass. And this is what we're saying, if you're following, you can't take advantage of anything.
We're looking there, that battle further down in the pack. Alex Mullaney all over the back of Jack Nation and Chris Walker there. So he'll be looking to try and make a pass as they head into their off-road section.
So Duncan then, having made that pass on Richard Sharp, will be looking to do the same thing on Jay Smith. Chris Hodgson now spoiled it for everyone at the front, getting away and putting in some solid laps. 2.5 seconds last time by, and I think it's a little bit more than that now. I think Sharpie's done everything that he can do in this one, and I think he will probably settle for 4th and keep his powder dry for the last one. I say Mullaney then still over the back of Nation and Chris Walker. As we look at Duncan then trying to find his way onto the back of the number 33 of Jay Smith, the Contract Solutions Fat and Fast KTM, coming across the line.
Yeah, Mullaney all over the back of Nation on this infield section, trying to find a way past. I think he'll try and look for a way around him on South Bank. So he's again taking that outside line. Can't see if he can get a move up the inside. We know Jack with that knee down style was very fast around that long sweeping right-hander.
Right, so JD here then, massive send down the hill again. He's going to go outside. He'll rail around this berm on the outside, get on the gas. Oh, he catches a crab. Is he going to get up the inside of him? No, he's not.
Oh, Alex Mullaney down in our split screen. So he just made it past Jack Nation, was trying to get round the 155 of Chris Walker, but he goes down on the infield section. He's back up, and it looks like he's rejoined in front of the 188 of Seth Gibson. So he's now down in 12th position.
Oh, that's a nightmare then for Mullaney. He's trying so hard on that bike. It takes a lot of getting used to, having ridden these TMs myself. They don't have the forgiveness that these steel frame bikes have. And when you start to push them hard, especially on a bumpy track like that, it looks like it just got the back end on a bit of a patter and slid out from underneath him. So that's a shame that he is absolutely riding out of his skin. 17 years of age, and his demeanour on track and the way that he rides the bike belies somebody of his age. Smith starting to close in a little bit on Chris Hodgson on that lap. Let's have a look and see what the lap times are as they come across the line with 2 to go. That last lap this time by them. Kirk has the last lap flag.
Yeah, it looks like he's taken about a second out of Chris on that gap, so it was about 2.2 and now down to 1.1 seconds gap.
Duncan only 2 seconds back as well, so it's not over till it's over. Maybe Chris taking a little bit, I don't want to say a little bit of a breather, but maybe you just realise, was that a mistake from Jay Smith coming out of that hairpin at the bottom? I think Jamie Duncan got a really good run on him then.
It looked like it. It looked like Jamie tried to rail it round the outside, but it wasn't close enough.
So this, you're going to see a Hail Mary from the Scotsman. This is when it's going to be, last lap. Oh, he gets the nice grip up the inside. He's going to cut back into the inside and get on the gas earlier. So Hodgson then, that lead has gone down a little bit, but doesn't look like the straight line speed then for the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. It's simply not there. And Smith eases away as they make their way around the final couple of corners on the end of this second race in our coverage here of the second round of the British Supermoto Championship here at Teesside Autodrome. With just a few corners to go, it looks like it's going to be victory number 2 for the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. Jay Smith then is going to hold off the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, but Hodgson's going to take his second victory of the day, and Smith will come across the line in second, just 1.5 down at the end. The rest of the battles come across the line. This is Nation, Lee Williams, Willow tries to get up the inside, doesn't manage it. David Pearce across the line on the number 4, and it should be so Chris Walker is out the front of this battle, so that's an excellent ride for Chris Walker. And there is Walker on the 155, and then Nation, Pearce and the 54 of Richard Blakeman. I said Blakeman very, very much off colour this weekend, and not able to go on another 4. Looks like Mulaney has gone down again. So Mulaney's just slipped off again in that hairpin just in front of us. So he comes across the line in 15th after starting 16th. That's a shame, because he would have been in for a front row start, and we would have been able to see what the youngster had to offer as Andy Mitchell comes across the line. But that's another great ride. That was Kyle Eccleston. So another fantastic ride. Eccleston got the better of Chris Eastwood, so they both came up from the B final, and so Eccleston will take a little bit of something from that one. Fastest lap of the race was the 2:17 of Richard Sharp. And yeah, that was a fantastic race. And all I can say is that we will wait then for Danielle to get down into pit lane and interview our top 3. And one more group of races to come then later on this afternoon. Our final British Academy race, and then CP, and our final A-final race of the day. And as you can say, the excitement still plenty more to come. We'll just wait to our riders to get themselves sorted down there in the podium area, as we see the super lights coming out onto the grid. This is the view from South Bank, and it's a really very small circuit, and originally the only bit of the track you can see is what's actually in that view, and just an oval with this infield section. And been here since the late 80s, early 90s, I believe. I mean, got raced here for the first time in 91. But Danielle's down there in pit lane, so she will interview now our top 3 from a final race 2.
The man that finished 3rd, he's just gone to go grab his child, pop him on the seat. There we go.
Is he?
So, how was that?
Well, it's the best result all weekend so far. Finally actually made it to the party, so that was good, I suppose. Had quick shifter problems. You'd have seen Jay gapping me down the back straight. Just couldn't get gears. Every time I went for a gear, it would just hold it in the same gear. But I think another couple of laps and I'd maybe had a go at him around that off-road, but soon find out.
Yeah, we did see you trying to take the outside line, so we saw quite a bit of following through the off-road, but you were one of the riders that was trying different lines.
Yeah, you just can't follow them, eh? So, I mean, the outside line's pretty good, but you have to get it right and kind of pass them over the jump down the back, down the hill. It worked on Sharpie. And I'm thinking I could have possibly got him. I mucked that one lap, but that's what it is.
So to play for race 3 with the reverse skid.
Yep, there's that.
So we will grab a word with Jay Smith. So another second for Jay. Well done.
Thank you. Oh, that was my fitness felt better in that one than the last one. And I had Jamie breathing down my neck, but it's like just off at the start. I was coming down the hill with Sharpie, and he's really wide into that corner, and I should have held back a little bit and then tucked up behind him, but we went really deep, both of us, and just let Chris through. And then I just struggled to get past Sharpie for a few laps. He made a little mistake in the dirt, I managed to get through, but Chris had already broken a little bit. Reeled him in a little bit towards the end, but I think he was just sort of managing the race. But no, really happy with my pace, really happy with the bike. You know, I just want to push it, but you know, I'm trying to think of a championship. You know, I'm trying not to crash for no reason. So
yeah, Phil was saying that he thinks your mindset's changed a lot more this year. So instead of always going for a win, thinking about that sort of bigger picture.
Yeah, I'd like to say that, but when your crash helmet goes on, it's difficult, isn't it? But no, I can hopefully a little bit more mature in my riding, and hopefully try to bring home some silverware. Thank you.
No problem. And again, our race 2 winner, back to back. So you've just got one more to do.
Yeah, like buses, aren't there? Not for a while, and 2 come at once.
I can't see you complaining about another win.
No, I just said to Jay there, we've had a bit of a laugh about the first corner. I just said it was some primary level reading there. Seeing that they were both going to push each other wide, and I just thought hold back and cut tight. So yeah, just felt like he had a good solid pace throughout the race, and broke about a 2 or 3 second gap. We had a couple of laps to go, and I knew I could just manage it then. So yeah,
we did see Jay catch up sort of that last lap. He took about a second out of you as they were heading into that last lap, but again, we thought you just sort of held back slightly. You knew you didn't have to push, you knew you had that buffer.
Yeah, I mean that was the aim, try and get a gap, and then, you know, just a bit of race management. You know, I'm not anywhere near fit enough to be doing any more laps at the moment, so that'll come. But yeah, I think the excitement will start in race 3 with our reverse grid.
Yep, so you'll be starting from row 2, won't you? So worth keeping an eye out where you'll be there. Teammate Alex Mullaney also, he struggled in that one, fortunately, but at one point he was sitting in 8th, which would have put him on pole. So, but I'll throw it back to Phil as we take a break before our final block of races.
Okay, cheers Danielle. So Chris Hodgson then, as he's saying, nowhere near race fit yet, and he is going to be out there for race 3. So this is the remainder of our timetable then. We should be back for our Supermoto Academy race 8. It's already 4 o'clock now, so I would imagine we will be probably around 4:15 to 4:20 before that comes onto track. So we'll probably have about a 15-minute break now, and then Group C, Group B, and our final Group A race will be probably just around 5 o'clock, maybe 5:05. For our final group of races. And upcoming on TNL Sports then, Road to Moto GP on the 13th of May. That will be the British Mini Bikes Road to GP Round 3 at Rowra, on the tracks that we visit. British Supermoto up at Rowra for Round 3 as well. And then which is on, that says May the 12th, I'm not sure that date's right, because that is next weekend. And then the HKRC Kimbolton Kart Festival on the 9th of June. That's a cracking track. I wish we could get there for Supermoto. But all of this stuff is available on YouTube at TNL Sports, where sport lives. Lots and lots of coverage of all of our Supermoto karting, mini bikes, etc, etc. So get yourself subscribed to TNL Sports and enjoy the excellent coverage from multiple events over the country on any given weekend. And we will be back after a short break with our final group of races here from the second round of the British Supermoto Championship, brought to you by Trips.uk here at Teesside Autodrome. So welcome back then to the final group of races here at the second round of our British Supermoto Championship here at Teesside Autodrome. This is Supermoto Academy Race 3, brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build. All of your building needs down there in the south. Company run by Jay Smith, one of our elite level riders, and sponsoring our academy class. So a couple of decent races in this academy class, but it's fair to say that Blake Wilson has run and hid at the front of both of these, and I would expect him to do the same. It was this time yesterday that he came to the line and had a puncture in the rear of his bike and didn't manage to take the start. As we look at the 125 of Bell Wingate, Jackson Bennett there as well, and the 150 Gas of Liam Pearson. He's been decent this weekend, and fifth in race 2.
Yep, some good consistent results there from Liam on that gas. Can see there Archie Reynolds there giving us a little bit of a wave. He's definitely had the pace to be challenging Archie Ormrod this weekend, but hasn't quite been able to make a move on him in these first 2 races.
Just talking briefly then to Archie's dad, and also Cole there is on shot. His dad in the pits, Paul, and he was saying that, yeah, Archie's getting to grips with the bike really, and just it's a bit of a confidence thing, and obviously with these youngsters, they kind of get into a little bit of a hierarchy thing where, oh, well, he's the guy that wins, but he says no, he knows what he's got to do. He knows that the number 40 there of Archie Ormrod on the Dave Clark Racing Gas is certainly there to be shot at, and he knows he's got the lap time in him to run with him. As we look at the 77 of Leon Tall, and that is the 100 of Ollie Mullaney. 08 there in the background. That's Leon Tall on the number 77 Racing and Cruising KTM 85. Like I say, all of these bikes then pretty much converted motocrossers, apart from the number 5 TM Leeds Team UK 85 that the number 5 of Archie Reynolds is on. There is the BBR KTM of Jackson Bennett. Billy Carter, number 85, he's been decent as well. Opting for the full road race helmet. Waiting for the last few of our buggies to be taken off the track. Lily Rhodes then, he's doing double duty, riding 2 classes.
As is Blake Wilson as well. He was also out in the seas on that 65, so impressive showing from him.
There he is, and also Josh Walker then on the 455. Son of Trips boss Chris, who sat there in the background with an energy drink, just trying to get his breath back after an excellent 6th place in that second A group race. And there is Ollie O'Gorman.
He's doing impressive, getting around that off-road on that.
He has, and he's totally outgunned on a completely inappropriate bike for this this type of track, but he's ballistically fast on the tarmac, and he's racing against kids on much bigger bikes, much older than he is. Dean Wingate just making sure that Belle's hair tucked into the back of her helmet properly.
Yeah, we've had a few hair sticking out. It's not ideal. I know racing over in Belgium, I was pulled for it quite a few times, even just wispy bits. They were threatening to black flag us at the time, both myself and Jay Smith.
Not something that I have to worry about, fortunately. The solar panel in the middle of mine is more of a concern. But anyway, we wait then for this final academy race to come to the line. We've had a great first couple of rounds in this championship, and it's nice to see the kids getting out there and enjoying it. But there is the 08, and as you can see, that is the 60, looks like a 65cc. These are very small wheels. Again, fully cut, full slicks. Got a cut slick in the front of the 08, but a lot of these bikes running just non-cut slicks. The holding area right next to our comms box, so we're getting all of this in stereo, not only through our bins but also through the windows. But hopefully we will be on track shortly. Who is that on the far side? 'Cause they are on a fully treaded... yeah, that is Ollie Mullaney. So, yeah, he will be on a fully treaded tyre on that one. He's not the kind of rider yet that's going to need to run on the full slick tyres. And the confidence you get from running on the treaded... Basically, you run on the treaded tyres until such point as you have to replace them too much. And then you move to slicks, and that's pretty much the same with the big bikes as well. Although they don't last too long no matter what the weather is. We have been lucky so far. There are a few angry clouds. Unfortunately, we've not had our shot of the countryside away from this beautiful part of the world. We're kind of in the middle of a bit of an industrial area, and as a result, what did I see going? Was that Archie Ormrod going the wrong way? I'm quite sure what's going on.
Oh, and Archie Reynolds. I think they're all being... Are they being sent back?
It does look like it, so... not quite sure what is going on.
Hopefully there hasn't been an oil spill potentially.
Oh, there we are, look, right on cue. Oh, I know, yeah, you're telling me in my ear, but there it is, Rosebery topping. We were trying to get a flag put on that for this weekend, just for the giggles of it. But, yeah, it looks like we've got a delay, so we are going to be under... it's not whether we've got an injury or a... recovery, but they've sent everybody back to the pits for a few minutes, so we will wait and find out what that is. And as a result, we will just have a short break. We can have a bit of a chat about what's going on.
Yeah.
How was your racing yesterday?
It could have been better, I think.
It could always have been better, no matter who you are.
Could have
you
been
always
better.
think it could have been better.
I was kind of hoping we'd have a little bit more off-road. I was wanting to practice that a bit more myself yesterday. Oh, I think that's what our delay is on track there. So I think we're waiting for recovery for one of our super lights.
Okay, he's in a bit of an awkward position on the track. So they're just going to get that sorted out and get it towed back to the pits. And obviously not somewhere where they can leave it. I know we've seen that we've left a couple of them out there on circuit where they're out of the way. But if that's in a place where we're in the middle of a runoff area, that's got to be moved. But yes, so obviously with the rain that we had on Friday night, it was an absolute deluge, and the fact that we had any off-road at all yesterday was a miracle in my books. But it dried out really nicely overnight, and that off-road was pretty decent.
Yeah, the off-road itself was good. I feel like it might have been nice if we could have had a little bit more, but I understand weather dictates that. Speaking to some of the Academy riders, they were also wishing they had a little bit more in today. But I think they're trying to make it fair for everyone. We're just sort of cutting it a little bit shorter, especially those riders that are on smaller wheels and smaller bikes.
So a little bit of track work going on there, just trying to chop that down a little bit, maybe open the track up a little bit to make that inside line. There's been nobody using that. Our track crew have been absolutely fantastic all weekend and working away. Our marshals down there making sure that the track is safe. But they're just trying to take that down. Now, when we were coming the other way through this off-road section, we were using that inside line. Everybody there was making use of that. But the way round that we're using the track today, nobody tending to use that inside line. Certainly our youth that riders are, because obviously they're coming at it from a different angle. So maybe that's just why our track staff then just sweeping away the stones and taking that down just to make that a little bit better. And we've been told that the on-track action is going to be 5 or 10 minutes, so we can sit here and take up a little bit of time and enjoy, talk about the things that we normally don't get time to talk about. And as you can see, that is the flag. And not much wind there.
So we've definitely got to plug our Instagram and Facebook pages. So if you're not already following them, make sure you are. Both Instagram and Facebook always being kept up to date with the racing that's already happened and the racing that's up and coming. So we've got Rowra at the end of the month. So I think it's our next bank holiday weekend. We'll be back up in the north of England racing at the karting track in Cumbria.
It's a fantastic venue. We say there's not a jot of wind here today. Everybody's awnings all stayed put. Nobody having to weigh them down with massive lumps of concrete or anything like that. And as a result, the clouds that have been around this circuit all day have not decided to open on us just yet. Our track staff then from Teesside Autodrome recovering that number 14 Super Light from the far end of the circuit. And hopefully once that is away and sorted, we will be getting our academy riders back into the holding area. Like I say, no point having them sat in there waiting for 10 or 15 minutes. All the tyres going cold and such like, although I don't think many of the youngsters use tyre warmers.
I've seen a few with them on. Maybe not some of the riders that have moved up from Bambinos for sort of a first time, especially the ones with treaded tyres. They don't really need them. But some of our riders on the slicks, so them lads at the front, I think they're all running tyre warmers.
So tyre warmers, they're used through pretty much all motorsports these days, although I know that there is always kind of a thing to, let's take the tyre warmers away and put it back in the house, especially in car racing. And I know that there was a time in club road racing where they were frowned upon, but when you're riding 15 grand motorbikes, and certainly in road racing, the last thing that you want to be doing is going out onto the grid and throwing it up the track on cold tyres. And a set of tyre warmers and a generator these days is far cheaper than a set of bodywork for a 600, and we do use them obviously here for the Supermoto as well, simply for the reason that when you're charging off the line with cold tyres, there's always a chance that you're going to have an incident, and we just want to minimise the risk. So this is why we allow them to, certainly for Superpole as well, let them bring their tyre warmers up into the holding area. But generally, as a rule of thumb, everybody sits down there till the last minute, and then that's why we allow them to go back if there's a delay. So they will get their warm-up lap as before. They will get their sight lap onto the off-road, and then they will do a full lap for the track that they will use on the opening lap. But I've been caught out a few times on cold tyres. I had a tyre warmer once that didn't actually, although it said it was on, it wasn't, and didn't find out right until the last minute. Fortunately, it was noticed by whoever took the tyre warmer off at the time, which may have been my good lady wife, and so at least I wasn't going out there thinking I'd got a hot tyre when I hadn't.
I had a very similar thing here about 3 years ago. Running the same track layout as yesterday, came round on a cold tyre. It just started spitting, and I spun up just as you come out of the chicane to head down that fast straight, so the opposite way of what they're running today. Spun up and landed awkwardly on my knee. So that scuppered me for a little while.
I'm sure that you're reminded of that every time it gets cold.
Cold, do anything energetic, walk up some stairs.
Yeah, they're stairs. They're always the things that get you, especially on a Monday morning when you're coming down to go to work. So here's our academy class then, making their way round. I think they're going to send them straight to the grid, so they can just do a little bit more work on the off-road. In the background there you can see that is actually kind of the city centre of Middlesbrough and the docks area, and that the transporter bridge down the far end of the circuit and the Riverside Stadium. And we are only literally a mile out of the centre of Middlesbrough here. The fact that this was ever allowed to be built at all is an amazement to me. But off to the left there, just out of shot, is the Ironworks motocross track, which used to be on the other side of the road behind the trees on the right. We've also got Redcar Bear Speedway circuit at the other end of the car park, so it is a motorsports mecca up here in the northeast. But Blake Wilson then will start from pole, with Archie Ormond second, Archie Reynolds third, and Leon Tall in fourth.
Row 2, we've got Liam Pearson, Jackson Bennett, Belle Wingate and Billy Carter.
Row 3, Ruby Booth then coming from the back of the grid in race 2. She will start 9th from Lily Rhodes, Harris Tall and Tom Nutter.
Row 4, we have Max Rhodes, Ollie O'Gorman, Cole Reynolds and Josh Walker.
And on row 5, Ollie Mullaney, Tyler Clark, Garrison Metcalf and Berry Almond.
So it looks like they're getting sent around for another lap. I believe it'll be the tarmac only circuit, yeah. So the one they use on the first lap, just to make sure that no one makes the mistake of trying to make it into the off-road on that first lap. We've seen that happen a few times before.
We've seen that happen more than once, yes. But for this Teesside circuit then, so we're fairly limited with what we can do here. We do an awful lot. We've had 3 or 4 different dirt layouts. There's only really 2 or 3 different layouts that you can do with the tarmac without cutting it quite a bit shorter. It would be nice to try and do something a little bit different, but as with anything, nobody moans that Brands Hatch never changes. Tarmac circuits are what they are. We kind of spoiled a little bit with Three Sisters, that we can do so many different things with the layout there, because we can run it both ways round, and the dirt we can run the dirt 2 ways round as well as run the tarmac 2 ways round, so gives you a lot more options. But I think that this Teesside circuit, certainly one of the best in the country that we come to, and the staff always look after us very, very well. If any of you on site have not tried the cafe yet, the cake is very, very nice. Seems like the shutter is still up, so they are still open as we draw to a close. We wait then for our final rider on the front row of the grid, which will be Leon Tall, to come to the grid. But it is funny, you see these kids walking around in the leathers, and they've all got ice creams and cakes and all manner of things between races. It is quite fun to see.
E-numbers to make them go faster. That must be what it is.
Must be what it is.
Adults are out there drinking the Red Bulls. These have all got milkshakes.
Yeah. So we will see what... now waiting for the 77 to come to the grid. He's had a problem on the outlap. I'm not sure whether he is going to be there. They shouldn't be late to the grid because they're actually in the holding area. So we're waiting for him to go. It looks like Leon Tall may not be on the grid. Oh no, he is. He's come to the grid. Away they go. So yeah, just I was expecting something to be on that line there. Oh, Reynolds has got an absolute flyer. The number 5 of Archie Reynolds.
Brilliant start. Brilliant start there from the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, followed by the 77 of Leon Tall and the 8 of Blake Wilson. So it's Archie Ormrod down in 4th on that first lap.
Well, Wingate putting a good pass on Jackson Bennett there as well.
So we'll see what Archie Reynolds can now do with some clear track. See if he can put in some fast laps at the start of this and see if he can break away. We know he did have one of the fastest laps in the previous 2 races. So we'll see what he can do with some clear track.
As they come through then into the South Bank Bend for the first time. That is Jackson Bennett there. He's back in about 7th or 8th place now. The 56 of Lily Rhodes starting to close him down, but it was a lightning start then from the number 5 of Archie Reynolds on the TM Leeds Team UK 85cc TM. He's still there at the front. Oh, here we go, pass down the inside. Is he going to manage to hold him off? No, he's not. So it is Wilson back to the front.
Yep, it's not taking him long to get there, but nice pass there from Blake Wilson.
So can Reynolds hold him off? Are they going to see this line on the outside? See, they've dug this really nice grip. Right, so Reynolds has spotted, Ormrod spotted the dugout line on the outside, so he's going to save a little bit of time every lap through that little bit of the off-road. Look like Reynolds having Ormrod having trouble getting gears there. Maybe that's what might have been his... I won't say his lack of pace today, but he's just been a little bit off his game to what we normally see. Maybe just struggling a little bit.
Got the 56 of Lily Rhodes there. Just trying to tag onto the back of Jackson Bennett now as they head down this straight.
Paul Rose telling me that they had an engine seized at the end of the back straight on Friday, so that bike's been apart this weekend. And they've managed to get it running back in up to speed. And Bennett then on the 79 as number run by his dad Peter Bennett, who's had a decent day in our elite class, but not been in the top 4 or 5, which we've seen him do a couple of times in the last couple of years. But to be fair, the pace at the front been really, really good. The Wilson across the line with a 1.2 second advantage over Archie Reynolds, but Reynolds then still there in second. Wilson not getting away massively at the front. They've dug out a load of stuff on the side of the circuit there, and again it's really difficult because you can't get to it without going on the stones, so it will be a little bit of a risk to try and take that. And obviously there's going to be a load of stones on the other side of it when you go over it as well. Pearson comes through. He's in 5th, and Belle Wingate. And is that a pass?
Yep. So it looks like Lily Rhodes has found her way past Jackson Bennett through that off-road section. So she's now chasing down her teammate of Belle Wingate.
These girls do race each other hard. I mean, they pit together and they're good friends. Well, I can say they're good friends. I mean, they might hate each other. I really don't know. But no, they are good friends and they do hang out together. They spend all the race weekends together. But they've certainly not been afraid to duff each other up on track in the past. And we'll say whether Lily's managed to be... in fact, I think last time it was Belle that put the hard word on Lily. But this time it looks like might be the other way around. A decent pace from these two girls then. In 6th and 7th. Race leader already across the line. So, looking back at the battle for 2nd, Leon Torth still managing to keep with the 5 of Archie Reynolds. You can see there just as they leave the off-road. They've dropped Archie Ormrod, so whatever Ormrod has been, whatever problem he has this weekend, or whatever reason he's a little bit off the pace, he's been punished. This will be interesting to see how this affects the overall the points for the weekend. Obviously we have lots and lots of classes all mixed up together, and it's really, really difficult to do a live points thing as the racing goes by, but I'm thinking that trying to think if we've had anybody else in there making a nuisance of themselves that's at the front of the pack. Obviously Blake Wilson at the moment with 3 wins, he will be our winner, but this race from Reynolds with a 2nd and Ormrod finishing in 4th. This might mean that we might see a change for 2nd position overall. But anyway, we'll concentrate on the action on track and we'll let the numbers sort themselves out as they will. So Belle Wingate then still managing to hold off her teammate. And the gap then starting to open out just a little bit. You can see they're getting on the gas quite hard. Yeah, Ormrod really not managing to hold on to these guys. We'll have to try and find out what the issue is, if there is one. Leon Tall has a look over his shoulder, and I think he'll be surprised to see that. He has a quick look at the camera as well. No waving at the camera, because that's just a cardinal sin. But it is really funny, because obviously our camera crew down there, the only people they will see all day is the riders. They've done an excellent job of keeping track of all of these races for us this weekend, as they do every weekend at this Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship. Our on-screen graphic there just showing how much that gap between Tall and Ormrod has now opened up to. So Ormrod definitely seems to be struggling with something. It's about an 8-second gap, and he's currently about 2 seconds slower than the lads in front of him at the moment. So something not quite clicked for him today. So the best lap though, 129.0 for Blake Wilson, but a 130.0 for Archie Reynolds. So only within a second, that's pretty decent. That's as close as anybody's been to Wilson. The gap, probably about 4.5 seconds as they come across the line this time. So while the gap is going out, we saw Wilson disappear at the front quite convincingly in the first 2, and Reynolds has kept him a little bit honest, just locks the rear up a little bit there. Those leathers look really nice, don't they? All the nice colours. Just choosing to keep a tight line there, not venture onto the stones. So we watch here as the 5 of Reynolds makes his way down towards the fast straight. You can see he's coming up on a few back markers now. It's not ideal coming into them, because these faster riders will be heading into that chicane quite considerably faster than some of the riders there coming up to lap. So having to have quite a lot of racecraft about them to know when to make a pass and when to hold back. So Archie there heading straight around the outside, a little glance over himself.
to make sure the inside's clear. And then we're back with this battle between our two RWJ riders. We've got Wingate still managing to hold off Rhodes with 2 laps to go.
Jackson Bennett not out of this one either. He's managed to hang on to the back of the battle for these two girls, and he's pulling himself back into contention there in 8th place. They're all in the 134s, so similar lap times. 3 or 4 seconds off the pace of the leaders at the moment, but right on cue there is Blake Wilson. Just you wouldn't believe he's running the lap times that he's running on that 65, but he's got so much corner speed when he gets himself out onto the tarmac.
Yep, that gap opening up ever so slightly now between Wingate and Rhodes. It was down to less than half a second, but we're now back up to about 0.8. So we'll just keep an eye on that to see if Lily can show a wheel to Wingate.
Our race leader then showing great form through the infield section. I'd say these mini bike riders just have the ability to carry so much corner speed and have so much trust in those little sticky slicks. But obviously once you start getting onto the bigger bikes, the extra weight of the bike and the suspension and all the rest of it mean that so much easier to lob it down the tarmac. But Wilson then missing all the bumps on the inside there. It's quite choppy. And again here, it looks like they've done a little bit of resurfacing there, to be fair. We come across the line, and it is going to be a victory for Wilson then. That's a hat-trick for him. Gentleman set, fastest lap, fastest qualifier and 3 victories.
So
Reynolds across the line in second.
Rhodes not looking close enough to Wingate, but Bennett has really closed that gap up, and so has Max Rhodes. He's come back from absolutely nowhere, so he's now trying to find a way around the outside of Bennett.
Oh, not quite able to find a gap. So I think Max must have had a problem and he dropped off the back of these, because he was right there on the back of his sister at the beginning of the race. But Belle Wingate then will come across the line and take a great 6th place from Lily Rhodes. Jackson Bennett in 8th, Max Rhodes 9th, and Billy Carter in 10th. Watch Ollie O'Gorman then bring in that number 88.
So it was a battle to the line between Ruby Booth and Harris Tall, with Ruby taking 11th and Harris taking 12th. And we'll wait now. You can see there Ollie O'Gorman takes the checkered flag in 13th.
So that is our Academy class, brought to you by FF Design Solutions. And it will be a win overall without doubt for Blake Wilson, and I'm not quite sure who's going to take 2nd place, but I think it's going to be close between Archie Ormrod and Archie Reynolds on points. So next race then, Contract Solutions, Precision Engineers, British Supermoto C. It's Luke Hutchinson there in the centre. Got Peter Wadsworth down the far end. Andy Hayes then. He got mugged at the end of that one. He'll be hoping to finish the weekend with a win on that number 99. Say Andy there with the Oliver's Mount logo on his chest. He is the circuit manager up there. And then the 56 of Luke Hutchinson. Noah Guillory then on the 250 KTM by all accounts, so it would explain his lack of speed, but obviously he hasn't got the speed. I know that Hutchinson's on a 350 as Gavin Scaife goes through, and the rest of our C Group riders then. So this is their last chance for a race win of the weekend. The 41 of May Chalice then.
She was a DNF in our race 2, so I know she had a high side. I think it was in qualifying, so she's a little bit battered and bruised, but still going out there.
I did see that she was missing a handguard, and you can see that unlike the rest of the bike and her kit, which is perfectly colour coordinated, the odd handguards on there. So Farron Young then has obviously stuck that. Stuck an odd handguard on there to get her away for the final race of the day. As we look at the 691 of Calgary. Interesting to know whether whether Geary's going to be up for having a bit of a poke at the front of this one. Everybody now just looking forward as we go to our podium then. In front of our backdrop there is the number 5 then of Archie Reynolds. Second place. Well, that's Leon Tall obviously updating the socials on the Racing and Cruising KTM, and as per normal the leader long since gone. Blake Wilson already left the building. And so here is our grid then for British Supermoto C. Front row then Andy Hayes from Noah Guillory and Carl Geary and Luke Hutchison. Second row Rick Owen, Gavin Scaife, Dan Spencer and Sean Jones. Row 3 Dave Spafford, Oliver Granger, Michael Whittam and Peter Wadsworth. Row 4 Blake Wilson, Dean Clark, Kev Crowthers and Lily Rhodes, so she's straight back out on track after that academy race. And then row 5 Tommy Sayer, Steve Smith, Brett Barlow and James Crombie. Did not see Selby Trotter out there on track last time either, so whether he's out there or not.
Some synchronised wheelies there from Sean Jones and Michael Whittam.
Yeah, this double warm-up lap, not a bad idea because it's really easy to get. You need to know what the dirt's doing, but if you ride through the dirt, you're not going to get a chance to ride through the tarmac. And just knowing where the braking points are on that run down to that second turn. We did see a really entertaining race in the A group where Richard Sharp stuck it down the inside of his teammate, and Hodgson just sat back and picked up the pieces on that opening lap. So we'll see if we get that repeated later on, but this is our final C group race of the day then, and we'll see if there's anybody going to pull out anything from further down the grid. Blake Wilson out on this one as well, he's starting 13th. Oh, that'll be why he wasn't on the podium, because he's already out on the warmer lap for this race, so I did him a disservice there. So I'll tip me out to Blake Wilson then, missing the podium because he's got to go out in the next race.
Yeah, very, very impressive from Blake Wilson to be mid-pack in the C's on a 65. Definitely showing some of these lads how it's done. You can see there the 56 of Lily Rhodes on that KTM 250. Looks like she's definitely getting to grips with it a bit more now. You can see her making some moves in race 2, so we'll keep an eye out on her. So it looks like we're all getting into position. Just wait for the final few riders to take up their spots at the back of the grid.
We've got 256s in this one, because there's one as well. So it's the A56 of Lily Rhodes then, the Academy prefix on the number plate of that one. I did think we've got 256s in this one. So Hutchison on the front row and Rhodes there on the back of row 4. So we look at the 164 Cranked Up Racing KTM of Sean Jones. That's a nice looking bike, that is, isn't it? Two-tone wheels and all the bells and whistles. So we wait then for the all clear from the front of the grid. But a slight delay maybe. Waiting for a rider to come round and join the grid. The 351 of Rick Owen on the front of the second row with Gavin Scaife on the Automotive Solutions. I think that's a Husky. So green flag from Kirk at the side of the track, and Andy Kernick will hold up the flag, wave and point to the lights. And the final C group race of the day. Bit of start line angling there from Andy Hayes as away they go. As we look at Dean Jones as they go into the first turn, here we go, and it's Andy Hayes that's going to lead from Geary, from Hutchison. They make their way down to turn 2. It's really, really bumpy and wavy down there. Gullery there in 4th. And it's Owen in 5th. They've already started to gap away at the front.
Yep.
As everybody else streams through.
Good start there from Hutchinson, diving down the inside of Geary. Oh, that lad number 6 running into Michael Whittam, managing to stay on the bike.
Steen Clark then. Go down the back straight for the first time then. Spencer makes a pass on the 14 of Gavin Scaife. And Sheen then, the Sheen Projects owner, sponsor of this championship, he's out there on his 450 Husqvarna.
Our 2 academy riders were there battling, so we had Lily Rhodes and Blake Wilson battling as they headed into that infield section.
Pete Wadsworth there, knee down style, brother of Simon who won this race earlier on in the day. So he makes a nice pass around the outside, but race leaders then already making their way back across the line. Michael Whittam there and Blake Wilson. But it's Andy Hayes then, leads into the off-road for the first time. Oh, big move down the inside from Guillory. He holds a hand up there. Big smash into the side of Hutchinson. And Geary takes advantage of that.
Yeah.
So back up to second, but I think he was he second earlier on in the race?
Yep, I think he was second just before Hutchinson dived down the inside onto that second corner. Guillory there putting a hand up to apologise. He didn't get the place back though.
No, let's not get carried away. Yeah, I'm really sorry I just nearly knocked you off, but you're not having the spot back. But lucky that he's going to have a look back. I think he's expecting some afters from Luke Hutchison, but Luke not that kind of rider, I don't think. And just one of those things. And again, sometimes a bit of good contact is better than the option of trying to avoid it altogether and skidding somebody where you took the front. So Guillory then up to 3rd, and Hutchison will try and make another run at the number 41 as they make their way down into South Bank. Hutchison up on the second strip of tarmac there, which is less worn than, and he goes down the inside. Nice clean pass then. No need for contact. And front number plate adrift on the number 41 of Noah Guillory. But he's been demoted to 4th position. Our race leader Andy Hayes already across the line with Geary now closing down on him. So Geary will be fancying a bit of this, won't he?
Yeah, he's currently our fastest man on track doing a 1:42.4. So I think he'll be trying to show Hayes a wheel on this lap. See him there following him down on the soft road, taking the outside line. So Geary trying to rail it round the outside. Not quite close enough to get past.
And he struggles to get over that tabletop. And Geary then keeping the pressure on. None of them managing to jump down the Bathmate drop there. So that's kind of like a step down. And you need to jump from the top and clear the lip halfway down to land on the nice downslope.
You can see there, I think that's the number 16 of Tommy Sayer, who's down in 15th there, taking that outside line round that bottom berm.
So Hutchison in the distance there, hoping to get back on the battle for 1st and 2nd, but I think that ship has sailed in this one because he's a little bit further back than he would really like to be. So Hayes leads then, and Geary then was very, very quick towards the tail end of that last lap on the 691, and he's running a really, really tight line around the inside of this one. Is he going to have a look down the inside? No. And he carries the corner speed in there, and as a result, not able to make a pass.
Yeah, Geary there trying to show him a wheel, but not quite enough to be able to actually put a pass on Andy Hayes. But again, he's all over the back of him as they head towards the off-road.
The Geary's closer this time than he was last. So will he have another optimistic look down the outs? He's going to take the outside run here. Don't think he gains anything. Oh, he nearly runs into the back of him. Oh, look, that's a horrible kicker there. Hurts me to watch that. And we'll know he's under pressure. Geary's not going to be close enough. It's just far enough that if your speed is the same,
Carl doing absolutely
you can
everything
do.
right, but it's Luke Hutchinson that's currently the fastest rider on track. He's closed that gap down to Geary to, it looks now less than a second. It was just over a second as they crossed the line.
So this could be a three-man battle for the lead after me decided halfway around the last lap that was all over and done by the shouting. So Hutchison, the man on the move, then in third, and I will say that he was very, very quick through the off-road, and where they tip into the right-hander at the top of the Bathmate step. Oh, what a big moment there for Hayes. He locked the front wheel, and is Geary going to drop it across the front of him? No, he isn't. But Andy looked like he took the front there, and here comes Hutchison. So they're going to be a drag race into South Bank for the lead. 3 of them. Line astern. This was where Geary tried to make the pass last time, and Geary's on the inside. Oh, and a great pass by Geary. Here comes Hutchison. This is a cracking race. Hutchison round the outside of Andy Hayes.
Yeah, Hutchison lined that up really nicely, taking a wide line into South Bank, but Carl had him on the brakes. He was alongside. He knew he had the pass made, and Andy Hayes had to give up track position.
The thing, you haven't got to pass somebody. All you got to do is get them level and take the line away, and Geary did that. And I'm expecting that Carl Geary will just start to move away in this off-road. He's got some lovely lines, nice style over this jump, and he's fast through these corners at the bottom. Guillory's not out of this yet. Now Geary taking that outside line despite having the lead, and he's already started to put a little bit of a gap into as we zoom out. But coming into this, I was just going to say, in the last lap, Hutchison had the absolute send on this, and he was really, really high in that right-hander at the top of the drop, nearly went over the top of the bank to the point where I didn't expect him to come back into shot as they came down the Bathmate step down, and he just managed to obviously hang on to it. But Geary then now away at the front, starting to spread out a little bit. But it all started a lap ago when on the way into this corner, Andy Hayes grabbed a big handful of front brake and tucked it and did really well not to go down, to be honest. And all of a sudden Geary was on him. Geary had looked at him on the inside for this pass the lap before.
So that gap back now to Hutchison looking a little bit bigger than it was on the laps previous. Wondering if he's made a mistake on that lap, but Geary now pulling out a fair lead. We'll see what that is as he crosses the line.
Yeah, if that's not the fastest lap of the race, I would be surprised. But maybe he's just holding a steady pace, and it is a 138.6. Yeah, what's he? 130? Yes, 139.6. Sorry, for Geary. No purple sector times.
Looks like we've got a battle going on there for 5th between Rick Owen and Dan Spencer. Kevin Crowther's made his way up there, so keep an eye on that one. Hutchison really close to Andy Hayes now through that off-road section. Oh, but just not quite close enough to be able to show a wheel. But again, Noah Guillory still there or thereabouts. He's ready to pick up the pieces if anything does go wrong. So we've got Gavin Scaife there heading round the outside, trying to make a pass on Dan Spencer, but not quite carrying enough speed. Then followed by, I think that's Dave Spafford on that Honda.
So Carl Geary then 2.7 across the line last time, so he's definitely got to move on. And like I say, it was this corner where Hayes made that mistake. Let the wind slip through his fingers for the second time to date, but as we've seen in the picture with his helmet off, he's one of our veteran riders. He's Andy, been around a long time, done a lot of motorbike racing, and he's just out there enjoying himself. And again, Carl Geary, probably one of the happiest people I've ever met, always got a smile on his face, and stepped away from the sport for a few years, and came back I think at the end of 2022. Saw him a lot last year, and he's back this year for another run at it, and again just enjoying his bike racing. There he is, right on cue. He is a decent rider. I've had some good battles with him back in the day as well. And again, you can see that even on that loose dirt, these bikes on full slick tyres can get enough traction to wheelie. It is the hardest bit about Supermoto, and in fairness to the number 56 of Luke Hutchison, he's looking at buying a CB 500 to go road racing. His biggest problem for him is that he just doesn't think he can't get his head round riding on the dirt, and he also can't get his head round riding on the tarmac with dirty tyres. So I think he's off to try his hand at road racing. Oh, and he lights the rear up again, but again, as we saw earlier on, that bit of track is very, very slippy. The cart's polished the surface of the track to a point where it is literally like glass even in the dry.
So our split screen there showing the 26 of Peter Wadsworth. So he's trying to gain some time to catch back up to the 186 of Oliver Granger on his Husqvarna. But it's Luke Hutchison trying to head round the outside at South Bank.
He's trying to out Hayes, Andy Hayes. Similar riding styles makes the pass difficult. Is Hutchison going to be able to get around the outside? Andy Hayes is going to chop across. No, he can't. So a great pass from Hutchison. So Hutchison goes to second. Guillory's still there in fourth. You know, he's not out of this either. Last lap flag is out. We've got yellow flag waved as well. So somebody had gone down in that chicane. Quite sure who that was. It's not our leader, Carl Geary. He's already away at the front by some 5 seconds now. This is the battle for second place then on the final lap of this C Group race.
Yep, so Hutchison taking that inside line. And he's already pulled a fair gap on Andy Hayes. But he's not going to have enough laps to be able to try and pull that gap back to Carl Geary. So you can see him there already on his way out of dirt, heading back up towards that hairpin before the final long straight. So the gap between Geary and Hutchison over the line was just over 5 seconds.
You're not pulling that back in a single lap in with what bit of the track is left to run. You see the oil there that we had deposited on the track earlier on this morning, which just delayed proceedings a little bit here at Teesside Autodrome, but the track staff doing an excellent job, drafting in extra speedy dry and getting everything back to good to allow the racing to continue without issue.
There's the 77 of Michael Whittam making his way through the off-road section ahead of team member Steve Smith. But it's Carl Geary that takes the checkered flag, followed by Luke Hutchison and Andy Hayes. Then Noah Guillory in fourth.
So decent race then. A couple of lead changes and a big moment for Andy Hayes, and he runs out finishing third again for the second time today. Sean Jones then on the cranked up racing 164 KTM just tries to make a pass at the end, but doesn't quite get there, and he will end up ninth then, not quite managing to find his way past the 117 of Dave Spafford. Spencer was 6th, Rico in 7th on Oliver Granger. The 186 across the line in 10th, Peter Wadsworth 11th, and it should be the number 6 of Dean Clark in 12th position. And then the battle then for 13th with the Bathmate KTM of Brett Barlow. So again, no overall winners in this class, because obviously the winners move up, so we have to do all of our scoring for our different classes, and we will update those points for you as soon as we can, but that is something that we usually do after racing is finished. It takes quite a while to sort out the different classes, and we now move on to our final Group B race of the day, British Supermoto B, brought to you by Race IQ. It's www.raceiq.com, and they will update you on their developments of their new race timing system. Jamie Wrigglesworth then on the Bathmate 450 and the 59 of Paul Smith. Like I say, he's not somebody that I'm familiar with, but you said he's been here more than once. There is the 24 of Paul Baxter. Right, now I have seen him walking about the pits. I recognise him now. I do have this thing where you don't see people with their with their helmets on and you don't recognise who they are. Craig Forshaw, he had a decent ride in that last one, but just got he was trying too hard to make his way to the front and left the door open for teammate Darrell Pennington. Craig Forshaw then. James Woods on the Bathmate Husqvarna. He's been going decently again this weekend. 311 Jake Sayre. You say that he had a bit of a moment in that last one and went missing towards the end, I think.
Yeah, I think we missed him sort of towards the end. I think he went down. Looks like he'll be starting this one in 9th.
Jason Slater then on the 51. He had a problem in the last one. Got stuck down the bottom of the track. You can't park there, son. But Slate's then back up and running. And then Simon Wadsworth, the birthday boy, who is, shall we say how old he is?
You did say you wouldn't say it if he got into the B's. What are we going to...
Yeah,
where does he have to get to?
I'm a man of my word, yes. And but let's just say that he celebrated his 30th birthday, and it's whether he can remember how long ago that was. So we've got the live onboard camera again from Simon Wadsworth, so that should be fun from the back of the grid rather than at the front end as it was before. Always interested to follow these starts, and our Tech Native TNL Sports crew providing us with live onboard pictures. Neil Meelan trying that onboard line. Got a chance to talk to Richard Sharp between races, and he said, we're just trying that inside line just to do something different, and just ended up chucking his feet off the footrest and nearly going down. And though we missed that on the camera because it's right under the nose of the camera, and she lost it in the sweep as she was following across the top there, but he managed to stay on. But he just said, you've got to try something different, and so he did. But our B group race then, brought to you by Race IQ, and guys then out there for their first ride through the off-road section. They'll see how much it is. There's Dax Almond. He came up, got mugged at the end by Wadsworth. That was a great race, actually. I'd forgotten that. It was only an hour ago. It was a good race, that was. But 2 days of commentary action and so much great racing, it's easy to forget some of the things that went on. Our racing yesterday was top draw, and here's our grid then. Row 1 off pole, the 24 of Paul Baxter, with Darrell Pennington, Craig Forshaw and Paul Smith rounding out the front row.
Row 2, we've got the Bathmate rider of James Wood, Blaine Pearson, Jake Sayre and Paul Reynolds.
Row 3, Neil Meelan, Chris Lambourne, Jamie Wrigglesworth and Keir Armstrong.
Row 4, the vet rider of Brett Haley and Mark Stevens, Duncan Wright and Oliver Ross.
And row 5, Jason Slater, Michael Craig, Simon Wadsworth and Dax Almond. I'll give a shout out to Blaine Pearson. He's been under the radar a bit this weekend. He only rides on a Sunday, looking after Sun Leah most of the weekend. But he's had a decent couple of races, so we'll see what he can do.
So we got there the 2 Trips UK riders, Jason Slater and Simon Wadsworth. So 2 very differing riding styles as well from them two.
Oh, 2 very different people as well. Oh, they are. I mean, everybody under that. I mean, look, we know what the Supermoto paddock's like. Everybody here, they're good people. It's a great place to be of a race weekend. There's no egos that are too big to have the mick ripped out of them, and everybody gets on really, really well. It's one of the things that's kept me in this sport for so long, is the fact that despite the racing being absolutely cutthroat at the front, everybody is pretty well behaved and a lot of respect for each other, and that's what makes it good. And obviously that Trips team, then there's about 6 or 7 of them under there of varying different stages in their racing careers. Wadsworth, and this is his first season on the big bike. So we go on board with him as he just follows Duncan right round, and this. So we can see here, this is where all this broken tarmac is, and it's really, really rough here. You're trying to get on the power, and all these little bumps and ripples make it really, really difficult. And again, there's a bit of a tarmac change here, and
there's also a bit of a dip as you head through this right-hander. So the suspension, yeah. I know it's caught a few people out, so I think that's what happened to Jake Sayer on that last lap. He did seem to go quite wide, nearly end up on the grass.
So here we go then, getting ready. We're waiting for the green flag at the front, on the side of the grid from Kirk, as he gets everybody all ready to go. We'll keep our eye on that as the revs rise, and we wait for the lights to change. Away they go. Well, there we go, from live on board from the back of the grid. It's like Baxter that's got the whole shot. Good run round the outside from Craig Forshaw. We're trying to win it on the first lap. This is where he was getting nervous. But Forshaw makes a good start. James Wood in there as well. He's made a good leap from the front. Slater's made some places up as well. This is where the motocross riders tend to be good in the first few corners. They've got the ability to pick holes out where there isn't any and just put the bike in a little bit of a gap that doesn't exist. Having said that, it looks like Wadsworth has already steamed past. Let's put about 5 riders behind him. I'm starting from the back row of the grid, but it's the race leader at the minute, 24 off Paul Baxter on the KTM. We look at James Wood wheeling out into the straight onto South Bank Bend. Yeah, Wadsworth managed to put about 9 bikes behind him, starting from the back of the grid. That's company Race IQ. Here we are on board then. He's already up to the back of the number 10 of Paul Reynolds. Well, that is pretty impressive, because I'll tell you that, I've been riding a lot longer than Wadsworth, and I'd be happy to be up there dicing with Paul Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, the ex-Chris Hodgson Championship bike from 2023. But here's our race leader then, Baxter, over the tabletop at the top of the hill. Yeah, he looks a really competent rider off-road, doesn't he? Forshaw there in second. Yeah,
definitely able to throw that KTM around through the
Pennington
off-road.
there in third, running around the outside again. Is he going to mug his teammate for the second race in succession? No, he isn't. James Wood there, fourth. And then it is Lane Pearson.
So James Wood, another rider that's been quite under the radar so far today. Good to see him now pushing up at the front end of this race. Looks like we've got a couple of riders down there. So that looks like, I think that's Simon Wadsworth and Chris Lambourne. So looks like they've had a bit of an issue there. Gone over that berm before the Bathmate step down. So Simon there looking like he might be a bit winded.
So there's a possibility that somewhere along the line we've got the live feed of that. We'll see if the Bathmate replay will pull up that replay of Simon Wadsworth. Obviously he's up and on his feet, so he's okay. But Baxter then 0.15 over the line, which is next to nothing. Forshaw all over the back of him on that Automotive Solutions Honda. Decent rider, Craig Forshaw, but he's always just maybe half a second off of where he needs to be with regards to getting in front of riders for grid position. Don't think he's a brilliant qualifier, and he has to ride his way through. It's increasingly difficult as you ride up the talent pool.
You see there in the background that number 5 KTM Tricks UK bike still on the wrong side of that banking, so I don't think Simon Wadsworth will rejoin him, which is a shame.
Let's see if we've got it here. No, we've not. This is something from earlier on.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like both of his hands are working and everything's okay, so we'll wait to see that on socials later if it does surface.
What?
But here's our race leader then. Knee down style from the number 24 of Baxter. And Forshaw is looking like he's going to try and make a move. You always think, oh yeah, I can get up the inside here, but the gap just disappears so quickly. I've had people try and fire up the inside of me more than one occasion there, and you're just like, well, even if I move out of the way, you're going to end up taking us both down, and you just have to shut the door. But Baxter then under increasing pressure from the 58 Honda of Forshaw. And will he runs wide here so he can square the turn off, get a better run up the hill. Baxter then uses that little bit of edge of the circuit. The track conditions today through this off-road, absolutely fantastic. Pennington is closing in.
Yeah, Baxter does seem to just stretch out his legs a little bit as they head through this off-road. Forshaw not able to keep as close to him as he is on the tarmac. So there was
Baxter
only a
not jumping down the back though.
There was only a 0.1 second gap as they crossed the line, but it seems like that is where he's gaining his time on Forshaw.
Yeah, but Baxter not doing that step down is costing him big style. He's been overtaken there a couple of times, I think. He's got everything else dialed. But and I will say that obviously, you know, it's easy for me to say, well, you should be sending it down there. But I think it took me 2 sessions to pluck up the courage to give it the big one off the top of there, with the first one I rode here last year. And I've been riding motocross for more years than I care to imagine. And it's really the kind of thing that you should be doing with your eyes shut at my level of experience. And it's just a case of if you don't quite make it far enough and you clip the downslope, all of a sudden that outside of the track on the way out rushes up at you very, very quickly. But Forshaw not able to make a pass because the track's split there, so we can't even jump off to the side of Baxter easily, although we did see a couple of people do that earlier on. But Forshaw all over the back of the 24 as they make their way into the off-road. With 5 to go. You see the bumps then just helping slow these bikes down a little bit as Forshaw makes a little bobble and loses the toe, so he's not going to be making a pass this lap by.
Yeah,
Baxter making a nice job over there now.
Yeah, Forshaw not seeming to be confident enough to try and take a different line either to Baxter. He's not. He is following quite a lot, whereas we'd seen Darrell Pennington trying that outside line, trying to see if he could force a mistake. But Forshaw seemingly not as confident on the off-road to be able to try that. Further down the pack, that is the number 111 of Duncan Wright on our split screen there, closely followed by the racing and cruising rider Oliver Ross.
So this is still he has the potential to be a 3-rider battle with 5 laps to go. I know Pennington is quite quick in the off-road, but let's not forget he was on the back of his teammate at one point in this race, so he has been tailed off. Forshaw doing everything that he can on that number 58. He needs to keep his powder dry and not make a mistake going into the first bit of the off-road. No passes to be made there. So we've seen some passes round the outside, but Forshaw letting him cover the inside and trying to cut back, but he's just not getting the drive up the hill.
So that is the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, still got the 101 of Neil Meelan all over his back wheel. Neil not able to find a gap through on that infield section, which is giving Jamie Wrigglesworth the opportunity to try and close that gap.
Yeah, Riggs having a decent day today, but our race leader then down the Bathmate step down. It is still pretty tight.
Yep, Neil Meelan there taking that outside line, and it looks like he's made the pass on the Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds. So that was a great move there from Neil Meelan.
Forshaw again closes the gap down to just a couple of bike lengths as they make their way into South Bank. And is he going to try and go up the inside? Oh, he thinks about it. Again, if you can get there a little bit closer next time, this is one of the things where you just have to commit. You just have to push your way by and just go up the inside. You're not going to make the corner. And then it's up to Baxter whether he chooses to fight or he sits up and lets you ride by and then tucks in underneath you. We saw that earlier on in one of the other races. Pennington's still got something to say for this one as well. They're in third. It looks like that middle berm not getting the use that it was. The track is cleaned up on the flat. They're not going into the deep berm with the stones in it now.
Our split screen there showing the battle for, I think that's 12th there, with Oliver Ross, Brett Haley and Duncan Wright. So it looks like Brett's made the pass on Wright on that lap.
We just need to see Pennington in the background closing in on Craig Forshaw. There's only 3 laps to go. This will be the longest race of Baxter's career so far, I would imagine. Although I'm sure he's been racing for quite a while, but these races that you're at the front, it feels like they go on forever. But if you're Darrell Pennington, it'll feel like a 3-lap race, because all of a sudden the last lap flag will come out and you'll be like, well, where did that go? Forshaw nowhere near close enough this time to even attempt to move up the inside of Baxter, so he just takes the easy line, but he has managed to find his way back onto the 24 through that left-right combination. They have dropped Pennington off a little bit. 2 to go.
Yeah, Forshaw trying to get as close as possible to see if he can make a move up the inside onto the soft road. So you can see there swinging wide, see if he can find anything. It's just not close enough.
The only chance that Forshaw's got there is to try and drop it across the front of Baxter into there, but that's a big risk. Not really in a position to be able to do it, because Baxter's pretty quick into there. So this is our top 3 then, with a couple of laps to go. And as we run down this final group of races, we'll just a couple more circuits. You can see the speed difference down the hill there, but Baxter just seems to be able to just pull the gap out enough where he needs to not let Forshaw have a proper go. Pennington then there in 3rd.
Forshaw taking a quick glance over his shoulder, just keep an eye on where the 666 of Darrell Pennington is.
Shout out to James Wood then, he's there in 4th, just got tailed off a little bit, and he's in a battle, a good battle with Blaine Pearson. They're just over a second apart, and I've been for probably the last 5 or 6 laps, but it's James Wood on the 82 Bathmate Husqvarna that is holding on to 5th place as the laps roll down in this one. We watch Pennington then. So Baxter, one more circuit and a little bit, and he will take a well-deserved race win in this B group as the last lap flag is waved.
So Forshaw will know it's now or never if he's going to try and put a pass on the 24 of Paul Baxter.
Just not the room up there to try and force the issue.
I think the only way it's going to happen is if he tries something different. He's been doing the same thing every lap and getting the same result.
Oh, and he stalled. Forshaw stalled the Honda.
It's not what I meant.
Yeah, well, he certainly tried something different there. It makes a change. It's usually me that says stuff like that. So Pennington looked like he may have just got held up behind his teammate there. So all of a sudden Baxter will have a big advantage. Be interesting to see whether Pennington managed to get past.
Looks like we saw them both there. I think
Yeah,
they were still in the same order. Yeah, the same order.
Oh,
so Forshaw and Pennington.
Darrell Pennington will be absolutely fuming at that.
Yeah.
You'd at least think that he'd managed to take advantage of his teammate's mistake, but this is why you don't follow. If he'd have gone the outside, he'd have just rode past him. This is why you never follow. And as a result, Baxter is going to ride. He didn't lose that much time actually, so he must have literally got that going on the first prod of the button. Craig Forshaw, I don't even think he came to a standstill, so it probably only cost him a second or so. Last lap was a 1:34.9, so we'll see what he does coming across the line this time. But it is going to be Paul Baxter that is going to take a well-deserved victory in this final B group race of the day from Craig Forshaw and Darrell Pennington.
Yeah, so he lost about 2 seconds there, doing a 1:37.8 on that lap, both him and his teammate.
James Wood holding off Blaine Pearson across the line to take a well-deserved 4th as well. But yeah, this is why we say it. We don't get involved in somebody else's accident, and if you're following and something happens, there's always a point where obviously you're going to follow through on the tarmac. There's not really any choice, but where there's a choice of lines, it is always a big thing to say. Well, are we going to follow, or are we going to try and do something different? It's fair to say that obviously from Pennington's point of view, he'd got nothing to lose, and he had tried that outside line more than a few times and made a couple of passes there. But anyway, that was a cracking race. Fair play to Craig Forshaw for trying to make something happen for the last few laps of that one. But it will be a win then for the 24 off Paul Baxter on the KTM. Second place Craig Forshaw, and third Darrell Pennington. And the rest of the top 10, the 82 Bathmate Husqvarna of James Wood will take fourth. Blaine Pearson fifth on the 151, then the six number 59 Paul Smith, seventh the 311 Honda of Jake Sayer, eighth the 101 of Neil Meelan, ninth 122 Kit Armstrong, and 10th 98 Jamie Wrigglesworth.
So we are now going into our final race of today, the British Supermoto Race Championship A race, sponsored by Sheen's Doors. So we see there all our riders now getting ready to make to the track. We've got our two Trips riders there, the 33 of Jay Smith and team boss Chris Walker on 155.
Chris had a really good race in that last one, finished sixth, and we were joking, we had a quick break and just rules managers to try and have a run around and see what's going on, and they were joking that he said just got tired towards the end of that one, but he just got enough of obviously he was handed a little bit of a lifeline by Alex Mullaney, having a bit of a moment and taking the pressure off him, but he's just said, I'm at the age now where he said I don't really want to have to start training, but this is the difference. The top five guys then all properly race fit, and as a result Walker then just whilst he's got the speed and the technique, and he is a really, really good rider, has been for a number of years, the sport is very much a hobby for him, and to put in the amount of effort that you need to on top of his business commitments. I mean, not saying that the rest of the guys aren't, but Walker stepped away from the sport for a long time, where the likes of Jay Smith and Jamie Duncan and that, they've been riding for solid for the last 10 or 15 years, and as a result they've been out there keeping bike fit. And Walker rode last year, rode himself back into some kind of bike fitness, but he's upped his game this season to the point where a top six finish in this calibre of rider is very, very commendable. So it will be a reverse grid for this one, and I always get caught out with this one. So what will happen is, you see there, so we will actually start, so it will be Lee Williams, Jack Nation, Chris Walker and David Pearce will start on the front row, with Richard Sharp, Jamie Duncan, Jay Smith and Chris Hodgson on row 2. And then row 3 will be Blakeman, Hillier, Harley Sharp and Seth Gibson. Row 4, Peter Bennett, Andy Mitchell, Oliver Holmes and Alex Mullaney. And row 5, Kyle Eccleston, Chris Eastwood, and coming up from the B group last time, Ian Bremner and Paul Groom. So really please don't remember the reverse grid thing this time, because it always does me over, because I just read the graphic. But we did discuss this, and unfortunately, because of all of our stuff is all generated off the live timing, and the reverse grid is literally a fag paper exercise off the back of that, and we can't update our grid easily, although I'm sure there's somebody somewhere who's a coding wizard that could say if race number equals 3 then this equals this. But when you read that in from somewhere else, it's never as simple as you would like to think. But all of our race timing, then obviously we've got our own time and scoring team here on site.
Well, I think this is the $1 million question, Phil. Who's your money on?
Oh, I don't do money. It's really difficult to say. What I will say is that with a front row start, David Pearce might be able to get away if you can get off the line, but he is very much a wounded soldier. His hands are very battered, skin off his arms and shoulders, and he was down there earlier on in the lunch break, and he's definitely very much the worse for wear. And he did say that the incident that he had with Jamie Duncan in race 1 was just down to him not really being able to hold on to the to the bike properly and made a little bit of a mistake, and unfortunately Jamie Duncan got collected with that. But he's been really, really good, and he's on the outside of the front row. Having said that, Lee Williams is also been decent. So it will be Willow from Jack Nation, Chris Walker, David Pearce, and then Sharp, Duncan, Jay Smith and Chris Hodgson. It does always worry me, this reverse grid start, but he has brought us some excitement. So last race of the day comes to the grid. There's Richard Sharp then on that borrowed Chris Walker bike after problems with this morning in free training with his. Saw him do qualifying on son Harley's bike, but Harley out in this one somewhere as well. He's there on 11th on the grid, so I don't think they'll let both of them out there on the same bike. So here we go. Away they go, and a good jump then by the number 4. They come into the first turn. Oh! Who's that that's gone down? That's Nation that's gone down. He's took Hodgson and everybody with him.
That was Willow.
No, it's Willow. Lee Williams takes his goggles off. So a massive lead then for...
Looked like our championship number 1 rider, Chris Hodgson, getting caught up on that, as well as 33 of Jay Smith.
Hodgson and Smith right at the back. This is going to be a big change. Got a red flag then by the looks of it.
Yeah. We'll make sure that downed rider's okay.
Yeah,
see
red
a few
flag
riders
then,
there shaking their head.
So I've not seen a red flag. Yes, there is. So there is a red flag at the end of the start straight, so the riders can obviously see that. So we will re-rack them. I think Willow will be, hopefully we will be okay.
Some great flag twirling there from that marshal.
Yeah, we've got a great set of marshals, all of the venues that we go to. So we will just wait for the race control to give us that. But that... So Lee Williams then, he did sit up and take off his goggles, and lots of riders then doing well to avoid that as they come down into the first turn. Just trying to see as he comes into the turn what happened there. He locked the rear up and clipped the back of Jack Nation, and he took Jamie Duncan and pretty much the whole of that second row with him. So unfortunately, that's the rub of the green with these reverse starts. You want to get to the turn first because you don't want to be mugged off by all the faster guys the row behind you. And so hopefully Lee Williams will be up on his feet shortly. We'll just wait for the nod from our race control to see what's going on. Have a quick look out the window, and can't see a lot going on. Now these guys will probably get one more sight lap and we will re-rack them. But yeah, it looks like he just got into the corner a little bit too quick.
Yeah, so it was all our sort of top riders that were also caught up in that one. Looks like everyone else got away fairly unscathed, but you can see he did take his goggles off. Definitely conscious, so...
Jack Nation then, he was involved in that, but unwittingly he just got chopped off and just came across, and Lee Williams just unable to stop as they got into that first turn. So the riders then being ushered back to the start. Well, David Pearce then was the man. So the ambulance then reversing back into position, so that tells me that the number 94 of Lee Williams, although he will no doubt take as the cause of the stoppage, will take no further part in this race, is good enough to either walk to the ambulance of his own volition, and nobody looks like they're jumping round. So just the wind knocked out of Lee Williams. So I'm expecting that we will get another full tarmac warm-up lap and back to the grid, just to make sure that these guys get turn up at the start with a full set of hot tyres.
So that also means there will be an empty spot on the front row.
There will. I don't think that they will fill that front spot. That's
No.
not how the form works. So there will be an empty spot where Lee Williams would have started, and he did start from pole, so he did not get the drop off the line, and obviously got closed down again. This is another one of those things where should pole be on the other side of the track, because you would want the outside line to be able to sweep in. But it was the number 4 there of David Pearce, my tip if you remember as well, that took the whole shot. But Jack Nation, Chris Walker. So there'll be an empty spot on pole position. And we will go again.
Just looking who's behind that pole spot, it would be Richard Sharp. So that will give him a clean run up to the first corner, so long as there's no sort of shifting around.
Unfortunately for Sharp, he is on the wrong side of the track to really take any advantage of that, because as you come out of that corner you can't quite see it on the right hand side there, but we've got all of the track furniture for our run into the off-road, and what obviously Willow did there, he just got into that turn a little bit hard, having not got off the line properly, and as a result ended up just taking the back of Jack Nation. And I don't think, judging from Jack's position, I think Jack was actually leading as they went into there almost. So David Pearce was leading because he'd already cropped him around the outside. But I don't think that Nation had got on the brakes early or anything. He carried the speed into that corner quite well. And I just think Willow was just hoping that he could have a little bit more room than was made available to him. But that is what racing is all about. It's all going great until it doesn't. As we look at Harley Sharp, Peter Bennett and the 61 of Andy Mitchell. Paul Kroon now on the 138. As they come back to the line for the second time of asking, we did have we had a red flag in one of these yesterday, didn't we, for a track and for a crash coming the other way into the circuit. So it is difficult here at Teesside. This is whichever way you run the circuit, especially with the off-road, it's there's always a risk that you're going to see that. So it is going to be Jack Nation now that starts on pole with the 155 of Chris Walker, the Trips.UK team boss. Then, like I say, he had a 6th place in the previous race. Then it's Pearce. So Smith and Hodgson get a second chance at this, and Jamie Duncan and Richard Sharp, to be fair. All 4 of our second row riders ended up on the grass. As we wait then, green flag then from Kirk. We'll wait Andy to point at the lights. And here we go again. Away they go. Not such a good leap for the number 4 this time as they come down the start straight. And this time it's Chris Walker. Chris Walker leads. Pearce then. Is it Walker? Yes, it is Walker. Is he going to take his teammate wide? Oh, and it's Richard Sharp that leads from Walker, from Jay Smith. So Mulaney buried back in the pack.
It was a Trips 1, 2, 3 as they made their way round this top hairpin. So we'll see if they've managed to hold it as they head down this straight.
So whole shot then from Chris Walker, but teammate Richard Sharp makes the pass. And we'll just point out the irony there that Chris Walker getting beat by his own spare bike. But Sharpie then checking out at the front. Walker there in second, Smith in third, Pearce fourth, then it's Hodgson, then Duncan. And then a bit of a gap back then to, can't quite see who's that in there behind Jamie Duncan. But this is the battle at the front as Walker looks across and lets Jay Smith have the track that he needs. Hodgson now is going to have to try and find a way by. He's past David Pearce. So Walker's not going to get his stick his neck out here. Hodgson finds his way by, as does Duncan. So Chris Walker then doing the wise thing. But Richard Sharp away at the front. Hodgson under pressure from Jamie Duncan. So all of our usual suspects at the front, but Richard Sharp will look at this one and see his chance. Jack Nation still in there having a good run as well. The rest of the field come through.
Yeah, Alex Mulaney looking buried in about 10th place on this lap. Hodgson absolutely sending it over that tabletop to keep in front of the 7 of Jamie Duncan.
That was nearly a pass there for Duncan. But they're only going down the step down, and look at that, Richard Sharp, he's gone. So Jay Smith then, he's going to have to make him, he seemed to think if he got a start he could hold Chris Hodgson off, and if he's going to do that, and Richard Sharp is going to be absolutely over the moon. So the 217, let's not forget, he's not in the flush of youth, Richard Sharp. Finished second in the over 45 race at Mete last year, behind a World Championship level rider.
Chris Walker still holding off your pick for this race, the number 4 of David Pearce, who's currently sat in 6th. But it's Chris Hodgson there having a bit of a moment as they come round onto this infield section, trying to find a way past the 33 of Jay Smith.
So let's see what the gap is across the line. It was 1.9 last time. So Smith and Hodgson, 3.2 seconds. We've got a camera just tipped over there or something. But 3.2, so he's checking out at the front. Jamie Duncan not close enough to do anything about Hodgson this time, so he takes that inside line. But that was all about the start and all about being aggressive down into turn 2. We saw it the previous race where he took Jay Smith out wide, but this time he rode around the outside of Chris Walker.
Yeah, Jamie not quite close enough to the TM Leeds UK team rider of Chris Hodgson as they now head down this long straight. David Pearce has found a way past the Trips UK team boss of Chris Walker, so he'll now be hunting down the 7 of Jamie Duncan.
A little bit out of shape there for Pearce as he just caught the curb on the way in and he's closing down on Duncan. Then it's Walker. Oh, what a fantastic race.
But Sharp now checking out to the tune of 3.2 seconds at the front, followed by teammate Jay Smith.
The longest 8 laps of his life this will be for Richard Sharp. He battled David Pearce last time out at Three Sisters for the whole of the race, and he had numerous attempts to pass and it was a neck and neck battle, but Sharpie will know he's got a gap and he's just got his head down. Smith then just riding a champion's type of race, I suppose. He's just, look, I'm going to take the points. Chris is behind me. Chris is not in the championship. Is he going to think, do I need to chase my teammate down for the win, or do I just take another second place and enjoy the points that will bring? Because I'd say it is a different Jay Smith this year.
We did ask in his interview how that was feeling, and he says yes, but when the helmet goes on, you know, that's quite difficult. So I feel like you'll definitely still have that first place position in mind, but at the moment I think he's going to be a bit preoccupied trying to keep the number 1 of Chris Hodgson at bay.
So it'll be 6 to go across the line this time by. It's 2.8 last time was the lead, so it's just kind of steadied a little bit. It looks like it's gone out. That looks like nearer 4 seconds to me this time by. Jay is just riding a wide bike. That's MTR KTM, the Trips.UK team. Hodgson not able to force the issue to get a look anywhere on the Londoner.
Yep, so that gap out to Sharp now opened up to 3.5 seconds, so he's got a nice bit of breathing room over his teammate.
Pearce on the back of Jamie Duncan as well. Little mistake from Smith at the top of the hill.
Jamie taking that outside line, but nearly going over the top and blowing that berm out.
Oh, Pearce trying to make the pass. Still nobody daring for that inside line. They should have taken that little bump out on the inside, I feel, for the track this way round. It would have opened it up quite nicely. But Pearce doing everything he can. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Richard Blakeman and Alex Mullaney displacing Jack Nation and Peter Bennett. Fastest lap of the race so far, 128.5 for the number 4 of David Pearce at the back of this shot. Quick shifter then for Jamie Duncan again. He said he had a problem in that last race and he can't get the thing to change gear. It's just not changing.
Yep, so Jamie will be now trying to find a way to make that pass back on David Pearce after realistically giving it up heading down that straight.
Hodgie looked like he was really close to Jay there. Is he going to try and send it up the inside? No, he's not. He's going to try and go round the outside of the number 33. But Jay then just doing what he needs to do, riding a wide bike.
Yep, putting that Trips UK KTM MTR bike exactly where it needs to be to keep Chris Hodgson behind him.
4 seconds now at the front for Richard Sharp with 5 to go.
Looks like we've got a battle there for 6th between Chris Walker, Chris Eastwood and Richard Blakeman. So Eastwood in between those 2 KTMs on that Honda until he can't get a feeling for it. Setup wise, it's just not where he wants it.
Oh, Pearce almost made the pass on Hodgie there. That was a real good move from the Manxman. Again, he didn't follow. He's going to try that again the next lap, boy, and I think if he's a little bit braver and he wants to out-jump Chris Hodgson. Oh, big tuck of the front then for the number 4. He's definitely riding out of his skin considering his injuries. But Richard Sharp not even in shot. But Smith just doing everything that he needs to do to hold on to this 2nd place. 2 victories so far for Chris Hodgson. Hodgie's going to try and ride around the outside. He's going to try and cut back up the inside of Smith. Nothing to be had there for him. Fastest lap of the race, like I say, from David Pearce. He's right on the back of Chris Hodgson. Is he going to be able to do anything? 4 to go this time by. I've just dropped Jamie Duncan a bit, but he's having them problems with his quick shifter. Wheelie from Pearce. This is a cracking race. No excuses for not showing you the man at the front. He's gone. Different postcode. This is the battle for 2nd. So Pearce then going to try and make a run down the outside. Is he going to manage to do anything? Here he goes. Fires it in. Hodgie can only go as fast as Jay Smith. Pearce is there again, but not quite close enough. Duncan's right on them as well. But this is top draw stuff. You can't take your eyes off this. There's our race leader, Richard Sharp. 4.5 seconds with 4 laps to go is the lead. From Smith, from Hodgson. There's just no way that Hodgie can risk any contact with Jay Smith. Say recently back from collarbone surgery. Let's not forget that Hodgie, as well as David Pearce, is riding wounded. Certainly not in the peak of fitness. And like I say, Jay Smith not overriding the bike.
Hodgson not as close there as he was on previous laps heading into that infield section, but a slight mistake there from Jay as he spins up the rear on the exit.
I mentioned that Dean Hillier sat at the side of the circuit a few laps ago on the back straight, so he's going to be a non-finisher in this one. But this is 3 laps to go then. Hodgson, is he going to try, will he dare go offline and try and make a run round the outside in the off-road? I don't think he's going to.
Our split screen there, we can see the 79 of Peter Bennett trying to find a way around the 155 of Chris Walker.
Oh, this is the pass. Pearce has made the pass. So Pearce moves Hodgson back to 4th. Now this is going to make the overall interesting, and I think that Pearce will try the same thing again on the next lap on Jay Smith. He will give the inside to Chris Hodgson. So the Manxman then up to 3rd position. Lights the rear up as they come over the top of the corkscrew. Richard Sharp then, duct tape numbers and everything, he's away at the front. What a race, trips 1-2. Hodgson now back to 4th, Duncan still hanging on. They're in 5th, but they're a long way ahead. Mullaney then has made his way to 6th, but he's 22 seconds off the lead. But a brilliant ride for Alex Mullaney, the youngster then from 16th on the grid. He would have been in this battle all day long had he not had that off in the first race when challenging Jamie Duncan.
All these riders now in the top 5 in the sub-130s, with David Pearce still having that fastest lap of a 128.5.
Hodgie lit the rear up there, Danielle. He was almost out of the seat. He's not going to be at full strength. So is Pearce going to try and do the same thing to Jay Smith that he managed to do to our 18-time champion, Chris Hodgson?
Looks like Dean Hillier has rejoined, so he's currently 2 laps down, but he's racing round with the 61 of...
Here we go, round the outside. Pearce is going to do it. No, he's not. Smith just quick enough. He just got a little bit of a bobble, but Hodgson had got no answer, so 1 to go at the end of this one. A cracking race then for our final on-track action at round 2 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Teesside Autodrome. Richard Sharp, 3 seconds to the gun. We're getting the last lap flag next time by. One more chance then for David Pearce to have a run at the number 33 Londoner of Jay Smith. Having said that, Pearce, he is really he's the championship leader at the moment. Obviously that won't be the case with the results today, but coming into today he was the championship leader. Another quick nearly out of seat moment for Hodgson, and they're the things that will put that collarbone very much under pressure. So
there's Kirk with our last lap flag. So if Jay could make this KTM MTR bike any wider, I think now would be the time. There's our race leader. So that gap's now down to 2.3 seconds as they head into this final lap.
I just want to see Richard Sharp say, I managed the race. Here we go then, Pearce down the outside, flies into the berm. He's round the outside. Is he going to pass Smith up the hill? No, he just clips and doesn't have enough. But I think Jamie Duncan might have managed to put a pass on Hodgson. No, he didn't. He got level, but again, just run out of track. So down the hill, off the Bathmate step for the final time. Hodgson trying to find just a little bit of room. We're running out of tarmac now. Richard Sharp looks down at Walker's bike and says, don't fail me now. But what an excellent ride it's been from Richard Sharp on the Trips.UK KTM. Usually races a Husqvarna. He has a look over his shoulder. Oh, so we've got, looks like
it's looking like a red flag.
Yeah,
all riders are pulling over.
Yeah, everybody stopped. I saw Richard Sharp, so that will be a result, no doubt. 3/4 race distance. Will have been done.
So we were on our last lap. So the standings, I do believe, go back a lap in the event of a red flag.
Yeah, so that will be declared a result, but yeah, David Pearce managed to pass Hodgson a couple of laps from the end of it, so I will say that in my official capacity as announcer, that it will be definitely a win for Richard Sharp. Not headed at all in that one. He will take a victory from the number 33 of Jay Smith. And then third place will be the number 4 of David Pearce, 4th Chris Hodgson, 5th Jamie Duncan, and 6th place Alex Mullaney. And like I say, it's such a shame that we didn't get to see that one pan out at the end of the track, at the end of the race. But not sure who's gone down or where. But as soon as we've got an ambulance then that was going to be dispatched, which looks like it's now not. So that is always a good sign. And in fact, it looks like somebody's gone down just coming through onto the start-finish straight. So Richard Sharp then will be our race winner. Our riders then just been given the signal to ride back into pit lane, so I hope you've enjoyed our coverage then of this second round of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. So we'll just see what happened here then as we come through. Oh, and it's Chris Walker and Peter Bennett, and as they've come through the corner, oh, Bennett's got on the curb and he's collected. Oh, that's a biggie. That's Bennett and Chris Walker both gone down. Hopefully they're both up and away, and I think they are, because there's well, that was just two riders arguing over the same bit of tarmac. So Bennett's bike being ridden back there. So everybody up. Chris Walker there, smiling. Peter Bennett, and yeah, no fisticuffs, just two guys arguing over the same bit of track. Everybody okay. Race director David Dearden there, and well, that was a fantastic race, and I hope you enjoyed the coverage. Like I say, Shame that it had to end under a red flag, but our race victor, Richard Sharp, then by 2.5 seconds at the end, but that was a dominant victory. His early pass on Chris Walker, and he managed to get away at the front, and while everybody else argued over the same bit of track, he made his escape on the front, on the borrowed bike from Chris Walker to take his second A-final victory of this Trips.UK British Championship, because don't forget that he won race, the final race of the day at Three Sisters last month. And so for the second time, as Peter Bennett then walks in, no doubt he will be very apologetic to Chris Walker for that. He just thought that there's a little bit more room there. Maybe he thought that he was far enough by. And no doubt that's one. But good to see them both walk away. And a man from up this neck of the woods, as they're in the background then, Chris Walker's wife Tina just walking past. The other half there in the Trips.UK top. And we wait then to get all of our podium finishers into the into our holding area, and we will get some interviews done. It's a race stopped in the interest of safety there with two riders in a dangerous place on the track, and at that point we didn't know what we were going to see. Two red flags then. Three riders down this one, but one of them walked away okay, and so Bennett then walking wounded. And there's our commentary booth. I'm in that little black box there. I would wave at you, but you can't see through the windows. But we'll wait then for Richard Sharp, who I can see is just making his way past the front of the commentary booth to take his place, and then we will get a interview with Richard Sharp, Jay Smith and David Pearce. But, for everybody trackside, thank you very much to all our marshals and officials who've made this fantastic meeting go run pretty much to time, even though we've had a few challenges along the way, and some fantastic racing as always, rounded off by a second victory for the number 217 there, Richard Sharp, with the duct tape and borrowed on numbers. Absolutely fantastic. Teammate Jay Smith, he's got a good day's work, he's going to be happy with that, and like I say, a rejuvenated Jay Smith. And we will wait then for David Pearce to appear on the number 4. That was a good race from him as well. And then as soon as we're ready to go with the number 4 of David Pearce, we will hand down to Danielle down there in the podium area.
So we're here with our third place in the final race of the day. You were our current championship leader. Had a bit of an up and down weekend.
Yeah, yesterday was a bit rough. Had a massive crash, and then it kind of set me on the back foot all day today. And then finally got a bit of pain under control, and I could finally ride again.
Yeah, unfortunately a bit of a duff start on that first one, but then with the race restart, a good start. You sort of got a bit mixed up mid-pack, but came back really well.
Yeah, it's I don't know who was beside me. He moved and I thought we were going kind of thing, and then I stopped and then I went again, and by the time then everyone came past me and I was stuck then behind the pack, and I had to make my way back through.
Yeah, we saw some really good passes through the off-road, you taking that outside line to carry more speed over the tabletop, so we saw that a few times. Yeah, I was absolutely flying into the outside without any brakes on, just hoping they'd stick in the boom. And yeah, on the last lap I tried to go around Jay again and I hit a bit of mud and it just sent me side. I was like, oh no. And then that was it. I was going to try and stick in there until I red flag. Yeah, but no, great ride. Glad you could sort of manage that pain for that one. But we will head over to Jay Smith. So, thank you. Managed to get another second in that one. So that's a hat trick of seconds today, but really good and consistent points.
Yeah, it was really good, really consistent. I got a little bit upset after for the start. I just don't like to see anyone get hurt. You know what I mean? And you know, it's dangerous enough as it is when we're all in our right positions. So apologies if I shouted or anything like that, but it's adrenaline, and I just don't want no one to get injured over some sort of silly rule or something to try and make the championship a little bit more exciting. I think it's exciting enough. But yeah, solid weekend. You know, the bike never put a foot wrong all weekend. No slides, no front tucking. It's just so comfortable to ride. And yeah, just going to keep it like that.
You managed to keep it right in the perfect place to keep 18 times British champion Chris Hodgson behind you.
Perfect.
So you rode an absolute blinder in that one. Teammate Richard Sharp got away from you, but you were actually catching him by the end of that one.
Wow.
So,
but I think the team boss was between us, so I was a little bit nervous. I think Rich goes back with Chris, I think, many years motocross, so I think Rich just sticks it to him. But I was a little bit nervous. I was like, oh, please, can I come past? But nice, everyone's home safe. That's all that matters. Brilliant.
Yep, great ride, ready for round 3.
Thank you.
And then our race 3 winner, Richard Sharp, managed that race from start to finish.
Yeah, obviously with the red flag, Willow were missing off the front row, so there were a gap there. I went straight in it, and then me and Chris were side by side around second corner. Managed to get him straight away and get myself a lead, and then just maintain that lead. So yeah, happy days.
Yeah, we did say with Willow missing off the front, we didn't know if you'd be able to capitalise on that, especially being on sort of the wrong side of the grid for pole. But yeah, great race from there. You managed to get round team boss.
It's a spare bike as well, so me and him were first and second into the second corner, but I managed to get him straight away. And I think Jay will be behind him for a lap then, which just gave me that little bit of breathing space, which I managed to maintain quite well.
Great confidence builder now going into round 3 at the end of the month. So we'll wrap up everything from today. I think we've had some great racing. We will be heading to Rowra for the 25th and 26th of May. We will keep an eye on all the social media for all the updates going forward and from this round. So that's British Supermoto on Instagram and Facebook, as well as TNL Sports on YouTube.